And we have 18 people waiting. That's
Oh,
quite something. Okay, here we go.
Are we here?
Yes. Like, I think we're already live, but I just want to make sure that the screen changes first. There we go. The screen has changed. We are officially live. Welcome, everybody, to the BTR live stream. BTR stands for Break the Rules. We have a very exciting panel for you guys today. To my right, we have Verse Laloon. To my left, to my right, we have Jules Hamilton. Below, we have Gino Penichetti, Serpent Mound, Unchained RXN, and Michelle at the bottom. So welcome, everybody. Today we're going to be talking about the future, where you guys stand on how we should move with our lives, whether we should keep technologically progressing, or if we miss some things on the way to this progression that we have to start looking into. But to start it off, I'm curious where all you guys stand. Let's go. Let's
do
actually
introductions too. Hold on, let's do brief
intros.
introductions, and then
So let's do a brief introduction, starting from Verse.
Yeah, hi, I'm Verse. I don't know. I kind of started in crypto Twitter. I have a podcast at the moment. That's version 4, where I kind of talk to like people from the side of Twitter, and then beyond that, I'm just kind of a dude on the internet.
What's your podcast? What's your YouTube channel?
It's called version 4. Kind of a play on the name. And the channel link I'm sure it's just first, but I'm not exactly sure. I'll find it in a second. But yeah, I talk to like philosophers and writers and stuff. Notable guests have been like Zero HP Lovecraft, Logo, Maya, etc. Yeah.
Cool.
Excellent. And let's go to Jules' brief introduction for those who don't know Jules Hamilton.
Oh, I think I'm the last person that needs an introduction on our channel, but yeah, I've been doing this with Lev for 2 years now. We've been doing these streams starting in the quarantine, and they've been a big success for us. We've been getting a lot of momentum, and glad to have everyone here with us.
Definitely. Gio?
Oh, what's to say? Artist, writer, failed academic, theory cell, you name it. That's pretty much it. Giant Geo, twitter.com. Came out with a big article recently, so in the first part anyways. So yeah.
And Serpent Mound?
Yeah, I'm Serpent Mound on Twitter. I'm also Barbell Outdoors on YouTube. I make fishing videos. I'm a fisherman. I do ecology stuff, pine tree stuff, lifting stuff, philosophy stuff, just whatever interests me and whatever people want to listen to.
Cool. And now we have Unchained RXN, or Esoteric Atavism.
You guys could just say like EA or something. I don't know, something shorter. But I'm on Twitter primarily. I kind of do a lot of the stuff in the same vein as Serpent Mound. I post a lot of fitness stuff, a lot of sort of ecology, and that's about it.
Oh, bodybuilding too, man.
Oh yeah.
EA has one of the best physiques. Not like I mean, I'm not bullshitting you. It's one of the best physiques on Twitter.
Thanks. Yeah.
And last but not least, we have Michelle, or Michael. I don't know how to pronounce your name yet.
Yeah, just Michelle, or Mish. I don't know. It's just a pseudonym I made up.
Well, who is that kid on your avatar? This black and white.
Yeah, that's actually Otto von Bismarck as like a child. I just kind of picked it because I thought it looked interesting.
Wow. Well, I was actually reading about Otto von Bismarck today. I was brushing up on today's conversation, so I was reading the last book that was written by, as you guys, some of you guys call him Uncle Ted, Theodore Kaczynski.
Yeah.
And he was talking about Otto von Bismarck trying to create a certain kind of Germany, but failing in that. But I don't want to veer too off the topic. I'm curious where you guys stand, going back to the original subject of where we're headed to right now and where you'd prefer us be headed. So let's start from, let's go from Verse, and let's go on down.
So I'm in a strange in-between in that I believe we're heading towards more of a transhumanist direction, but I would prefer less so. I would prefer to actually do more of a Kaczynski but I don't think that's actually going to happen. So out of like my actual opinion of the future would be that, we're kind of going to slowly become more and more cyborg-like, and a lot of our biology will be taken over by tech. And I think that won't be as exciting and heavenly as many people think it will be, but I think that's kind of just what's going to happen.
And Jules, what do you think?
Yeah, I think transhumanism has a lot of great ideas in it. I also think, like, having spent time in the transhumanist community, there's a lot of kooks and there's a lot of really bad ideas in it. So I really like the Sonic the Hedgehog dichotomy, where you've got like a more extropic potential future and a more dystopic potential future.
That has to do, by the way, with a video that I did about Sonic the Hedgehog and the various esoteric symbolism inside of it.
I'm sad I missed the stream where you guys talked about Chris Chan. I would have loved it.
That was great.
Sonic.
No, we're going to talk about him some more, I'm sure. It's going to come up. But with Sonic the Hedgehog, the idea is you have this representation of wild nature, and you have Dr. Eggman, who is this egg-shaped scientist, like you could say that he is a transhumanist in a way. He turns people into robots. He has his own giant robotic kingdom, and he's very smart. So it is like this clash of the, of nature versus technology. And this idea of roboticization, I want to get into it as well as we keep going with this stream, as far as various things that people may be attaching to themselves, which may hamper whatever internal progress they could have. But anyway, I would love to get Gio's take on the future. Let's go to Gio.
My take on the future, it's going to be terrible. It's going to be not based.
Yes.
It'll be cringe. No, I think... I was thinking about the topic, and I think what I wanted to open with would be to sort of frame the debate. In my opinion, I can't really say what the future will behold, but I can tell you that the line between transhumanism and what we know as anarcho-primitivism, and we could debate whether it's the definition of anarchy or not, I think really comes down to, like all things, comes down to metaphysics. What I mean by that is that when you imbue life with a view of a sort of original or originary sacredness that is generative, I think that you will lean towards a preservationist, or, no, the word conservative is cringe, but a more of a conservative approach to life that views the human or the subject as a stable entity imbued with a spiritual significance. And I think that would lead towards more of an anarchic, primitive. Again, anarchic is kind of like we could debate over that, but you can lead towards more of a ecological or nativist or what have you mindset. But I think if you view the human as something that is a expungible, rhizomatic entity that is transmutable into other things, I think that sort of enlightenment liberal view of humanity, that we are individuals that are eternally changeable, that leads towards a transhumanist vision, to where you're not so inclined to view things being imbued with the sort of significance that must be preserved, because by definition nothing can be preserved. Now, I think what I would say is that I think it's more realistic, if given a shit hits the fan scenario, that perhaps maybe a liminal sort of transhumanism isn't really a possibility. But I do fear, like Verse was saying, that maybe transhumanism isn't far off the mark, but the way that they envision it as a sort of quasi-religious fervor for people who are materialistic, I think that's total nonsense. I think the Kurzweil, I agree with Tez Kaczynski in Anti-Tech Revolution, that the Kurzweilian vision is just sort of, it's like you're trying to take the human and say, well, what, not just can it be better, but can we conquer humanity itself? Because I think what people neglect is that transhumanism is a subsect of posthumanism. And any sort of posthuman thought sort of violates this originary sacredness that I think really is the left-right paradigm. As much as limited as that dichotomy is, this really is the heart of all political and cultural issues. is where do you view the source of authenticity and of significance to subjectivity and ecology and so forth. So yeah, that's a very long-winded rambling.
Well, you have the best ramblings ever. And next we have Serpent Mound.
So first of all, I also just want to agree with Gio to an extent where there's this milieu around the idea of anarchism, right? So I wouldn't necessarily call myself an anarcho-primitivist. I'm certainly a primitivist, but I feel like there's no such thing as anarcho-primitivism in a way, because when you go, to like a returned ideal of, let's say, freeze technology before the dawn of metallurgy, there's going to be hierarchies, there's going to be kingdoms, tribes with established hierarchies, and I would argue that that's not necessarily anarchism, because you're not anarchic, you're still downstream from hierarchy. But for the future, I would actually argue that it's kind of a white pill, but the worse that things get, the more likely they are to collapse. So for technology, for an example, we have a world today that's completely reliant on global trade. If ships stop coming, if food stops being produced and shipped on an industrial scale, if planes stop flying, if everything, like, let's say you guys are familiar with the Carrington event, where a solar flare, 1866 or 67, I believe, took out the majority. At the time, it was just like telegrams, I believe, but took out basically all telecommunications and electrical equipment. It was pretty rudimentary at the time, but wiped it all out. And if that were to happen today, I feel like we would be wiped back into the Stone Age, because no one would be able to produce food, at least to support the population of people that would know how to do that. And I feel like the more complex, the thinner spread out we are in terms of where our spirit is, and how our culture is just oriented and maintained, the more opportunities we have for it to break down. So let's say some sort of global crisis, like some sort of war. I mean, a pandemic, we saw that. We saw how that can disrupt everything. But all it really takes is, one slat to be knocked out under the house. And, to quote a certain someone, the whole rotting structure comes crumbling down. And that's how I see it.
And esoteric atavism.
Yeah, I'm broadly in the same camp as the guys who've spoken before me. I believe simply, the Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. But, to back it up, because you guys actually kind of got in the weeds a little bit there, but I just think that we need to be skeptical of technological progress. I think it's brought more problems than it's solved, and I think we are headed to disaster, if not some spontaneous event, like you mentioned, a solar flare. So not much to add, but.
And Michelle, can you hear us?
Oh yeah, sorry. So I'm actually I might be the most transhumanist person here. I'm definitely not a primitivist, but I don't believe in the kind of liberation of the human from nature. I think that's kind of like it's not like I'm opposed to it. I mean, I am, but I just don't really think it's possible. I think it's kind of it's taking certain assumptions and just accepting them as true, and then moving on to different parts of the argument, because you don't want to focus on the actual difficult things, which is what are humans in nature. And so I take the position humans are ultimately managers of nature. That's how we developed as a species. We find things in nature that we need or that we extract value from, and we find ways to extract more value from, or to increase the yield. And I'm not like a utilitarian. I understand I get the sort of aesthetic and the spiritual values, but I think that ultimately humans are this sort of privileged part of the ecosystem where we have the ability to manage the ecosystem and get things out of it that are more than just like instinctual. We can see in our mind's eye what we want in nature and work to achieve it. And so that's where you get things like agriculture and animal husbandry. It's humanity managing nature, and it even goes back to us just like simply hunting down animals that kill us. It's like, you know, like an animal like a like a wolf wouldn't have the cognitive ability to go, this entire species is threatening to my existence, so whenever I see it, I'm going to kill it. They're more just like, am I in direct danger, or, you know, am I hungry? And so I think that my vision for the future is not necessarily humans liberating themselves from nature, but learning to harness and cultivate nature rather than just kind of use it up like a like a resource.
So you could almost say we have like an ecosystem as opposed to just being part of the ecosystem.
Ecosystem.
Good one.
But I think I kind of see myself similar to how Michelle sees society forming. I think that there can be a balance between technology and humanity as far as ascending beyond. This is another thing that I'm kind of curious about. How many people here? I'm not sure. I know that Serpent Mound, you are very interested in self-transcendence, where if we're talking about the transhumanists wanting to go beyond nature, in a way, you're also wanting to go beyond nature, but in a different direction. And I'm kind of curious if you can expand on that a little bit.
So I wouldn't necessarily say beyond nature, because it's just one of those things where it's like a horseshoe where, you know, if you become so entwined with nature consciously, you are in a way transcending it. So you have that dichotomy of a man who, you know, let's say I mean, you can go back as far as you want, pre-cognitive thought, you know, civilization man, pre-language man. And then you have him who has only, you know, lived in nature his whole life. He is completely entwined with the natural world. And then you have the man, let's say the modern man, who wants to be involved in nature, who wants to, like a John Muir, for example, who, or a Thoreau, who consciously decides, you know, I want to return to that state. In a way, when you consciously make that decision, you transcend the nature of, I would say, where you are and the civil, like the society, you know, your, what would I say, your somatic ecosystem, in the words of Chad Haig. So you kind of transcend your nature and the nature of the world around you to return to a more natural state. So that is transcendence in a way. I'm not sure exactly where you were getting at that, but that's kind of the best answer I can give to the question.
So, and I'm not going to dwell on it that much, but would you say it would be different from just us following the same instincts, let's say our hominid ancestors would have followed, as far as what direction you would want humans to go to? Like, you know, there's all kinds of legends about people having psychic abilities and all this stuff, and I have no idea whether or not that's the case, but this is what people kind of go to when it comes to thinking of how humanity could be potentially improved. And it's not the same direction as just saying hunter-gatherer society.
I'd say, well, first of all, your point about psychic abilities in the past, I don't think that those are legends. I think that that is more reasonably accepted as somewhat of a fact when you look at the works and the knowledge that people possess pre-civilization. I mean, we know that massive, well, okay, so to back it up, my name is Serpent Mound, right? And the people that built the Serpent Mound in Ohio, you know, Neolithic, very, what we would consider to be primitive people, but yet they had extreme astronomical knowledge, extreme knowledge of geography, of you know, like what is it, equinoxial precession, of astronomy. And they, you know, where did this knowledge come from? How did they understand the things that they did if they were so primitive? And I think that that means, you know, logically, that there is something else to not only the human mind but human existence, when you are removed from what we would today call the industrial system. And then what was the second point again?
Well, that was pretty much the point that I was getting
Okay,
at.
yeah,
So
yeah.
you pretty much answered it. And going back to the original topic of transhumanism versus anarcho-primitivism, what do you guys think is the biggest danger today from technology? Because as far as medicine, let's say, I'm very grateful to be living at a time when, you know, people can have various diseases treated. Obviously, it's not right to just look at big pharma for answers. There's all kinds of other cures that are found in various plants and things like that. But as far as technology itself goes, what do you guys see as being the most dangerous thing today?
So I think the big danger is the lack of freedom and the lack of decentralization. I think when Kaczynski, in his book Industrial Society and Its Future, diagnoses the sort of tug of war towards totalitarianism, I think he's very accurate in a lot of ways. However, his conclusion, his radical conclusion, I think is somewhat unfounded because of like just a couple of blind spots and maybe just like extreme pessimism. The big blind spot, I think, is decentralization. So his complaint is echoes to what Superman was saying about vulnerability. You know, we could have a solar flare, or, you know, China could wipe out our grid with an EMP, knocking out our satellites in space. You know, I mean, that's why we got Space Force now, but it doesn't take a lot for the supply chain to break down. And then you could have people starving to death, like in a Mao Zedong situation. So you definitely need something closer to self-reliance. So you need to cultivate sovereign individuals and not just depend on a sovereign state. So that's why I think in Sonic the Hedgehog, they sort of propose these two different scenarios where you have an extropic vision and a dystopian vision. So in the extropic vision for the future, I don't think is at odds with nature. So I believe everything that exists in and is caused by nature is natural. So I think that there's a fallacy a lot of people use, perhaps because of the poverty of language, where they say certain things are not natural. And I understand the frustration when you're trying to point out things that are like absolutely corrosive or toxic to human well-being or just stability in general. However, to diagnose them as these things are not natural, I think is short-sighted. Bees make hives, beavers make dams. Humans are the most complicated animal in nature. So we interact with nature to make the most complicated things. And as far as aging, this desire goes back to Gilgamesh. Even Benjamin Franklin acknowledged that there could come a point in time when we solve the engineering problem of aging. Aging is just the accumulation of damage in the cells. There's like approximately 7 to 9 different types of damage depending on how you're categorizing it. And we already have the prototypes. We already have the proof of concepts of how to remove these different types of damage in other organisms. So I think that there's good reason to aim for the stars here, you know, ad astra per aspera, you know, through struggles and hardships to the stars. And I think that that's what survival of the species depends on too. You know, I think that even though we didn't evolve in nature to live that long, our minds evolved in nature to want to live that long and to strive to solve seemingly unsolvable problems. And then once we solve those problems, we'll find new problems to solve. There's always going to be more problems. So I definitely think, though, we need to be careful of utopian social engineering where the ends justify the means, and suddenly you are empowering a totalitarian state that's mandating getting microchipped and all that kind of dark stuff. You know what I mean? So that's my first.
But if I could push it back on that a little bit, Jules, I think that, well, you know, the RFID chip is going to come. I think that what you're saying is partially correct, but to add to bring this to what Michelle was saying, this to me comes down to what Heidegger called inframing. So humanity and the resources of nature, everything becomes standing reserve. The problem I find with a lot of this language is that it's very utilitarian in that it's an engineering problem that you're trying to solve. I think that logic itself can lead humanity down the path towards a total dehumanization, the likes of which we've seen in science fiction. I think that it's the discourse and the logic of technology and technics itself that is within it, whether you want to call it some like Nick Landian, force from the future invading the present. But I think I truly believe that perhaps technology is in a way a metaphysical force because of the discourses that it entails. And I think that to view death and life, to view what is ostensibly, at least in my opinion, sacred topics that tie us to our very humanity itself, because we are beings towards death. I think that to look at it as an engineering problem, while it is fascinating and while we are all afraid of death, I think that the transhumanists and the posthumanists, they gravely mistake our capacity towards mystery and awe and the ability to just fuck things up, to use a brute language about it, just get it out of the way. I think that if you view humanity as an engineering problem that needs to be solved, then that in a way robs us of a significance that we could never get back, because we know that unless something dramatic happens, unless you were to cut the knees of technological society, once you've unleashed that Pandora's box, it seems that it's very difficult to even place restraints on it. Because to quote the really corny Jeff Goldblum line from Jurassic Park, you focus too much on if you could do it, not if you should have done it. It's something like that. I think that that's the inherent problem with technology and technological progress, is that the discourse itself is one of inframing. It is one that is death denial, and death denial leads to all sorts of pathological neuroses. Even just if you want to talk about the social impact, seeing videos of people in VR pornography and being lost in media and so forth. I mean, we can all extrapolate, but I think that's the present danger. So yeah.
Verse, would you agree?
Yeah. So I have kind of a middle ground, I guess. That's gonna be my role. I think that the technology, we are gonna push towards like a transhumanist future, but I think our current threat is more so things like things that happen when you forget that we are still animals and that we are still bound by biology. So, for example, our like factory farming and things like we're poisoning our food supply. We're forgetting that our medicine, while helpful in like some regards, is forgetting other aspects of our biology, right? So then you end up with like, cures that are also poisons at the same time. I also think that like while we are giving ourselves like a lot more power and leverage, we also like open the doors up for people making like 3D, like making bombs from 3D printers in their house and like destroying like civilization, like actual.
That would be a horrible thing.
And that's like right around the corner.
Well, Jules,
Yeah,
Jules
right.
I remember was talking about how 3D printed guns could actually be a good equalizer.
I mean, you could already 3D print guns. I have like blueprints for that. Like it's not.
Don't say.
I mean, you can just find them online, but like things like that are like, when you begin to scale them up, and you can make like a corona type virus, but in your garage, that's an issue. Like,
I would like to just real quickly call back to something that Gio was saying, and I just want to throw this out there to kind of question you guys. If you are in any way a spiritual or religious person, and you view the world in a metaphysical, spiritual, religious view, where does technology fit into that? Because if you believe that there are truly malignant forces that act upon humanity, and you believe that there are truly benevolent forces that act upon humanity, you cannot deny that technology is a force.
Mhm.
So is that force a positive force, or is it a negative force, or is
It's
it?
chthonic, yeah.
Can I respond to that one?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's both. Just like Lucifer was an angel, I also think that like you can similarly get like transcendent experiences as well as like demonic experiences from the same source, right? So
Like psychedelics.
yeah, just like psychedelics, just like, or like, you know, the nuclear, like with nuclear power, you can make a bomb or you can also power a city. Similarly, you can create like ecstatic religious experiences from VR, but you could also send yourself into like a psychedelic hell. So like they're the same entity. It's a matter of how you interact with that entity. Like I think AI could be, you could build your like a effectively a deity, but you could also enslave yourself. So it's kind of like a,
Would
know,
that
Could
not be
I-
a false
yeah.
deity that you've enslaved yourself
Mm.
to? That was a hot topic, by the way, this week on Weird Twitter. That's the psychedelic thing. So I know a certain amount,
Oh boy.
the hot goss, hot goss.
Mm.
But no, by the way, just shout out to Verb. Go to his channel. His interview with Maya, BPD God, that was great. Loved
I
it.
like that one too. That was a great one.
Loved it.
appreciate
I
it.
mean,
gonna
all
get-
of them are great, but
We're gonna
that
get
one,
Maya
if you,
on.
it's relevant. It's relevant to what we're talking about. So go to his channel. Go right now. Doing the Poly Walnuts thing.
Well, after
Go
the
check it
stream,
out.
after the stream.
So
after this, yeah.
So,
sorry.
Unchained RNX.
Yeah,
Oh,
I just
or
had
Michelle.
something.
Sorry,
Oh,
I actually was
okay.
just coughing. I was kind of okay. So to build off of what Verse was saying about like, you know, medicine and nutrition, and also I think Geo said that there's this mindset to kind of look at the human body from an engineering perspective. But I and you know, while I understand that critique, I think there's an even deeper problem, which is that many of like transhumanists and posthumanists, they don't understand the human body. They don't they might think that they view it as an engineering problem, but they don't understand it. Like, you know, they're saying that, oh, we could just upload the brain to a computer. But first of all, cognitive scientists still haven't managed to directly correlate the signals within the brain to like the actual functions of the mind and thoughts. They aren't like, it's not like they can say, oh, well, this pattern is consciousness. Like, we haven't figured that out. And, you know, just spread out from there. There's the fact that the human, but like, you know, even if you just took a brain out of the human body and put it into like a machine, there's no guarantee that that brain is going to work the same way, because there's all these chemical systems, there's nerve bundles all throughout your body, you know, there's your like second brain in your gut. There's all these factors that are still you, they're just not in your brain. And so, okay, let's go even further out. You know, the environment. What are you eating? What are you breathing? What are you drinking? All, you know, there's all like these microplastics, all these chemicals in processed food. We still don't fully understand how these are affecting us. And so, to go back to what, like at the very beginning, what I said is, about humanity being like managers of nature, this kind of gets to that, in that we like, we seem to have this false idea that we have everything under control, and that the only way like the only thing left for us to do is to just kind of leave. But it's like, really what you're doing is, there's all of these there's all these unsolved problems and all these unfinished puzzles and things that people are basically just ignoring, and they're going like, oh, it's done, let's move on to space, or let's move on to putting our brains into computers or something. And it's like, you're missing so much. Like, we haven't figured this stuff out.
And so I would love to compliment what you're saying. It reminds me a lot of a Kurt Vonnegut quote. I'm not sure if it was in a Cat's Cradle. Tiger got to hunt, bird got to fly, tiger got to sleep, bird got to land, man got to tell himself he understand, right? So this goes back to Socrates, you know, like, I don't know anything. I actually have a more Cartesian point of view. I think I know I exist. And so from there, like, that's my base knowledge, and everything after that, I try to use science to navigate uncertainty. So
by the way, I
even
love the
though-
comment of a criminally retarded. He says,
Oh,
"Shit's unknowable cuz."
Facts.
What was that?
He said, "Shit's unknowable cuz."
So as far as, you know, not understanding life, like we're always operating with incomplete information. Like all of science is operating with incomplete information, especially when you start working with physics, right? Like mathematics is a lot neater on paper, but I think it was Feynman who said mathematics is to masturbation like as like physics is to sex, right? Like
I'll give him that.
and so how did we evolve at all? Like some people think, I believe we evolved from a single cell organism, right? And that's before that we were just carbon. So through a chaotic process, order emerges from chaos. So what's the demarcation line where consciousness emerges? So I subscribe to pansism, which is that consciousness is an emergent phenomenon and everything is different degrees of consciousness. And so this is all about integrated information theory. So the more integrated information is, the more conscious it becomes, right? So I think that I'm not saying that humanity is an engineering problem, but maintaining oneself is, right? Like you don't need to be a transhumanist to know that if you abuse your body all the time and you treat it in a very unhealthy way, that is not as good an engineering solution to longevity as someone who's using science to navigate the uncertainty of how to moderate and be a custodian to your own body. So I think morphological freedom is really important. You know, when the Gutenberg press was first invented, it did not seem like a good idea. Like people were spreading all sorts of information, very similar
That
to
started the Protestant Reformation.
It started the Protestant
True.
Reformation, and it started off with
and its
a lot of
consequences,
problems.
disaster.
It was destabilizing the people in power, right? It was almost like you took the anarchist cookbook and just spread it everywhere, right? So just because we have freedom of speech doesn't mean you should say things that could summon consequences. Just because we have a Second Amendment doesn't mean that like people should be reckless with guns. I think Vers was spot on when he said that all technology is a double-edged sword. And you can use a hammer to destroy or to create. And so I think the big problem though is this progressive trend towards centralization, that a deus ex machina is not revelation, but it's like treating our government as like a god cathedral where we submit our sovereignty to a centralized system when really because, you know, if you start getting into this spooky robot cult stuff of the transhumanism, because you could like really enjoy the longevity stuff without ever merging with machines, right? But once you start getting into the transhumanism stuff, you have to think about AI, right? Now, you can't stop the rise of AI. Even if you try to stop it over here, they'd make it in China or they'd make it somewhere else. And then suddenly you'd be vulnerable to potential malignant, malicious, like enemy forces, right? So it's like an arms race. It's like a second nuclear arms race with AI.
Well, where do you guys stand on that, by the way? Sorry to cut you off, Jules, but that's actually...
Hold on, before you cut me off,
Okay.
because I'll finish.
Go for it.
The only reason why AI is not going to overrun us is because some people who don't choose to be Terran Amish, because some people will become symbiotic with the AI. And we're already symbiotic organisms. It's like more than 80% of us like has organisms in our body that doesn't share our DNA. And we would die without these organisms. So yeah, we're always operating with incomplete information and we don't understand all this stuff. Like we know how to split the atom, but we don't know all the particles that make up an atom. But that doesn't mean you can't watch things work, right? So if a caveman was using science to make a spear, he could witness a lightning bolt, and he could have no way to use science at that time to explain what he was witnessing. But that doesn't mean science was forever incapable of providing a better explanation for what was happening and what was possible.
Well, we have a comment from Hero Alchemy. Let China destroy their souls with technology. Why should we forsake ourselves just to compete with them? So I'm curious what you guys think of that. Like, should we compete with the Chinese for this technological transcendence, or no?
We'll become human batteries, or as Sam Hyde pointed out, we'll be like in bear bile cages if the Chinese get the AI first. But I think, to push back on Jules' analysis a little bit, I think that you describe yourself as a libertarian. I think that is a response to the conditions that technology has created. What I mean by that is that centralization happens, but here's the thing: I don't disagree with centralization. I think that it's the type of authority that we should give ourselves over to as a people. The problem is that with technological advancement, post-industrial revolution, governments have become more abstract and they've become more capable of monitoring and surveilling whole populations. And of course, with the printing press and so forth you've mentioned, even before that, I think even when Machiavelli and Hobbes collapsed the distinction between divine monarchy and just totalitarianism, I think that the problem is that the authority is neither legitimate, it does not serve the cultural, spiritual, ethnic goals of the people, and that is in large part because of technology and technological advancement. Now we have a globalized world of whole populations. We think in terms of populations. We don't think in terms of cultures or nations or regions or what have you. And so I think being any form of anarchism or libertarianism, I think that is a response to the increased centralization of technology. Because if you're worried about being subverted, of having your freedoms destroyed, I think even the language of freedom itself is a product of modernity, and that is what we have to sort of look the meta-analysis of. Because if you're worried about the government's invoking an AI that can, turn us into bear bile cage human batteries, then I think that again goes back to the central question of how technology as a discourse has allowed the abstraction of whole populations away from a cultural, religious understanding. And so, not that I necessarily disagree with Jules, I think panpsychism is a very a great theory. But to me, I think that panpsychism and posthumanism, I think it's a way for, and to a large extent, object-oriented ontology, I think that is sort of like a way for academics to view metaphysics without metaphysics through a materialistic lens. And I think that sort of gets into a jumbling, you know what I mean? Because to me, a lot of people, they talk about posthumanism in almost near metaphysical language. And it's just crazy because a lot of these people are, fedora tippers, because I think that there's a distortion there. And another thing I would like to address before I'll cut myself off soon, but about the stewardship of nature that Michelle was talking about, I think the anarcho-pagan response to Christianity would be like, I've heard environmentalists like Derek Jensen say this about, well, Christianity, because of Genesis, they said, humanity can do whatever they want with technology. I think that's not the case. I think in Christianity itself, there's a viable theological debate as to the degree to which, yes, nature is from God, and therefore we have a stewardship towards nature. I think there's a very good case for ecological Christianity, and that the primitivist or pagan response that it was originally Christianity that created the discourse to abuse nature. I think that's sort of, in some ways it's true, but in some ways I would push back and say that no, that is not the case. That's another side issue. So,
but that's a very interesting thing to me to compare the Christian outlook versus the pagan, where, and I don't know if this is an accusation that Christians have leveled at pagans, but in terms of, let's say, Bronze Age mindset, if one were to go back to living those days, they would have to do a lot of marauding. They would have to go after the sheep who have settled in their little villages and take from them all the time in order to sustain their particular lifestyle. Like, sure, you could say that we could have like a One Piece style Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates deal, with these noble pirates or noble barbarians, but I think that there is something to recognizing that we shouldn't take from one another what doesn't belong to us. And I am curious about, like, if, let's say, from Serpent Mound's point of view, or for whoever wants to chime in here, do you see there being a possibility of this moralistic lifestyle, which is still anarcho-primitivist?
Yeah, I mean, I want to hear what Atavism has to say. He hasn't said too much.
Go for it.
Yeah, I didn't actually. I don't have much to add to that question. That's a lot bigger question. But I wanted to go back to what you said first, Servermount, about technology being a force. And I do think it is a force, and you have to look at how it relates to the human element. And technology is constantly trying to minimize it. The human element is always the weak link. Actually, there was a metaphor, like when they train pilots, they put them under the toughest conditions. They try to minimize the human element, and it also takes that that stance towards nature. It is constantly trying to utilize it, and this is what I kind of think you're getting at when you talk about the engineering of humanity. But once you take a stance that's hostile to it, I don't think it's going to end well. That's just kind of all I wanted to add.
As far as the pilots, just to say, we're actually making worse pilots. That the more we eliminate or minimize the human element, we're actually stunting ourselves in a way we don't want to do. That's not incompatible with transhumanism. I mean, you could find a bunch of transhumanists and like transhumanists arguing. It's just some of the strangest stuff you'll ever listen to.
Yeah,
but
I mean that might not have been the best example, but when you have a worker on an assembly line, the human element is what you want to minimize. You want to make the man more like the machine, less likely to hesitate or less likely to have emotional input. So I think that's hostile. I think that's, first of all, I don't think it's something you can fully eliminate, or you should fully eliminate. But
so I want
really
to talk a little bit about what Michelle and the general conversation of engineering both of the human body and of the environment. So I just kind of think a good example of this would be Australia. And so I don't know how familiar you guys are with the introduction of the cane toad in Australia.
Oh, The Simpsons did an episode on that.
So
Yeah.
basically, Australia had these beetles, or they might have been weevils. They had some sort of arthropod that was destroying their crops. They're destroying their crop yields. And the Australian authorities thought that it'd be a good idea to introduce these absolute motherfucker of a toad. Like, these toads are like max out at like something like 4 pounds, 5 pounds, which for a toad is huge. And they had no natural predators, but they said, hey, this is an issue in the environment. We can use the environment. We can use our brains and our abilities to engineer something out of this ecosystem. And what happened was they put these toads in, and they have demolished, I don't know if extirpated or if extinct would be the right word, but they have demolished the natural ecosystem of Australia. Those species will never come back. And the same thing, like Linkola talks about cats. It's the same.
The cat question, yeah.
Exactly.
The household cat question.
It's the same thing, and it's like, that might not be intentional, but I feel like when people try to engineer the environment, it generally, and the human body by extension, it generally has more negative effects on the people doing it and the environment, rather than just sort of living with what's going on. Like building like a dike or a ford on what's the word? I'm blanking on the word.
Dam?
A dam or a levee.
Levy.
And like when you build that, maybe it's just better to not live in a place that you need to levy to, like New Orleans. Like when that happened, it's maybe not the best idea to live there with these conditions rather than just constantly fighting against something that in the end you're going to lose against.
By the way, I don't mean to cut you off, but we have two people joining us right now. We have our friend Steel Archer. Speaking of Australia, Steel is from Australia, and I'm curious what you have to say about that whole toad situation in there with the invasive species. I'm glad we brought that up. And we also have Sun. Who is Sun? Are you Sunny? Is this... I'm not exactly sure who this is, but the link was definitely sent. So, yeah, I wonder if this happens to be Sunny, Baron of the Rothschild family, a.k.a. Vedic Cyber God. I have no idea. It just says the word Sun.
I'd recognize Sunny's voice if it was.
Well, let's see what happens. But
Oh yeah, I think I know them from Twitter.
well, let's go to Steel or Serpent Mound. If you have any, if you want,
you guys-
That was all I was thinking.
perfect.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, there he is.
Oh, hey,
This is
what's up?
Sun.
Sunny?
Hey, Sunny.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
What's up,
how are
Sonny?
you? I'm glad
I've
you could
never
join us.
used Zoom before, so I didn't know what the fuck was going on. Sorry. Can
No,
I
well,
swear?
The
It's a
only
PC
now you-
program.
Well, the
Yeah,
only
now
thing
you're
that's
gu-
missing is your beautiful anime avatar, but we can do that next time. So,
Yeah.
so Sunny, what is your stance on transhumanism versus anarcho-primitivism?
I mean, it's not really like a dichotomy. I think both. I think you can have like a fusion of the two as well. I don't think it's like one or the other. I think that people who are super, super one or the other and haven't really synthesized some sort of belief within the two, because I think you can definitely, like, I could imagine a situation where we had some sort of like transhumanist CRISPR future shit, but then also civilization fucking collapses and everyone is just like, I don't know, they just have like spaceships or some shit. I don't know. I have no fucking idea, but I don't think it's one or the other. I think that there are a lot of things of modernity that aren't good, obviously, but I don't think that makes me Anprim. And there are a lot of things that I think are kind of shitty about pre-Neolithic times. Obviously, there's a lot of things that are really shitty, post, but pre as well, I think. I don't know. I think that there's a lot of good and bad. It's not good to look at it from like a black and white standpoint, I guess, if that makes sense. I don't know. That's how I think about it. If you want me to debate one side or the other, I was told this was a debate. I don't know if you
no,
want me
it's
to
not a
like
debate.
choose a side.
Nah, we're just discussing.
Yeah, it's a
Okay,
way more
'cause
of a
I
discussion.
can.
Kind of debate.
Okay, because if you want me to like choose a side and just go full out, I'll do it.
Well, what
I don't know. My heart will be there.
No, I want everybody's heart to be in this thing, and what I'm curious about most of all is where would people draw the line as far as things like life extension, as far as things like AI. So, Steel, we have not heard from you yet. Let's get the mic set up. I don't know if you are able to have the mic on because you're muted right now. Hey,
Do
Steel,
an introduction.
let's do an introduction. Tell us about yourself. Let's go from there.
Can you hear me right now?
Yes, I can, but
Yeah,
it's a
you're
little
just
low.
low.
Okay, a little low. I don't know how to adjust that. I
There
can
we
just
go.
sort of-
Now
There
we
you
go.
go.
All right, cool. So, hi everybody. I'm Steel Archer from Detonation. It's really good to be here. Lev and Jules are just the most amazing people. So kudos to them for organizing this, and I really appreciate you allowing me to speak. So, what was the first thing you guys were talking about? Toads, right? Like invasive species. Can I just go back to that for a second? Because I have a big relationship with toads. Growing up in a place called North Queensland, which is essentially kind of like America's like Mississippi or something. And so we have a big toad problem. They're really bad. They've destroyed like so much of the natural environment and the native wildlife and everything.
How big are these things? How big would you say
They
these
can get
things
up to like huge, man. They can get really big. Like they're big and yucky and kind of muscly, and yeah, they're just crazy. And they're from Hawaii, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Native to Hawaii, and it's just this cascading problem of like the cane farmers brought in the cane beetle because they wanted to enhance cane yields, and that turned out to be a disaster. And then the toad was brought in to eat the cane beetle, and then they turned out to eat everything but the cane beetle to work out. And then like after a while they were like, all right, let's just stop importing random species, because this is not working. So then there was this thing called Australia Border Force and quarantine and stuff like that. And so in that way, that's good. But it's actually kind of cool because in the last, I don't know, 20, 30 years, the birds have actually got really smart because they've realized that if they fly down and they eat a toad on its back, that's where the poison sacs are, and they're going to die. So what birds have done all across all the species, they've like taught each other to flip the toads over and eat the belly, and then that way they get fed. They
That's
kill
pretty
the
dope.
toads, and yeah. But there's also this other thing that's weirdos. I don't know what they do, but they actually smoke toads. So like they get the poison, they manufacture it in a way, and then they just smoke it, and they get really like peyote type high, really
Sounds
like
fun.
crazy, like looking at God stuff. So that's kind of interesting if you're into psychedelics, you can smoke toad poison. So I don't know if I should recommend that, but that's something interesting.
fucking metal.
Ooh.
It is so metal. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. It's yeah, you can imagine the type of characters who would do that. So what's the actual topic? Sorry, is it about Neolithic people versus technology people or something?
Well, I wouldn't say Neolithic people so much as people who see technology as being a potential threat in terms of it enslaving mankind. So I'm curious where you stand on that.
Well, obviously, like I'm a techno-optimist. With Detonation, we talk to techno-optimists all the time, and navigating the challenges of technological progress, especially at enhanced speeds, because every bit of new technology compounds in an exponential fashion and creates more and more technology, which is why at Detonation we look for ethical. We're trying to project into the future to see where technology is going, and we're going to try and navigate future consequences. Because if you go back far enough, I mean, since fire, which is the most fundamental of all technologies, which is a transhumanist communication tool, which I talked about at TAF's conference. After fire, everything starts to go exponential, because after fire, you change the diet, you change how we eat, you change warfare. Warfare is a very structurally, like our brains grow very quickly because of concepts like warfare. Because warfare, people are sneaky in war because you have to get territory and you have to build up armies, you have to build up systems of taxation. That means you need culture. That means you need things, and it's all built off the fundamental like understanding of human nature that we all die, and therefore we're trying to search for some sort of reason out of our brain to actually cope with that mechanism, and that is just a massive technological enhancer. So you get splits all through society and all through history, where if you don't embrace technology as a civilization, your civilization is going to go south. You're gonna end up, what the greatest military commander of all time, is Napoleon Bonaparte, right? And one of the reasons that he did so well is because when he first started, he brought in new technologies and new systems and new ways of doing things that just completely left like the 18th century, like the other people in Europe, like the other monarchs and stuff, just completely in the dust. He just brought in new technologies and all that. So if you're not technologically advancing as a civilization, you will die. Now you're ending up in the split, which you guys are talking about now, is that there's some civilizations in today, that are just zooming ahead. I mean, you've got Japan, and you've got the United States, you got China catching up like a mad horse, and then you've got other civilization states like Europeans or Middle East or Africa that are lagging behind. And you can just see the relative gains, and the relative gains in strategic terms are basically like AI. Like we're talking about like hard AI, like the real like sentient AI, because whoever can achieve that sentient AI wins the battle. You win essentially, and that's what the military focuses on. So you end up with this split all down the line. Like Japan had the split where you had the traditional samurai, and they wanted to stay traditional, versus the modern Japanese, and the emperor got in the middle of all that kerfuffle. But it's always technologically advancing crew in our world that ends up on top on the pile. So from a strategic civilization perspective, the only answer you have to stay ahead of everybody else is adopt. Now, if you like that or not, it's what it is. And there's a great equalizer in our civilization, which is the internet, which has actually become a great equalizer in information distribution. But if it's good or not, I don't know, because it's racing uncontrollably.
It's inevitable. That's basically what you're saying.
Inevitable.
Would
Unless we
everybody
wipe
agree with
ourselves
that?
out, unless we wipe ourselves out, it's inevitable.
Would everybody else agree with that?
Yes. I don't think so.
I agree.
Serpent Mound, you disagree?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that that's a foregone conclusion. I mean, we know, okay, so I might be getting into the weeds a little bit here, but bear with me. So we know that humans have been around, if you believe the science, they've been around for 300,000 years. And we only have written history going back 6,000 years. We know that humanity has started over multiple times. We've gone through the Ice Age, we've gone through all sorts of climatic changes. And I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that every sort of restart on civilization ends in anything resembling like a singularity. I think that might be the way that we're going now, but I feel like if we get hit by a meteor and we're reduced, to a fraction of our population, basically, like I said, in even pre-Neolithic terms, because who's going to be making stone tools if say we get nuked by a meteor and we have to literally restart, like in the Egyptian text, we have to restart as children. And I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that road always ends in just hyper technology. I think that there's other ways that people can kind of organize themselves and organize the direction of their existence.
But it's
Superman,
important.
Hold on. Well, Superman, there's two things I want to respond to. The first is, as far as a potential meteor strike goes, we recently had the former deputy chief technologist of NASA on our show, and he spoke about a perpendicular orbit, whether it's like a meteor orbit, like a meteor, I don't know what you call a group of meteors, like Planet X cloud. Is in there. Yeah, meteor cloud. And so some people think that however many hundreds or thousands of years, like we cross paths with this meteor belt. And so some people think the reason why Elon Musk is like so gung-ho about going to Mars is because he thinks that meteor belt's coming, right? So isn't that, even with the uncertainty, right? Even if you're just going like, maybe that doesn't happen. As far as aiming for the survival of the human race, like why wouldn't you want to develop the technology to protect us from that? Even if we didn't leave, right? We didn't go to space and we just developed the AI to help us deal with a meteor belt that comes out of nowhere, right? Like there's and I say this humbly, I think a certain naivete that comes with being anti-space. And I understand where it comes from because we have so many problems here at home that we haven't solved. And it's almost like we're ignoring the people that need our help and we're leaving people behind and we're like setting our targets on things that seem just so extra. But I don't think that is the whole story. And I think that's one of the reasons why we should be cultivating decentralization, right? Where people are very good at avoiding a slow-moving disaster if they all see it coming together, right? Just like ants are able to collaborate without real communication to survive miraculous disasters, right? Huge forces of nature, force majeures, right? They can make rafts, they can create bridges, and I don't think that technology is the problem as much as this desire for control on information. I think that the more we free information and empower people, like different people can focus on different problems. Like we need people to heal communities. We need people to develop better sources of energy. We need people to for entertainment, for morale. You know, we have a suicide epidemic. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's a spiritual problem. You know, we don't want to become so materialistic that we lose sight of the spiritual. You know, like we should be doing everything we can to maximize the well-being of conscious creatures. But as far as technology goes, like the only reason we can even sustain 8 billion people on the planet is because we genetically engineer crops, right? It wasn't until we were able to start really genetically engineering corn that we were able to like bump our world population from 4 billion to 8 billion. Like which 4 billion people do you think should starve?
I mean, is it
So-
desirable to just have like an endless, like, I don't know, growth
Yeah,
though? Is
true.
that like a desirable thing?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
it's
less,
kinda-
I mean, you used ants. But
that's-
that's literally a BAP thing, is bug people. Like you do not want
Bug men.
We don't want to be. Yeah.
But also, like, with the thing with your ants and your like spiritual issue, like, if you consider, like, you were talking about like the ants self-organizing, what have you. There's a lot of evidence to suggest that like a hive or a colony is kind of like a broader, like, much like octopus.
Superorganism.
Yeah, superorganism. Similarly, with humans, the further we atomize, the more cancer, the more like you see like suicide, etc. Thinking of ourselves as like these atomic entities and not as like, you know, like a tribal being, kind of like wolves would be like a pack or whatever. We have kind of a superorganism vibe to us as well. If you're not going to get that by like moving to another planet and trying to, you know, just kind of colonize it and think that's going to help anything, if we don't like create technology with the collective understanding of like humanity in mind, nothing's gonna change. It's just gonna be the same things we're dealing with now, but on a greater level. You know what I mean? Like,
This is the problem. It always comes. Oh, did I cut you off?
No.
No, but I think to address Jules' question, this is the problem that it becomes, that I think inevitably always comes down to when we talk about transhumanism, is the term, was that, I think it was a Philip K. Dick that had the term turning cops, where it's like police that go around and they govern technology, like from getting out of hand. Like what Jules is saying is we need just good turning cops. But my problem with that is it seems to me the seductive power of technological development will always progress in terms of people saying, well, maybe it's a good idea if we have it. And the turning cop thesis that we could sort of put a cap on where we're going to develop, we know that that's sort of like unfeasible. But the only reason I think it's unfeasible is because of the political, moral, and how should I say, the images of thought that we have developed in liberal modernity has allowed us to view technology and science in such a way that it can only progress in a linear in a linearity.
Are you talking about, by the way, like the I fucking love science Facebook
Yeah, exactly.
groups and
That's
this-
a manifestation of it. But I think if we had a different mindset, then probably the turning cop thesis could work, and we could sort of we could smash the total Reddit mindset out of the human organism, and that would be a good thing.
Well, how would you better
if-
define that, by the way? How would you define a Reddit mindset? In fact, Michelle, how would you define a Reddit mindset?
Well, that's actually. Sorry, I was like.
No, you don't need to answer that right now. We
it's
can
a
go
hard.
back.
It's the Reddit question is a difficult question.
I was gonna. I wanted to just, if it's all right, I wanted to go back to the cane toad thing we're talking about, because this is probably the thing I was most prepared to talk about. is,
Go for it.
So you know, the story of like the cane toad is you know, it's played out all countless times with invasive species, and I think the real lesson there is that this sort of unconscious management of nature is the problem. But this idea that we can simply treat nature as this separate thing and like ward it off and like build these walls and just pretend like, oh, that's nature over there. This in here, this isn't nature. This is like a city. That's not really, it's not historically contingent because humans have been altering the environment for thousands, if not millions of years, just by sheerly existing. And so this idea that we can just like this idea that we cannot intervene, I think isn't it's not really that logical because by existing humans alter the environment. So I think all of these stories about how humans have unintentionally caused these massive ecological disasters are really a lesson in why we should do the homework and figure out how we can change the environment in a way that actually improves it. And so this goes into this thing that I'm really into, which is called rewilding. And on the simplest level, it's just about rebuilding ecosystems. And so the like level 1 is where you just take a species that has either it's gone extinct or it's just not in that ecosystem anymore, but it still exists somewhere else. So what you would do is you take that population that is the same species that was in that ecosystem and you just transplant it into this ecosystem so it fulfills the niche that it used to. Just it like so a good example is Yellowstone, or was
The
it
wolves,
Yosemite?
the wolves,
Yeah, the
and
wolves.
wolf.
yeah.
Exactly. So they took wolves and they introduced it to this ecosystem where there were wolves, the exact same like the exact same species, but they just had been pushed out. And so all of a sudden, uh, the way that like the dynamics of this ecosystem, uh, trying to remember the exact, like there's all kinds of things that happened where like animals would graze differently. It changed the grazing patterns of like bison and deer, and so that changed how the plants grew, and it caused trees to start growing where they weren't growing before because of all the. And so the point is that ecosystems are not like if ecosystems were these purely chaotic things that just fall apart as soon as you touch them, they wouldn't exist. They have a certain methodology to them. And so to take it a step further, the second like step of rewilding is, well, let's say we have an ecosystem where, let's say this certain grazing animal has gone extinct. There, the whole species is gone. There's no population that survived anywhere that we can just transplant in. So what if we take an animal that is close enough that it fulfills this niche in the ecosystem without causing too much disturbance, and it fulfills the same role as the extinct species. And so a group of scientists did this, I think in Hawaii, where yeah, it was in Hawaii, and there was this sort of extinct species of like ground parrot, where what it would do is it would just forage and like eat plants and stuff, and it went extinct, and there was no like populations of it left. So what they did is they just got a species of tortoise that never lived on that island, but it fulfilled the same basic niche, and so they introduced it to this ecosystem, and all of a sudden the ecosystem started functioning basically how it had when that other species was there, because you filled that certain niche that was required for that ecosystem to flourish. And so at the very far end of this whole idea is the kind of like holy grail of rewilding, which is this thing called Pleistocene rewilding. And this is like a radical theory where
I'm a big fan of that. The megafauna rewilding. That's
yeah, yeah, because that's where you start getting into the idea that, okay, there used to be like lions and mammoths and all this stuff in places like North America and Europe and stuff. And so
Or the Australian megafauna. Going
yes,
back
yeah,
to Steel. Like Steel, would you like to
yes,
see them back?
Well, this what's so interesting. Sorry, so what's so interesting about this stuff, because the rewilding clicks with me, it makes perfect sense. What Gio was saying about copying technology or something is not what I think we should be doing. I think that's the same centralization, authoritarian impulse. You have to look at ourselves, like Vers said, as a super organism. Just like Tesla was saying, like there's going to come a point in time when the whole globe is going to connect and will be like one big brain, right? Like that's what the internet is. I'm not even talking about a hive mind. I'm just talking about the way like people are communicating with information. It's just like a macro scale version of how synapses communicate in your brain. So if you look at ourselves as human society, human culture, humankind, as a super organism, you want to rewild it, right? Because it's an anti-fragile system. That does mean there's going to be things that go wrong. That the free market, like evolution is very unforgiving in a lot of ways. But you also want to side by side with that cultivate a culture that is the societal safety net, right? A big problem that we have is we've sort of like made people apathetic and indifferent and like separated them in this Kafkaesque way. And it's like people aren't being custodians to their neighbors. Like we have a lack of localism. Like we need a spiritual reawakening so that people can codify each other's behavior. You don't need Judge Dredd walking around going, hey, I don't like how you're experimenting with that stuff. But you do need to rewild nature. And if you really think about the implications of pantheism, which is an old Hindu concept, and what Kevin Kelly says is technology is emerging as the seventh kingdom of life, like you want to rewild nature with technology. And that's scary. But I think that is how you create a more extropic version, as in you need to piecemeal your way through progress instead of trying to deprive our system of stressors, which ultimately weakens us to bigger stressors.
Well, the,
right?
the only
Wait,
counterpoint.
but like, what's the reason of rewilding though? Like, is it just because it's cool? Like,
Well,
what is the end game of this?
That's actually
What
a
is
really
like
good
what is the
question.
actual practical reason of this besides like, oh, it's cool? Most of these megafauna couldn't even really exist in any sort of way because it's not like there's enough food for them to fucking get. The oxygen levels are a lot different than they were. It's, I don't know, it just seems like people just want to do this because it's cool.
Well,
Like
so
it is, but
you're-
I don't know.
yeah, well, so you're right in the sense that there really is no just straight going back to a previous ecosystem. And this is really kind of the problem with most conservationists, is that they have this mindset that like, oh, we just need to get this ecosystem back to what it was 50 or 100 years ago, and then just freeze it in place. Like, oh, we can't let this species go extinct. We can't let
Yeah,
this
exactly.
environment
Like,
change. But that's not how nature works. Nature is always in flux. There's no there's no freezing in time. And so what I would say as to what the purpose is the purpose is to not only allow but to cultivate. And this is kind of getting into like away from like the sort of mainstream science and more into just my general opinions, but I think that we should, that like as custodians, as like managers of nature, we need to foster nature to be as complex as energy, like not not like energy efficient, but to have the largest carrying capacity. Because the thing about the like those megalithic Pleistocene ecosystems is that they held so much energy, they extracted so much energy from the sun. And because of like there were all these different moving parts where energy was stored and reused, and like the point is that this complex is that there's a very clear difference between a complex, highly developed ecosystem like you see, like for example, the late, like I forget what the last era of the dinosaurs was, right before the extinction. Like life was so complex, it was so like incredibly diverse. And then in the Pleistocene, that was like the next iteration, that was like the most complex life had gotten since the extinction of the dinosaurs. And so people say like, oh, this is the Holocene extinction. And so I think if you want to get like eschatological about it, what our goal should be is to create is to create, not just like let it develop naturally, but because we're humans, we can see what we want in the world, and we can go, like, we don't have to wait for nature to create like these fill these niches in the environment by randomness. Like, we can say this animal would be perfect in this environment and do that, and we can create these ecosystems that are and because again, I don't just believe in separating humans from nature. We get things from the environment. Like, for example, the Amazon rainforest. The Amazon rainforest was essentially a giant garden. It was purposefully cultivated by the natives by like the native tribes to have all these different herbs and trees and fruits that were useful to them. And so I think that should be our goal, is this kind of like, not necessarily even genetic engineering that can play a part, like, with reviving dead species that are needed to fill a certain niche, but just generally encouraging nature to develop and become more complex. And also, the other thing about complexity is that it's more resilient. If you have an ecosystem that has one keystone species, if that species, like, if there's a natural disaster and that keystone species goes extinct even without human intervention, then that whole ecosystem collapses to a much lower complexity. And so, but if you have 5 different keystone species, then if one of them goes extinct, well, the ecosystem survives. So there is a kind of resilience aspect to it. So
It's like in farming too, right? Where when you have a monoculture, it's going to be that much harder to predict whether or not this thing's going to survive. But if you have a whole lot of other species that are growing, it's going to be a lot safer.
yeah, there is like there's the whole permaculture aspect to it. Like, that goes back into what I was saying about how humanity and nature are fundamentally intertwined. And so, yeah, just to kind of wrap it up, I would just say that there is a lot of discussion that needs to happen about what we want from nature, because the whole I think that's one of the biggest problems with the environmentalist movement, is that they don't seem to understand or even question what it is that we should be like. What do we get from nature? Like, why do we want to preserve nature? Because the whole like Linkala exterminate humanity thing, like, that's kind of like, let's be honest, that's a bit ridiculous. Like,
Wait, what's the
99.99%.
I think it's pretty based.
what's this Linkala? Wait,
No,
Please.
could somebody
like
explain what this is?
Well, so,
Linkala
like,
is,
yeah.
oh, yeah, you're good. You're good.
the lifeboat argument.
Yeah, like the anti-human. Well, because like, I don't know. I don't mean like Linkala's like actual like concrete theory. I just mean like sort of general. Sometimes you see people are like, "Oh, humanity is the disease, and we need to exterminate it." Like
Nature's
that.
healing. We're the virus.
Yeah, that's like and that's the kind of thing you see, is that they obviously don't believe that. They don't believe that, oh, all humans should just die. They're just kind of speaking from this kind of impulse that they have. They don't have
I think a lot of people do, though. I think there are a lot of people who do genuinely like
Yeah, that's
believe that.
Like
Yeah,
the
No, I think
Georgia.
my opinion would be on Linkola would be that, in my opinion, I was discussing this. I believe, I forget who it was, but I think that there is a fundamental difference between what I would call more of the neo-primitive right-wing environmentalism and sort of the fake big green environmentalism, or the sort of mainstreaming of what I would say is nihilistic thought, where it's like humanity is just a virus that needs to be destroyed because we're living in the Anthropocene. I think that the difference would be that, yes, maybe human population should be reduced, but the former, like, and I would also put Lincoln in this camp, would be a deep love and appreciation for the human in nature to begin with. Whereas I think that a lot of people do have this sort of nihilistic tendency to view humanity as a virus and a bug that needs to be controlled and wiped out. I think like mainstream environmentalism holds this conceit because, apart from being a money laundering operation that's totally ineffective for corporations, I think that that's the problem, is that they're not serious about anything. Come on, let's face it. Mainstream environmentalism, get the fuck out of here.
The Sierra Club owners had like a ton of Exxon Mobil.
Yeah. It's an extension of woke capital. That's what it is. But I think when you look at the people behind it, I think the globalists that run these sort of big environmental firms, because they're basically just PR firms nowadays, not only are they not serious, but I think that they truly do hate humanity. Whereas a love for humanity comes from a love and appreciation of nature. That's just my opinion. But I think there's a divergence there. But Michel is very on point with his analysis, still. I'm sorry. Cut me off, please.
Sorry, I just want to say, so there was one thing that Michel said that really stuck out to me, and he said, if we as humanity, or if we as humans decide to do something, then we should, or decide that something's good, that we should use technology to achieve it. And I'm just wondering, like, who is we as people? Like, are the Chinese going to have the same ideas of what's good for people and good for nature as we do?
For real.
Like, is someone who is from Iowa and someone who was born in the heart of Manhattan, are we going to have the same ideas of what's good and what's beneficial, and then to use the resources and manpower, whatever, to concisely and effectively implement those changes? And it's like, I don't know, that's even if assuming that those changes would work well in the first place. And I think that for me, and this kind of gets at the heart of the issue, when you talk about primitivism, you're saying, okay, this is nature as is, and this is how people can live in it. And you can say, well, I have my tribe, I have my homestead, I have my whatever. A person can live in that and survive in that pretty well. I mean, if you know what you're doing, you can survive in it pretty well. And, the human species has a better chance of surviving. But when you say, okay, us as humanity, just in general, we're going to, change the world, we're going to make everything better for us, I think that almost is infinitely more likely to result in catastrophe than just people saying, okay, I'm just going to live and do my best to survive and pass my genes and my culture just within nature. It's a lot better than saying, well, we have these powers, let's adjust everything to be beneficial, because that's assuming we can do it, assuming that it would be beneficial. I don't know, right? I kind of just had a lot of thoughts.
You're right. You're right about I don't have like that much to say, but you're right about, like, there are a lot of questions as to about, like, how viable it is, like, what do we want, like, what is it that we want from nature? And I'm mostly speaking within the kind of conservationist ecological discourse. There's things, obviously, things about geopolitics and technology. I'm mostly just focusing on the discourse that goes on in the, like, specifically, like, conservationists, like, oh, we have like this wild space, what do we do with it? And again, my core problem is just that all, like, environmentalists, conservationists, ecologists don't seem to be having this conversation of what do we want from nature? Like, why are we preserving nature? Is it just so we have something to look at? Like, is it just because that almost seems like what most people think of when they think even what most environmentalists are thinking of, because you see people going like, oh, we got to protect the polar bears because the polar bears, they're these beautiful animals. And it's like, why? What does a polar bear do? Like you could make the argument that, like, oh, they're part of this ecosystem that they hunt this animal that affects these other animals, but they don't really tend to do that. They're just like, oh, the polar bear looks nice, so we should protect that. Oh, but what about this
Coca-Cola
beetle?
mascot?
Exactly.
Coca-Cola. It's important for Coca-Cola to protect the polar bears.
Yeah, so that's my big problem with the whole like conservationist mindset, is that it's very confused. They don't understand, like, they don't seem to understand, like, what the philosophical purpose behind conserving is.
Well,
Can I just chime in?
yes.
Oh well, this is really really interesting, and the thought process is really good. And when you take some of these like psychedelic substances, for example, what do people learn? People learn that we are fundamentally part of nature. They have these epiphanies, and they're like, actually, we're emerged from nature. And most of our history, most of our religious and cultural ideas set us outside of nature. They put us affronting nature, right? So there's us, and then there's the mammoth, and the mammoth is not us. It's a different entity. It's out there. So I think that Lev or Jules was talking about a spiritual crisis within humanity, and the reason that humanity is so interesting is because it boils down to we have consciousness and other animals don't, and therefore what we're starting to realize as we get closer to this global epiphany that we are part of nature, because as we destroy the Amazon rainforest, and as we rip up all the trees, and as we pollute the oceans and stuff, it's actually getting harder for us as a species to exist, right? So suddenly we're starting to wake up. It's different from everything we've ever been taught, which is, we're product of the Garden of Eden, that we're special, we go out, we multiply, we can endlessly, go west, young man, we can endlessly use up resources and everything will be fine. We're learning in the very hard way that this human exceptionalism is not what we were all told culturally is true. So, so these psychedelic explorers, they say, oh, we're actually part of nature, we're all one. And I think that the conservationist people who are attempting to foment different responses to the ecological crisis, whether that be playing with genetics or bringing back woolly mammoths or doing whatever. I think that's just like a symptom. It's just symptomatic as part of this expression that we're starting to realize that we are part of the natural world and that we are sort of these highly complex creatures. And this is just a runoff symptom of that. And the management and all that and the debates around that are really, really good, I think. But we have these tools and we're waking up at the same time as we have these tools. And it's what do we do with the tools and what's the context behind that?
Well, Steele, I remember there was a program where you were talking about how if we prevent the Murray-Darling Basin in Australia from leaking into the ocean artificially, we could actually create a much better environment for the animals there. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about what exactly that entails.
Yeah, sure. So there's some mega projects that could be produced. It would be like the equivalent of our Hoover Dam projects. And like Hoover Dam was a Great Depression project, right? And look what it spawned. It spawned massive life all through the desert, right? So it's kind of interesting for both humans and non-human life. But yeah, so we have this huge system in Australia, huge kind of like the Mississippi Basin equivalent in the United States. And it's underutilized, it's terribly managed, and essentially, if we figured out a way of just like rediverting a lot of the water inland, we could essentially make an inland sea in Australia, and yeah, have a whole new ecosystem in one of the largest island continents on the planet.
Mitchell, what do you think about that? Are you for that?
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I'm talking about. There's the fact that the Sahara Desert used to be actually like they called it the Green Sahara. I think it happened during the last heat age, like quote unquote heat age. It was like, I think just before the Bronze Age. They think that actually that spawned a bunch of legends about like they actually think Atlantis might have been a city in the Sahara back when it was habitable. But yeah, the point is that like, and obviously you could pose the question of, oh, why would you do that? Like, what would be the point of that? And
yeah, exactly. Why would you do that?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm trying to figure it out myself.
By the way, Sonny, loving the D's illustrations profile picture. Love D's illustrations.
Thanks, bro.
That's perfect. Perfect what we're talking about. We got the kid with the vaccines and the pills. And
I actually knew these at one point.
Wait, you used to what?
I used to know that guy, Deez.
Really?
He does those, yeah.
Oh
I met him.
man,
I met
I
him.
love these
I
illustrations.
wanted him to do artwork for my original stuff. This is years ago, man, but he's still doing it. But he
Yeah.
went kind of crazy at one
Yeah,
point.
yeah,
went
yeah.
fucking
He
crazy.
did?
Crazy?
What do you mean he went crazy? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, you kook? Went crazy? I think he's pretty
wait.
much sane
guys
and
fill us
ample.
in?
I don't know.
Wait. So you mean he did all of these illustrations and then he went crazy?
And then he went crazy. Yeah, that's fucked up, man. Fucked up.
Did he go crazy and then he was like, "Oh, I like
His crazy was normal.
exactly."
He started
He was
believing
he's
it.
like, what are all of these things? Like, what was I drawing? Like, why is this child being injected into the brain? This makes no sense. And then they were like, he's crazy.
The best was the one with like the guy with like the he's like staring down at the GMO burger. That one.
Okay, I think a lot of people here know who this is. I don't, and I'm curious who this Deez is. Can somebody fill us in?
He's just a guy who draws like who draws all of these weird, like, they almost look like photoshops less than like illustrations, but they're of like, you know, the New World Order, GMOs.
I thought they were pictures.
Oh, is it like the aspartame fries? Like the
Yes.
Am I thinking of that? Yeah.
I thought they were real photographs.
Vaccine
I
checkpoint.
think they're
Yeah.
well, yes, he's actually a time traveler.
That's in the future.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait,
Yeah,
so
he
does
takes photos. And
does
then
he
comes
do
back in
photos of the
time.
future? Like, does he do photoshops where he shows this is what the future is going to look like if he is a time traveler?
Okay, yeah, these illustrations.
Well, they're not
like,
photoshops. They're real.
they're real, yeah. They're like the
It's real.
perfect culmination of conspiracy and liberty movement thought in America.
Wow.
Like if you were fed a straight diet of like David Icke and Alex Jones, and you were a good artist, then that's these illustrations. Even more woke than Ben
Yeah.
Garrison.
So like
Do
Ben
you
Garrison.
remember his like
Ben
Obama
Garrison would be
one?
like a lighter version of
Yeah,
these.
the Obama one.
I'm looking at him right now.
in 11th grade, I guess it was like in 2013.
Yeah.
I did a report on we had to choose like a propaganda piece, and I chose that one. I wrote like a few pages on that on the Obama one where he's like the Antichrist and he has like all the shit around him. Oh my god, I'm looking for that one
Yeah,
sec.
they're
I'm gonna
so
post it on my
lost.
Twitter. Be right back.
I'm so lost.
That was a
Wow.
great one. Unchained. That was. A great one.
Jules is very lost right now. Jules is out
It's
of his
okay.
element.
I don't need to be caught up. I'm fine.
But it is a pretty interesting thing to think about, like this idea of like a new world order, Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. I don't know, like as far as the negative side of transhumanism, what are your guys' take on all that stuff?
Dude, you're just dropping these things. Nobody knows what this stuff is.
Well, let's take it one step at a time.
Like, I understand if they're doing it, Lev, but like
Let's-
if you're gonna just drop agenda whatever, and not tell us what it is, it's just like.
Well, I want to know what it is because I didn't do as much research. So, can anybody here clarify what these Agenda 21, 2030 things are?
Isn't Agenda 21 basically that they're going to control all the land use via UN mandate, and that people will be forced into mega cities because all of nature will be barred off from humanity because nature gives us our spiritual purpose, and so that we're all going to live like bugs in pod cities? I think that's basically Agenda 21.
That's exactly what the environmentalists want, because they're like,
yeah,
they don't want people using nature, they want everybody, so it's like they don't want people to hunt, they don't
It's
want
like the
people
Hunger
to
Games.
they don't want people to farm because farming's bad for the environment, so they just want people to live in like these cramped cities. Like they just want to separate all humans from nature and shove them into cities.
Yeah.
And have them
to save
what
nature.
Exactly
is
the same, but
about,
solar
like,
power.
wait
Exactly
a
the
second,
same, but
what-
wind power.
Yeah.
Why are cities not nature? What about cities is not nature? Like
They
I know
are, they
that's
are.
like a stupid thing to say, but what's different? Like how are these not?
That
we
was
are,
a-
we are
You're-
products of
a
nature,
Ulysses
and so
take
the
the
things
other
that
day.
we create are nature. Like is an anthill not nature? I don't know.
Yeah,
Also,
that's,
have you
I
ever
think
noticed
cities are
that
like our anthills.
They,
like,
they
have you
rely
ever-
on organizational processes is another thing you're trying to say, Sonny, in other words.
Mhm. So
Also,
what
have
I
you
want
ever
to do
Yeah.
right now,
Oh.
by the way, everybody, I want to introduce a new guest here. Zachary Waldman is coming into the stream right now, and Zachary is a professor at Parsons. He joined us on the UFO
Nice.
stream, and that was a lot of fun. So I don't know, Zach, how much you were watching of everything that has gone on so far as the conversation goes. Well, first, introduce yourself, and we'll go from there.
Got it. Dude, I'm so sorry for being late. So it is quasi-relevant in that, so I am upstate, I'm in upstate New York. By the way, I'm Zach Waldman, adjunct professor at the New School, futurist,
Ooh.
park creator, developer, multiple. I used to be a
Did you guys
nightlife.
get my application or?
Man, right?
I'm not joking. Did you guys get my application? No, I'm just kidding. No, but seriously, can you please?
Can you help me out? Help Sunny out.
Yeah.
Sonny,
Help
I'm
me
on
out too. I'm in that. Yeah.
But we're upstate, and my most recent obsession is trying to build communities that connect people to agriculture and a way of living that is, I think, undervalued in today's society. And I think
Oh, by the way, the mic's kind of far away.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Could you hear me? Anyway, so
Yeah.
No, I can hear you good.
we're trying to build a new model for communities. It's funny, I grew up in what might be considered, well, actually, I grew up in all the things: suburb, rural, and urban.
My screen.
And suburbs are really just a generation's utopian vision of what a post-urban life could be. And we are ready to create a new vision for what a post-urban lifestyle might look like.
I dig it.
Has to do with agriculture. But anyway, I didn't get to hear you guys, so could everybody just possibly give like a real quick intro to them? I'm sorry for being late. Or maybe you want to introduce.
Yeah, let's go through it.
Yeah.
Let's just go through it. Start with Gio.
Me?
Yeah, just reintroduce yourself for Zach.
Yeah, we were on that stream. Yeah, writer,
Yeah.
outsider artist, possibly maybe failed academic. Who knows? But yeah, on.
And then Serpent Mound.
I post fishing stuff on Twitter, esoteric stuff, outdoor stuff, nature stuff.
Steel.
Hello everybody. I'm Steel Archer. I run a show on YouTube called Detonation, where we talk about futurism, technology, geopolitics, finance, economics, everything. It's really fun.
Unchained.
Yeah, I also run a lifting Twitter account, post pictures of nature and all that kind of stuff. Kind of critical of technology. That's the perspective that I come from. So,
Verse?
I am a writer. I wrote about cryptocurrency, and I have a podcast where I bring on other writers from esoteric corners of Twitter and the like.
Mitchelson?
Well, I'm just kind of like a small Twitter personality. I just like talking about random things I read about.
And finally, Sunny.
Hi, my name's Sunny. I'm a raw milk advocate here in Berkeley, California. I go to UCLA, and I don't know. I think I'm gonna become a professor of archaeology. That's about it. Oh, and in my spare time, I'm a chicken farmer. So
Nice.
buried a chicken today. Yeah.
They fear the indoor chicken farmer.
Well, I'm not an indoor one yet, but maybe later I can. I got the whole raw milk thing I got to do indoors right now. So
I'm
not
gonna ask
good
my
'cause
friend
the
Alicia to
milk
come
thing.
on. She's got indoor chickens.
Very difficult to get raw milk right now.
So
My
I know
grandparents had
Lev and
chickens for many years. Yeah.
I know Lev and I haven't really been sharing the moderating so much, but I just do want to catch everyone up, especially if anyone's coming in now. We have 57 people watching. Different people are on different parts of the spectrum when it comes to whether they're techno-optimistic or techno-pessimistic. We have some people kind of in the middle. Just by a show of hands, who's sort of more on the techno pessimistic side? If you can't show a hand, you can just chime in after. Who's on the techno-pessimistic side? It's like Serpent Mound, it's Unchained, Geo. I don't know, Michelson and Cyber God. Are you guys on the pessimistic side?
No, I'm definitely an optimist. I just don't believe technology will develop in the way that that a lot of transhumanists seem to believe it will. Like, for example, the whole we're gonna get chips injected into us and we're gonna start replacing our limbs with robot arms. Like, it seems like to me technology tends away from invasive things. Like, we could have chips in our brains, or we could just have an app on our smartphone that does practically the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that was Michelson. And then Cyber God, where do you fall?
I don't know. I don't like techno.
Sure. And
Techno Satan.
Sure. And then
No, I meant wait. What are we talking about?
I mean, it's easy to pick up on your vibe almost just from the irony and snark, but I think it's a great addition to the conversation.
What?
But, okay, so who else?
This is please no drama.
No, I think this is the Clash. No,
Not anymore.
This is the Clash. But and then you're kind of in the middle.
Yeah, I'm in the middle in that I think that technology is going to progress in more transhumanist way, but I don't think that it's going to be hunky-dory. I think there's always a counterbalance for positive effects and the negative effects to go along with it. But I do also agree with that point about invasive technologies. I do think that as long as you can avoid invasive technology, we will. So there's kind of that.
And Unchained, you're on the pessimistic side too, right? Or were you in the middle?
Yeah,
sort of?
I'm on the pessimistic side for sure.
Okay, so that's sort of the catch-up survey for everyone watching right now.
I have to say that I think it's funny because I'm on one hand, I think that we are going to I think that we're in a simulation. And then on the other hand, I think that we are imminently going to start building simulations where we spend our time in nature. We have such a desire to do both. That is innate within us, this drive to further ourselves on the robot side, and then this drive to primitize us on the kind of animal side. And it's that kind of story that I think has played out over and over and over and over again in layers upon layers of simulations where it just ends up kind of merging and being used to do one or the other, right?
You know what's a funny point is that when Michelle was describing his position, it almost reminds me of the Cronenberg film Existence. I don't know if everyone have seen that, right? Where it's
I think I saw a clip of that on YouTube, and it was like a gun that had teeth in it or something.
Yeah. Basically, the techno simulation interface is biological, so they create these entities that can hook into your VR port, but it's organic, and it produces a simulation that you can't tell if it's real or fake, right? That's your basic tech dystopian. But no, a really funny point is that one of my favorite band of all time, Nevermore, they have a album called Enemies of Reality, and that's a line within the film Enemies of Reality, this corporation that controls this VR. So I'm thinking about that phrase, Enemies of Reality. I think that the transhumanist vision, from what I understand, is sort of a hostility towards a complacency of humanity. At least that's what they frame it, that it is our destiny as Faustian man to sort of strive and to create things that are inherently hostile to the current order of things. But I think that a lot of social analysis that gets taken up, it seems that we're neglecting a lot of things along the way. And even the point about alienation, we've been talking about this shit forever. This is basic Marxist 101 about technology will create, we will become the machines and we'll be alienated from our labor and so on and so forth. I'm not necessarily a Marxist, but I sort of sympathize with that view. But that's the thing. These questions are as old as time itself. The first dystopian novels were made in the 18th century, right? It seems that for some reason humanity we have a Faustian impulse, but we're always equipped to question that impulse. But it just seems that from our episteme and our time frame, it seems like that this shit is inevitable and that it will just take us over. And it doesn't matter if we, no amount of mental onanism will like get rid of technology subverting our place in the current order of things. But really, throughout human history, we've always had these questions. So I think that's pretty interesting. I mean, even, like Zach, he's from the New School, and they've produced a lot of literature of social critique of that manner. Not to like fanboy or whatever. But there's a lot of things I disagree with about the New School, but I think the vision is there, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, yeah.
I think that
I was just saying I gotta leave. So it's nice talking to you guys. But...
Likewise.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah, nice. This is great.
Seeing your name on a screen, it was really I didn't.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have a webcam.
It was great talking to you, but we have a couple of more people to introduce as well. So, and before that, I just want to ask everybody watching, please subscribe, go to our Patreon, patreon.com/11joules, and thank you guys so much for talking. You guys are amazing.
Yeah, we've really gone all in on this. This is not as sustainable as it seems from the outside. So if you guys like the show, we've been really putting everything into this, like 1,000%.
Definitely.
Subscribing, sharing, becoming a patron. Just $5 like really will help us out, or more. We have 2 tiers right now. Once we reach 1,000 patrons, we're gonna start giving 2.5% of all of our contributions to charity, like the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Traveling Stories. There's some game charities that promote learning and reading in various communities, and I think that's a big part of the mission of this show, which started as sowing discourse to elevate dialogue, strengthen communities, and bring people together. So yeah, anybody that really likes what we're doing, please subscribe and please become a patron. Thanks, because we really want to keep this going.
So we have people we're going to be introducing one at a time. We have coming up Drew Arnold, a surprise guest. I didn't know Drew was going to be able to make it to this one. We had an amazing episode with Drew. And he is a music video director. Here he is. Music video director, animator, artist, and monk, apparently, from the getup that I see in front of me here. But Drew, say a little bit about yourself first to the audience.
I think it's probably muted.
Yes, Drew, you gotta unmute yourself. Is your sound good? Okay. Yes, we're gonna give Drew a little bit of time to get in here.
Works.
But before that, there we go.
All right,
audio.
Hi, everybody.
Okay. Yes, we're gonna give Drew a little bit of time to get in here. Oh, you gotta shut off the volume. There we go. Connect right now. You are hearing
Sounds good to me.
You gotta shut off the volume.
Here we go. Is that working?
Yes,
Sorry,
it is. No problem.
I think the live feed started when I started this. So hi, everybody. My name is Drew Arnold. I work with technology in media. I've done a number of music videos and other sorts and bits that integrate technology, 3D scanning, motion capture. You could probably call me a futurist, but I also have a small farm that I have right now. I've lived on communes, yeah, I've worked a lot with virtual reality. I've done all kinds of installations in New York, from Museum of Sex, virtual reality themed environment, along with VR World, which was a large-scale VR attraction.
Very fun.
Yeah, so I get my hands dirty in a lot of things. I'm also avid meditator and into all kinds of other cosmic journeys that don't just involve technology.
Excellent. And the subject that we were just talking about was where we stand on the direction things are going in the future. Whether we accept that there's going to be this technological innovation that for some people they think that it's going to cripple us. And I didn't answer before like everybody else answered what their stance is. I want to take the time to answer it now, where I agree with what Michelle was talking about earlier. I think we can combine technology and nature together, but what I want to be careful about is having personal willpower be at the top, where I feel like a lot of these devices, especially early on, kids have these iPads, and it seems like they just get addicted to certain stimuli very early on without necessarily working out their brain otherwise. So it's kind of like you see people playing Candy Crush Saga on the subway. Even though they are working out certain parts of their brain, it still feels limiting to me, the experience that they're having in this world. So my hope is that we don't get into that state of just being these, these half robot human beings that can't exert their own willpower on reality and have it be done for them, kind of like Wall-E beings. But Drew, I'm curious where you personally stand on that subject.
This is my personal bias based on my own experience, but what I believe is that technology is just an extension, a reflection of what people know is in sort of like different realms, other states of consciousness. And if you look at how we develop technology, there's in my research, there's always a reflection of something that exists in some metaphysical book going back hundreds or thousands of years. And I think inherently we know certain systems exist, whether or not they are things that we that are tangible and we can measure, or we can perceive in some other way. So in that regard, I think humanity essentially is just trying to recreate some sort of consciousness that we already have embedded inside, even beyond our DNA. So with that, I think there are two things that happen. One is we give ourselves the capability to create and do, and the other one, we create systems that essentially control us in some way, shape, or form, because we have expectations that we're going to use those systems. So it's not just that we're creating technology. Like if we create a car, for instance, that's great. That gets us from point A to point B, but it creates roadways and rules that govern it. So therefore, we have to sort of fit into this. So, I go both ways, and I think governmental institutions are the same way. We can create systems, whether they're tangible or artificial or whatever. We can do the same thing. I mean, farming and all of that is essentially a systematized way of growing food. And I think most of the food that we grow has been hybridized over the course of thousands of years. So in effect, that is a type of technology. I think a lot of people who are farming won't say that they'd rather go back to sort of like a hunter-gatherer type of things. I mean, it's complicated and it takes a lot of land, and especially where we're at right now, we don't have the capability to do this. So, long story short, I think it's more about, how, and it sounds like everybody here is sort of on the same page. How are we using these systems, and are we using them to bridge the gap between us and our higher self, or something that we think is better to illuminate ourselves and our minds, or are we using it to essentially bridge into a deeper part of the system? With I always use virtual reality as sort of a segue into just like, we can see possibly, if this has happened before in some way, shape, or form, that humanity lived in some different state, and then we somehow got into these bodies. Well, you can ask the question why for hundreds of years, and I think it was. But I think we're at the point now where we can see that people are naturally drawn. People are getting into TV, radio, then TVs, then video games, and now virtual reality. And we can see this progression of humanity and our desires to be governed by some system. And because I think it both gives us the ability to control ourselves and the world around us, but to also let go and to ease our own control and give control over to some other mechanized method of governance. So, I think the long and short is, I think like we can dive into this and make ourselves better, but we can complicate our lives.
Zach?
Yeah, I guess my question was going to be, how do you think? Because I think we've all pretty much agreed that there's this like push and pull, like guiding us towards like the organic and the native or whatever towards the like higher technological, like do everything. So it's like the do or the have done for us, and that like that kind of thing. But the question is, do we make people go one way or another? And like, is there a way to make people go one way or another? Right?
Gio, what do you think?
Well, I was gonna ask Drew a question. And this is kind of a sensitive topic, but you mentioned you worked at the Museum of Sex in New York with the VR installation.
Yeah, I worked with them as an executive producer. I was independent, so I was they were a client of mine.
And no, but is that the one where it's like the VR thing where it's like you get to have the different experiences or whatnot? I think I know the one.
It was a 5-person multiplayer experience. So we had full body tracking, and essentially you were watching a virtual pole dancing, but it more integrated the people around you and a third person who was having it.
But my question would be that this is the type of stuff that I worry about, not just because of my trad sensibilities, but I think we have to really come to terms with VR technology in terms of the deepest and most intimate human experiences. One of the most intimate being sexuality. Do we want to have a society that uses VR to encourage various types of paraphilias, or does that not speak to a human need that is very in itself almost saddening in a way, that we have to rely on certain stimuli and certain escapisms through the somatized, sexualized body interacting with VR? I know that there's an argument for the possibilities, but where do you stand on that? Do you think that enables people to disconnect from each other in an intimate way, or is it something that can quote unquote liberate us? Me personally, I'm skeptical of the liberation. I'm highly skeptical, but I want to hear your take. I don't mean to attack you or anything, just I'm curious.
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes with any. I think people could use it as escapism, sure. I think with that particular installation and with what I was primarily focusing on with virtual reality was location-based VR, which meant you had to go out, you had to be present someplace, and you had to interact with other people around you. So, in effect, we were, even though we were getting into VR and we were putting the headset on, you were having a human experience because you took it off. You had other people, you got to react to them and all of that. I think with like sexuality and just the experience of living in general, there's two ways to look at it. You can be avoidant and search for escapes, or you can use the experience that you have, like I do. I'll say, I'll get in. Look, and a lot of VR producers, they don't actually do VR, and I rarely put a headset on. But it's fundamental to me understanding how, for me, the world works, how the larger world works. It's like we're creating systems, and if we can be, if I were to completely pull away from all of this, I wouldn't understand. I would only have a limited understanding of the world. And we can see this. I'm in the middle of Virginia right now. We've got a bunch of farmers here who have very limited stimuli, and they have a small radius. They have, and I don't want to judge them, but I imagine a lot of them don't have a very sophisticated worldview. It's very simple. That's just not what I'm interested in, and it may be what they're interested in. So I just think it's just, you can look at it both ways.
I'd be interested, by the way, in what Serpent Mound thinks of this. I know, Serpent Mound, you are more of a country person, like you live out in the great outdoors. You are the king of fish Twitter.
Thank you.
But
cultivating that magnificent physique.
Yeah, but at the same time, like I remember in I think it was Anna Karenina, there was a section where this one nobleman sat down with this Russian serf, who only knew like the country lifestyle, and he asked him like, "Hey, what do you think of this war?" And he said, "Well, I don't have to think. The Tsar thinks for me." And you are the complete opposite of that, Serpent Mound. Like, you have a lot of ideas about things, but how rare are you in terms of the people who you live around?
Oh, so there's two things, and let me get to the first one first. So you said, the Tsar thinks for me, and I actually think that I am that exactly, but from a different perspective. So I think that all of this, even this discussion we're having now, like technology allows for this complication of the human spirit to where we can just talk and debate and, you know, do all these things, but really what it comes down to is to an extent it's meaning. Like, why are we doing this? Why are we just growing? Why are we just advancing forever? What's the end goal? That this is something Evola talks about living with purpose. Yeah, it is. It's something he talks about, living with purpose. Like, if there's no reason for your existence, if you're not striving towards a definite goal, like, let's say, okay, so for example, like the Romans and people before them, I guess you could say any just pagan society or even Christian society, but they lived with a defined purpose. Everything they did was for a specific purpose, and whatever that is, you know, like okay, a good example is the Chinese, right? The Chinese dedicate themselves to the state entirely, and you could say that that's a negative, but in the end it makes them, you know, I'm pretty sure, I would assume that the average Chinese person is better off mentally than the average American, because at least they have something to, you know, dedicate their minds to. And with this, but the point I'm getting at is, with this unrestrained and unquestioned technological growth, we're just becoming, you know, a cancer cell. Essentially, we're just saying, okay, this is what we do. We just expand for what? What, you know, what's the purpose of a better computer? What's the purpose of, I mean, I don't know where I was going with that, but I feel like I got some good points across. And secondly, was the outdoor stuff, right? And the people that I'm around. And I can say, technology does the thinking for everybody. I maybe it's just me being, you know, hubristic and thinking that I'm better than everybody else, but I really do believe in the NPC meme. I think that, yeah, I think most people.
Well, can you explain the? I'm pretty sure 99% of people know what it is who are watching this, but for those who don't, how would you categorize? How would you explain the?
So NPC just in a video game means non-playable character. So essentially, just an algorithm that does it can only interact with you insofar as it's programmed to. It has no conscious thought behind it. It's an NPC, and the meme is just a gray modified Wojak, and it's like, this is what most people are, just
the platonic form.
Everyone's an automaton.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, right there. It's just the idea is everybody but me is a soulless, mindless automaton, and, you know, it has its ups and downs as far as like an ideological analysis goes, but I do think it's true, because I mean, you know, I don't expect everyone to like read Kaczynski, like, as much, or like read Bronze Age Mindset, like, as much as I tell people to. I don't expect people to, nor do I expect people to care.
Oh, and by the way, sorry to cut you off, but I want to bring in two people right now, and the reason is because you mentioned Ted Kaczynski, and I am bringing in Leonella Scannapieco, I don't know how to pronounce the name. Gio, you remember Leonella from last? I mean, Domenica from last time. And we're bringing in Leonella Shmakalova, Russian, just like me.
Yeah, but let me just finish my point. So I
Go
think
for it.
most people, so technology has taken care of our basic needs. Kaczynski talks about this. He talks about technology, once it takes away your influence on your own power process, you start to just rely on technology to provide everything, because you don't have the fundamental meaning of providing food, providing water, surviving. You know, you just live, you don't survive. And I feel like that is a major distinction. When you live, you just exist. But if you have to actually interact with nature to provide yourself with things you need to survive, it's a completely different way of thinking, of existing, of everything. And to me, I think that, I guess I just kind of made that conclusion, but like, that's what this debate is about for me, is, do you want to survive in a natural world as everything else does? Everything else survives. Everything else on Earth that is alive survives in context with everything else in its environment. So do you want to survive, or do you want to just live? And living to me would be defined as, I let the technological system provide all of my basic needs, and then I'm able to focus on more important things.
It's like what a Gombin called bare life, in other words.
Quick proviso. I'm sorry. If let's say we are in a simulation, right? Then the goal would be to build a simulation in order to kind of get onto that path. And if that's the case, it is truly actually it's the opposite of living, like you were saying, and surviving. It is in fact the evolutionary pathway to go from surviving to living to realizing that there's maybe some benefit to the survival understanding of the universe, and then applying that to a techno-futuristic end goal where we create another simulation and become the gods that we were created from. Because
But
that
why is that the goal?
because
Yeah, like why is that a good thing?
It's a big if. Big if.
Well, it's what Nietzsche said, man is a bridge, you know, but that doesn't mean that everyone takes the same path, right? I think a big part of life is that it's a journey. And it's like what Sam Harris said, you know, we live in a moral landscape. There's many different types of ways to live. No one wants a monoculture. At least I don't, right? And that's why I am very glad to hear Elon Musk saying he sympathizes with the anti-globalists, because we don't want everything to be homogenous. But I do think if you're looking at AI as a new nuclear arms race, and then you're also thinking about the existential implications of the rise of AI, the only reason I have confidence that AI isn't going to overrun us is because I do believe eventually, like, we will have symbiotes, right? We will have people who are hybrids who at their base, at their core, like maintain their mammalian and reptilian, you know, like brain, and it'll just have an external neocortex, or just like an additional neocortex on top of that.
But we already have that.
But what's
We're already there.
what's the goal, and why is this gonna happen? Like, what's the point of this happening?
I think the purpose of life is to live forever, and life doesn't care
Why?
if it lives. I'll tell you why. Life doesn't care. Life doesn't care if it lives on forever through different iterations of genes, or if it lives on forever in a gene that develops self-awareness enough to maintain itself. And as far as the why goes, it's sort of like asking why we're here. I take the Karl Popper position and understanding that that's actually a misconceived question, right? It's a language trap, because because it presupposes a why when it's just is. Like, it's not like, why am I here? I am here.
But Jules,
There
isn't
should
death
be a
fundamentally
why,
a part of
because-
life as well?
I think that's a
Yeah, like-
conceit. I think that's a conceit. I think it's a misconceived question and a conceit. And I think it actually is a language trap that like really confounds a lot of people and like gives them extra existential despair that they could just bypass altogether.
Well, okay.
Without sacrificing spirituality.
Let's say the opposite. Let's say the exact opposite of the situation you're describing. I think that we should destroy society and that everything should fall apart and that we shouldn't merge with humans. And I think it's going to happen. And I just think it's going to happen. And that's my proof. And if you ask me why I think that's going to happen, it's just a conceit.
Well, it could
What does
happen.
that-
No,
what
it's
is your
different.
point?
No, it's different.
How is that different?
Because one is a epistemological statement about the nature of reality, and the other is a forecast.
Well,
right?
But what you're saying is a forecast too. You're saying
No,
a
I
forecast.
said
You're
the
saying we're
purpose
gonna
of
merge
life.
with,
If you look at the
with
purpose
machines.
No,
How
I'm saying,
can you quantify the purpose of life?
No, I'm not quantifying it. I'm saying that's if you just look at it as an outside observer. Life.
How can I look
because
at
it keeps
life as
living.
an outside
It keeps evolving and living.
But
it doesn't care if it lives on through different iteration of genes. Like if I have a child and a grandchild, that's a version of life living forever.
Okay,
Well,
but
maybe
Jules,
let Sonny explain. Yeah, he hasn't. Or sorry, I'm sorry.
not a problem.
Sonny,
Well,
Sonny,
one thing I want to add quickly. There are certain things that we don't know beyond our own life what exactly is going to transpire. I happen to lean on reincarnation being a thing. I can't prove it. It seems to make sense to
Yeah,
me.
exactly. I believe in reincarnation too, like as a fundamental thing. So it doesn't really matter whether society we merge with robots or society collapses. I think it's just a dumb conversation in general. I think worrying about these futures is projecting our spirit into the future in the exact same way that people project themselves in the past and relive trauma. We're trying to relive future trauma that hasn't happened yet in this weird Euclidean manner with all this sci-fi shit and predictive programming. Let's just enjoy, I don't know, life right now. It's pretty good. I mean, things are probably gonna go to shit. So let's enjoy the Kali Yuga while we can. And there's so many ways that you can improve
Surf
yourself
the
to
Kali
be like a
Yuga.
happy person. It's not. I don't know. Who cares about the future? Who cares?
If you believe in
Really?
reincarnation, it makes a lot of sense that the collected epigenetic, like, accumulus of, thousands and thousands of run through this like thing that most likely ends in some dystopian future means that like when we do sci-fi and we predict that shit is going to get weird, it is because we know it is going to get weird because it has gotten weird before and it's going to get weird again. And like, I think it's like, I brought this up in the last time, but there's a professor at Harvard and MIT. His name's Alex Wisner-Gross. He's got a TED Talk that you can watch, and he has an equation that is like a E equals MC squared for the force of intelligence. And it's a very, very simple equation. And he basically says that about maximizing your future options, that like, and the interesting thing about that is that if you take that back to the very, the existence of something, anything that creates anything, like to maximize from nothing, the only way to maximize your future options from nothing is to create something that can create other options, right? So like by definition, if you find that this is the core, directive of our quantum cells and our quantum bits that, keep going over and over and over again since the beginning of the universe, which we know, by the way, right? We understand that to be true. But like we are literally just accumulation of stardust that has lived 1,000 lifetimes in every different formation. And you have to ask yourself, how did we go from a lifeless universe to this incredible abundance of life? And I think that he's an economist, and so he uses this to create an economic model of how intelligence works. But I think he may have like stumbled upon the actual answer to it all, which is that we are here to maximize our future options, period.
So I'm just gonna interject because I have a hard time when there's like when we take like this like a materialist view of like their universe and then like basically just overlay religious doctrine from other whatever. So I feel like I don't like the simulation theory because it's effectively just like reincarnation or whatever from
It's Vedanta.
yeah. And I don't like the standard transhumanism because it's effectively just like the rapture from Christianity. So I can't sit here and go, yeah, I mean, I do honestly do think we're heading towards like a transhumanist direction, but I don't think it makes any. We're not being intellectually honest when we just take like when we just take narratives that we already effectively believe in and just switch them into like a materialist like scope perspective, right? So in that sense, like to like Sunny's point, like we are when we're thinking about these futures, like we don't really know. We're just telling the same stories we always have, right? But and we're just ignoring like our present circumstances in order to like retrofit these stories that we already effectively believe in.
Well, I think to add to that, to add to that verse, I think like what Sunny brings up is a good fundamental point that is somewhat of a black pill is that we have a poverty of vision in general, just in terms of any type of futurism or dystopian literature, or what have you. I think that for every Huxley or Jules Verne that we remember, there's like dozens that we don't, right? Because the reality is that we can't account really for black swan events that take place in the future. I mean, just look at dystopian science fiction now. I mean, we think it's going to be like exactly like us, but in the future, like The Walking Dead. Like, oh yeah, of course, in the future it's going to be egalitarian and multi-ethnic or whatnot. It's like, you know what I mean? We like to graft our own presentism upon the past and the future, and I think that's like, that's somewhat suspicious to say the least, right? So
that's a good point. After
I
Drew,
would love to get a female perspective on this since we have two who have come in. Maybe we can hear from them.
Thank God.
Boy.
Well, Domenica, let's start with you. Just tell us a little bit about yourself and what you've learned today, also with that site I sent you.
Well, I guess to describe myself, I'm just an observer. I taker of information, I guess. I seek knowledge, and that's why I come to these. And yeah, Lev sent me this article on Let me just pull it up on the manifesto of the Unabomber.
Yeah, I got it right next to me.
Yeah, so I was just like,
I got my copy.
yeah, so I was like looking through this for like the past couple hours, and it's like, it's kind of scary how much it kind of predicted our society today in a way. But I guess like from, oh god, like what everyone was saying before about like society and reincarnation, it's a lot to take in from the first 2 hours. But
I understand. It's a lot. I understand, Toots.
And I'm a little bit green when it comes to stream, so it's like trying to get all my thoughts together. I'm on the spot now.
Well,
it's okay.
Leonella, what do you think? You've been silent over there. We don't see your face. We don't see your picture. Just the name. Are you there? Can you hear us? There is no response from Leonella. I don't know what's
Currently
happening
muted.
to that
Oh
screen.
no!
He's currently muted, it seems.
We're gonna try to get her back on, and Vedic Cyber God, you got to treat Domenica with respect. Domenica's a friend. She's nice, so be polite. Anyway,
I'm sorry. I thought I was being polite.
Oh wait, no, I didn't.
I don't know how to
I
talk
no
polite.
disrespect.
You didn't
I
say
just
that.
Okay, I have Asperger's. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Right, it's all good.
So what I wanted to get to was what Serpent Mound was talking about before, as far as there being these NPC people, and like I talked about in previous episodes, there does seem to be a hierarchy of consciousness, and I don't limit it to any particular group of people, but just in terms of, let's say, history, in terms of like going from the Bronze Age to now, if you look at Greek artwork, you would see people who would be much more puppet-like and propelled by the wills of the gods, as they wrote about, like in the Iliad, for example. But what's interesting is that in the Odyssey, you get someone like Odysseus, who is much more of a character, much more of a person than just somebody who's propelled by the will of the gods. So I think that there is a transformation that may have taken place over time. Julian Janes wrote a very interesting book about it, about there may have been a bicameral mind. So the brain was split, and people would have heard signals coming from the right hemisphere as if they were the voice of God or gods that were talking to them and giving them orders as far as how to act. And what I'm curious about is how many people are still within that same mindset, and how many have taken it upon themselves to see themselves as a human being. But another thing, how many of the people who see themselves as a individual human being are still following the same fucking trends and are being led to particular ways of thinking. And what I'm grateful for is that the people who I have here in front of me today, it feels like we are in the eye of the storm. And the storm is raging on, and there's a lot of confusion and chaos. But in this eye of the storm, we could kind of like chill out and relax and just figure out where we're going here. So anyway, I'm curious about Zach.
Wait. I have to go pick up some raw goat milk, but I just want to say one last thing.
Go for it.
When I talked about the maximizing your future options, the interesting way this relates to non-player characters, which is what you're talking about, is very simply this: how do we go from a lifeless universe to where we are now, right? And so let's say you start with a rocky planet, and you've got all sorts of chemicals flying around and gases and all this and heat and whatever, and that's it. That is life. And the question is, if that's all that existed, but it existed on a quantum level, saying to itself, I need to maximize my future options, how do you get from one way to another? And the answer is that like most things do just what they're supposed to do. They do just what the thing before them did. And they do it the same way. And they follow it over and over again, ad nauseum. People go through life not doing anything different, not changing anything, not taking place in the battle that's going on to move things forward. And then a few of them in every generation of everything are rebels, and they actively take like a part in moving them forward and changing and basically being like, fuck this, I'm not doing this anymore. I am moving on to the next thing. And it's everywhere, from sulfur vents, and sulfur vents were like, you know what, fuck this sulfur vent thing, I'm done with this. I'm becoming a single-celled organism. And then they were like, you know what, the single-celled organism thing is great, but like, wouldn't it be fucking great to be able to move around? And if I could only have like another cell that would help me move around, I could catch more food. And then all the way up to the fucking giraffe that was like, if I had a longer neck, I could like reach those things. And its quantum cells heard that. Its quantum cells heard the city directive of I need to eat those leaves. And they changed. Rebels came in and were like, fuck it, this is not the way to do it. We need to move our way forward. And so it's interesting because if you look how the universe worked out, like why do we love crystals? We love crystals because they are just special rocks. They are rocks that were like, fuck this, I'm not doing the normal thing. I'm doing the cool thing. I'm extending my consciousness. I'm gonna do something that is beauty in rock. And that's why we find them special. And it's how because like otherwise, do you really think that the whole evolution from nothing to where we are right now happened because like one white monkey found the other white monkey in the other end of the forest and they just happened to bang at just the right amount of time, and then all of a sudden you get white monkeys? It's outrageous to not believe that there's some sense of like purpose and directive to everything. And that's panpsychism. That's like real basic. But that explains your non-player characters. They're not non-player characters. They're just the ones that aren't playing. They're the same as all of us. They just aren't playing.
They're AFK.
So,
AFK. There you go.
So, is there a possibility that they could become player characters? Like they could awaken from
Totally.
the NPC to player characters?
And we can awaken them, by the way. That's the
Ooh,
more
I
interesting
like that.
So wait, hold on. We're all just going to presume that we're not NPCs here. I'm a little bit offended by this.
Maybe we start off with NPCs and then like something is an awakening that starts up our games up.
I don't know. I think it's more of an evolutionary thing where I'd flip it around and say that there is this great energy that is universal consciousness, and from there, you can only go down. So you can create some beautiful stuff while you're in this world.
You're saying it's like a fountain. Everything, all of life streams from like a universal consciousness of like a fountain that branches or goes out into everything, is what you're saying.
Yes,
it's very centralized.
But I think that there is also a willpower involved.
I agree with that.
Like, but it's not just like a fountain where the water droplets don't have a choice. Here, I think there is the combination of that and free will, where if you want to, you can actually ascend rather than descend. But it's way easier to descend than ascend.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
Yeah, you can mitigate your free will, and I think the way I see it with like the NPC thing, I just think of them as Hylics. There's Hylics, Psychics, Pneumatics. Pneumatics can like mitigate their free will between events, as in they can actually think and they can change what they want to do. People who just react on base stimuli would be the NPCs, the Hylics. They don't believe that free will exists. And I mean, if you go on Twitter, just look up search free will, you'll see tons of people, they don't believe it's real. And if you look at their profiles, it's all them talking about how they're like suicidal or how they can't. I cheated on my boyfriend.
Like other issues, like underlying issues.
No, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't think these people are conscious. I don't know. I don't know.
The Sam Harris
like
mindset,
me.
in other words.
Yeah, like these people just go on there and they're like, I can't stop cheating on my boyfriend. I just can't stop. I don't think
That's the issue.
The Reddit
That's totally
mindset.
the
The
issue.
Reddit mind. Yeah.
Reddit mindset.
Like it's not my fault. It's outlying sources.
It's not my fault. Yeah, free will doesn't exist. I can't help myself. I have a personality disorder. I'm just crazy.
I guess like more like a lack of self-ownership.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, exactly. That's what it is.
But this is the thing.
I think some people forever don't have any self-ownership. There is just a class of people that exist, and I think it's fundamental to civilization existing. Yeah, and they get over-socialized.
Kaczynski's
I don't know.
archetype.
By the way, you can be an over-socialized NPC and an over-socialized player. I don't think that, like, I think what you're describing are like kind of characteristics of humanity, and not necessarily a difference between being a player character. Like, just because you're lame doesn't mean you're not necessarily playing.
Yes, it does.
I think there's like I think like the point about like willpower, like free will. The word will is a quintessential part of that statement. Like you have to will yourself out of just entropic force. Like you're gonna, follow the river down the river of entropy down if you do not take action like outside of that.
But what's the purpose of that freedom, the purpose of that will? I think that's the fundamental question, because you can have freedom, but freedom can be condemnation. No, I don't mean to pull up the whole Eric Fromm thing, but it's true. I mean, people nowadays, I hate to say it, just don't know how to use that freedom, especially, right?
Well, Jack Parsons wrote a book called Freedom is a Double-Edged Sword, where one edge is responsibility. And if people don't use freedom responsibly, then they may become another mad scientist that wants to put something into the atmosphere to block out the sun.
So, Lev, let me say this. What does freedom mean in a technological world?
Oh yeah.
You have
choice?
you have no freedom in a technological world. They brought it up earlier. If you are in a technological world and you are a country that says I refuse to engage in this, you get steamrolled. If you're an individual that says, hey, I refuse to take part in this technological world, you get put in whatever prison, like you know, for doing nothing. But yeah, like you can't do it. Like you.
By the way, if you choose not to interact with the native world when the world is nativist, you die. If you choose, like, you know, like there, if.
But that's the thing. I think that's. But that's what Supermount's getting at. It almost reminds me of the Lewis Mumford essay. It's only 10 pages. I encourage everyone. It's called Authoritarian or Democratic Techniques. Now, I don't exactly believe in democracy, but what he meant is that the techniques of authoritarianism is that it compels you. So, for example, the automobile or advanced technology, it has a compulsory component to it because it has to sustain itself via a collusion of not a collusion, a coercion of people's labor and time and effort that you have no choice around. So, for example,
we see that as not nature. It is totally nature. What is a predator who eats a herbivore that spends all day chewing up the grass so that it can have energy that it just takes and you know, extracts from?
No, true, but that's the thing. But when you extrapolate. Exactly, but when you extrapolate, for example, the Colton in our computers that has to come from minds with children in Africa, like you start to think about.
And also,
things, right?
a prey animal can escape a predator. You can't escape technological society.
You
can. It's in your hand.
Well,
it's not easy.
I want to hear from Leonella. So we have not introduced Leonella into this conversation yet. Leonella, how are you? It's good to see you.
Hey.
So, have you been watching a bit of what was going on before you got here? A little bit.
I'm kind of catching up on what you guys are talking about.
Well, first, introduce yourself to everyone. Let us know.
Hi, my name is Leonella. I do a lot of VR development. I have my own company called btr-chat. It focuses on creating personalized educational programs specifically catered towards how people learn best. And Lev is a good friend of mine.
Cool. So, what is your thought on freedom from technology? You're in the technology world. Where do you think it's headed, and what do you think about the points that were brought up about how there isn't really that much freedom with the oncoming technological advancement?
Techno-optimism or techno-pessimism? Or in the middle?
Well, I think in the words of Team America, freedom isn't free. You gotta pay a fucking fee. On a more intellectual thought, I think it's interesting what they talk about in Buddhism, how you're kind of stuck in this cycle, and the only way to get out is to somehow figure out that you're in the cycle and break out of it. I think there's probably something there that's true and we can all learn from. In terms of technology, yes, it's very hard to break out of something like that. I think the only way that you can is to just make everybody smarter. You have to go beyond the curve of how fast technology advances. So if people have to catch up to that, and you can't just have technology taking over without you understanding how it works. The only way I think to do that is to create a technology that is specific towards teaching people based on how they learn best, and that way people can just make better decisions about what's going on during in terms of politics, science, the environment, how to improve their lives based on the society they live in. And overall, if we're a more intelligent society, then we will just be able to advance faster than we currently are.
By the way, Leonello, there's a bit of a problem with your audio right now. It goes in and out a little bit, so I'm not exactly sure what's going on. So let's see about that. But I don't know, the problem to me, like we were talking about before, is I wonder how many people are able to get to a level of education where they're actually able to acquire wisdom, as opposed to just jumping on a new bandwagon, considering themselves educated while still following the rest of the crowd. Like, is there always going to be like an 80-20 rule? I don't know, like, whoever wants to comment on that. Like, I don't know, Gio, what do you think?
About
whether we can get to a point where way more people are going to be able to be educated, or are we perennially stuck in some kind of like an 80-20 rule situation?
No, there will always be elites. And furthermore, maybe it's not such a good thing if totally the whole population was sort of woke to a lot of these new technologies. I don't envision a very good future with that. That's my opinion, though. But it's the problem, the quality of the elites, as I always say, is the problem. I think that if you have the satanic globalists that run this world right now, I think that's not a very good problem. And maybe we do need some form of mass education, at least to protect ourselves, sort of like a Second Amendment ideal. But other than that, I think if we had more an idealized future, then perhaps some form of elitism will always be with us, irregardless. So, yeah.
I also tend to agree that there's no escape from there being like an 80-20 kind of Pareto situation, especially when you have the situation where like the internet, where you have unlimited access to information. However, there's also distraction, and like to be productive and to create something or to do anything of value in the internet, when you have in the vast majority of the internet being some kind of distraction from that, it will naturally like create like a divergence between those people who are going to be productive and otherwise, and those who are going to get kind of consumed by the distractions. So it's unavoidable, especially in the modern era, regardless of how much information you have either. Like, because now we don't even have like there's like a credibility crisis to begin with now on the internet. So like, yeah, sure, you might be very educated, but in what,
Leonello,
post physique.
Post physique, exactly.
Post physique.
Yes.
Leonello, your thoughts on that? Do you agree, disagree?
On whether it's a good idea to make everybody educated?
Well, no, on whether there's going to be an inevitability that it's not going to work, or it's not going to work as we may think it will.
Well, I think that you can't figure that out until you first make people smarter, right? Like, it's when you already have become more advanced that you will find another solution. So right now, I don't think that there's anything really that can't be solvable. It's just that we haven't figured it out yet. And when you say that it can't be, you're just closing yourself off of any possibility of that being solved.
Oh, and by the way, you still have audio problems. I'm not exactly sure why it's going on. See if you can contact us through a laptop or through another...
Kind of goes like a rippling effect that I hear it as.
Yeah.
Let me get a different pair of headphones.
Okay.
Well, actually, if I can add on to Leonetta's point, like, I agree with her. Like, I think, like, the optimism factor in there, like, I think, having access to vast information, I think, the more access to information, and I think the encouragement of seeking out that good information will improve upon, like, society. And I had the point before, but basically, like, on intelligence, I think better access to it, and maybe it has to do with, like, internet algorithms, because I forget who made this point, that yes, there are distractions, but I think because sometimes, like, how it's in place, how it is, or how, like, maybe society kind of encourages going to those distractions instead of, like, going for, like, hey, we have this vast assortment of, like, knowledge, like, you have, like, access to, like, classes, online classes. It's like, maybe the encouragement of that more will lead to a more better like more people getting to that level, if that makes sense.
Well, we have somebody coming in right now who I think is a pretty good expert on that.
I gotta go, guys, so I'll see you.
Gio, thank you so much for coming. It was great.
Gio, great to see you again.
See you, bro.
So we have with us Gennady Stolyarov II, President of the United States Transhumanist Party.
Chairman
Wow.
of the U.S. Transhumanist Party. But yes, it's good to speak with you again, Lev and Jules. And I have seen Steel Archer on this live stream as well. So greetings to Steel. As for the other
oh
no.
Yeah,
on the
technology
stream,
is great, isn't it?
Yes. Now that has your brain.
I don't
microchip.
know just by looking at you whether you are transhumanists or anarcho-primitivists. So I would be curious how you would identify yourselves.
So, Serpent Mound, I think you're identifying yourself for us at the moment. Gennady, you're familiar with Uncle Ted's work.
Oh, yes.
Unfortunately, I think everyone is familiar with his work.
Well, what's your take on it, Gennady?
Well, I think Ted Kaczynski is the logical conclusion of anarcho-primitivist philosophy, which is why anarcho-primitivism is, in my view, foolhardy and dangerous. I cannot think of a strain of thought which is more diametrically opposed to my own, because I stand for the advancement of technological civilization. I stand for radical life extension. Here is the book that I published in 2013, Death is Wrong, the illustrated children's book on indefinite human life extension. Technology is our solution out of this dreadful predicament.
Do you believe in God?
No, I do not. I'm an atheist.
Get that out of the way.
So, yes, I'm an atheist, neo-enlightenment, rationalist, transhumanist. And you're laughing at this.
Laughter is a coping mechanism for things that make you uncomfortable, but I'm not sure how necessary it is right now.
Mm-hmm. You see, we came onto this world, we evolved with certain severe flaws. Indeed, Thomas Hobbes was right. The state of nature is one where life is solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. But we are rational beings. Fortunately, we evolved a pretty powerful brain and an ability to alter our external surroundings through the use of tools. And over successive millennia, over tens of thousands of generations that unfortunately have not gotten to where we are in history, we managed to scrape away at those limitations. And now we stand on the cusp of really being able to transcend them. Whereas before, humankind just had to cope with those limitations somehow and find a way forward through various myths or social arrangements or religions, now we can actually go for the big prize, which is overcoming death and disease, as well as the flaws of our own human psychology, and entering a new transhuman era, part of which is depicted in my Zoom background, which is a painting that I commissioned in 2017 called The City of New Anti-Death.
Gennady, hold on. So are you familiar? I think there's two different types of atheists. I like to categorize them this way. I think you have infinite jest atheists, like of the David Foster Wallace variety. And then I think you have alpha and omega atheists who have, in my opinion, more of a grasp of the nature of emergence. I think it's much more similar to agnosticism. And I think they address head on the question of why is there something rather than nothing, right? I think, have you ever thought about different categories like that, or is it all encompassing for you?
Oh, yes. Atheists are as varied in their views as religious people are. By the way, there's no direct correlation between atheism and transhumanism necessarily. There are religious transhumanists as well. I just happen to be an atheist transhumanist. But the common denominator that I have seen in these areas, on these questions of whether to embrace technological progress or reject it, is not so much atheism versus religion. It's more of a question of quo bias versus an awareness that the future past. And one can explain this historically as well. So over the course of much of history, most people lived lives where the backgrounds were fairly constant. So in the Middle Ages, if you were a peasant, it was likely that your father and your grandfather were peasants as well, and that your children were peasants. And the kinds of technologies that they used, unless they were elite tinkerers who might make little mechanical devices here or there, would also be pretty constant throughout the generations. There was change, but the pace of change was so slow that most people just didn't recognize it. And now we are in a situation where during our lifetimes, we can observe massive technological change. And unfortunately, culture lags behind technology. So culture hasn't kept up with this awareness. And that is a predicament of both atheists and religious people. So there are atheists who say, oh, we are all just stardust and we'll return to stardust when we die, and that's somehow a grand and noble thing. I disagree with them just as much as I disagree with those religious people who think we shouldn't be pursuing technological advances because it's somehow playing God or contrary to God's will. On the other hand, there are atheists who believe in the application of reason to solve human problems. This is a strain of thought that has been very much with us since the Renaissance and the Age of Enlightenment. And over time, as holistic explanations for phenomena were found, people drifted away from the supernatural explanations. But likewise, there are religious people with whom we can find common cause. Say there are Mormon transhumanists who believe that it is the goal of an individual to become more godlike, and one way to do so is by embracing technology, including the prospects for radical life extension. So I see it more as a matter of being able to overcome this status quo bias, and that existence always has to be the way it used to be or the way it is right now.
Well, guys, what do you think is the most dangerous thing for you about this overcoming? Like, what are the things that you believe would lead us into being in a state of slavery as opposed to a state of personal liberation from technology? Whoever wants to go. One at a time. One at a time. Okay, let's go. Verse, you go first.
All right. So there's the first thing that, like, in order to get to that point of like supposed transcendence, it's not like it's just going to be evenly distributed amongst everyone. Like, the only people who are going to get that are like a small minority, and I'm not even convinced that those people will be benefited from it, right? So, like, you know, as you get older, each year is a smaller fraction of your life, what have you, and then it feels like it's kind of going a lot more quickly. That is only amplified when you have indefinite lifespan. You're not really getting much bang for your buck despite losing your supposed humanity, right? So I don't think and I also, when you're in said transcended biological state, it's not like you're going to be freed from like society in any way. If anything, you're going to have a more intensive version of society, but now you don't have the limitations of like having to be able to die or like escape it anyway. You're forced to be in this like transcendent post-scarcity society.
It's like you're creating your own demiurge or something.
Yeah, you're creating a demiurge and you're going to be like imprisoned by it. It's kind of
What's that story called? I have no mouth and I must scream. Is that relevant at all?
Yeah, it's just like you're not doing nothing positive will really come from this that I can see, even if I do think it's probably going to happen.
May I respond to
sounds like the blind owl, like the blind owl story, or like the video game Vex, where you're sort of in a closed loop, right? Mm-hmm. That's the fear.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think you definitely don't want to create a Hellraiser situation or like that Black Mirror situation where that guy gets trapped in his own VR like prison.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is why there's also, when people start talking about sort of the different end goals, I think is not the best way to put it, because I think they're extropic goals, like they're piecemeal goals, because there's always going to be things you have to contend with in nature, and there'll always be more problems that you need to solve. Like no one's ever going to create immortality, right? I think that you have the people that are the mind uploaders. You have the people that want to do the shit with Theseus. You have the people that want to just like stay organic and just like go hard with the bioengineering and then just take their chances like free solo climbers, you know, when they're really thinking in terms of like 1,000 years or whatever.
And that's a good point, Jules. Nobody in the transhumanist community that I know of is advocating for forcing people to be immortal or indestructible.
Except
in
like
fact, as
BJ
Jules
Murphy,
pointed out,
who is ignoring us. BJ Murphy should be here.
Yes.
Well, I look forward to being able to converse with him if he does come in, because he is our director of social media for the U.S. Transhumanist Party. But suffice it to say, transhumanists believe in giving people a choice of how long they want to live, under what conditions, and part of that is morphological freedom, so the choice to determine in what form you exist to the extent that's technologically feasible, but also a choice of whether or not to embrace life-extending treatments. So there are going to be people who choose not to embrace these treatments, just like there are people today who choose not to embrace certain technologies. The Amish are actually not a perfect example because they do seek out modern medical treatment when they get sick, but they do reject a segment of 20th and 21st century technology. So nobody is saying their right to do so should be abridged in any way. Quite the contrary, transhumanists believe in the freedom of individual choice. Now, there are various other misconceptions that I would like to address. First of all, this idea that over time, the mind becomes more ossified or somehow less responsive to experience. That exists today because of biological aging. As the mind becomes more senesced, as the brain degenerates, it doesn't take in new information as much. It's not as neuroplastic anymore. If indefinite life extension occurs, you're not going to be frail and feeble and senesced all the time, because that's inherently incompatible with the goal of living longer. The only way one can live much further past the current documented maximum lifespan of 122 years is by becoming biologically and neurologically more youthful. So if you are neurologically more youthful, you have the brain plasticity of a younger person. And furthermore, neuroplasticity is not some phenomenon that decays at an immutable rate. It's a function of how you live your life, what new experiences you seek out. If you've ever been in a period of intense change in your life, time seems to pass more slowly because you're engaged in a lot more new types of activities, new experiences, new challenges. And that's even true today, unless one has some sort of degenerative brain condition. So I don't see how living an indefinite amount of time, if one pursues a life rich with experiences and one remains biologically youthful, would be in some manner a trap or stagnation. And people will have innumerable choices over how to spend that time. Even right now, if you think of all the literature that has been published and all of the new literature that gets published every day, thousands of books, and let's say you're a speed reader and you read one book per day, every day that passes, there will be more material that you haven't read than you have read. And that's just one domain of human experience. Imagine a world where space colonization is possible, or fully immersive virtual reality. And you get to choose which realms of experience to navigate. You'll never run out of things to do. And if you're not satisfied with some aspect of your life, you will be able to reconfigure it in a manner that will suit you to a greater extent.
So
why is this desirable?
Why is this desirable?
Why is this desirable? Why is this something that we should desire? Why do you think that death is bad? Why do you
don't
think
have
that life is
to.
suffering?
You don't have to want that. You don't have to.
You don't
But it
have
seems
to.
like this guy does want it.
I do want it, and I recommend
He wants it.
But I'm not going to force you. And that's the thing. Nobody is going to force you, but it should be a choice.
I mean, you
And-
are forcing us because the manner in which that it takes to actually achieve this goal is essentially strangling the earth to such a degree that you might as well just, you know, send people into fucking incinerators and just kill them off like one by one and just start, you know, throwing oil everywhere. And
Could
just,
you explain that
no
more?
regard.
Could you explain that more? Could you explain that more? How you come to that conclusion?
Because the end game of this is having billions, trillions of people and just fucking over the earth.
You're talking about
So
a one world government scenario?
Yeah. That's
so
what the end
what
game
about a
of this is.
localist? What if it wasn't a one world government scenario? What if instead, so Yuval Noah Harari says he sees the future as either all the nations are competing strongholds or we have a new one world government. I think that's a false dichotomy. And I also think it's perverse language. I think you could have nations not as competing strongholds, but as nodes and quench points in a global network, more like a free market. And so if we look at how the Constitution was designed as a decentralizing document, and we look at what the purpose and intention of state rights is, if we have a localist movement in the directions that Gennady is talking about, people can vote with their feet. You know, like people might leave California and go to Texas. People might, you know, go where these things are not as popular. But the problem, I agree with you that there's this problem of federalization, and you could like pin it on Alexander Hamilton, right? Who basically was one of the biggest advocates of federalization.
But Jules, there's another
we
problem
need
here.
to break this centralizing force, like Ted Kaczynski says.
Technology
But what
is
Ted
a
Kaczynski
centralizing force.
conceive of
exactly
are
we gonna
decentralizing
achieve this
technologies.
transhumanist goal? How are you going to achieve a transhumanist goal without centralization? How is California Free State going to be fucking mining asteroids or having a colony on Mars without people just nuking each other?
No, you get rid of.
You need decentralization to approach toward the transhumanist goal. In fact,
the decentralization is the best bet.
Right.
It's the old people like getting their.
You really
fourth
think that
heart
people are just
transplant,
gonna
like Rockefeller, who want to do the big tax unilateral move? Right? I think it's the nihilists. Like when Bill Gates says he's for the estate tax, I don't think that's a morality thing. I think that's a nihilism thing, because certain people where you are on the totem pole means you get to control the coin purses of government. So if you're listening to Bloomberg saying how, well, China's not really a dictatorship, meanwhile, Lev and I are talking to his economic advisors at a cocktail party, and I'm saying, like, why is he saying it's not a dictatorship? And he says, well, it's really a kleptocracy. So if people are basically playing into the hand of this corporatism, this crony capitalism, this fascism light, right? Like, it's because these old people that are kind of thinking about this stuff that's not on the menu, and they're going, we can't massively distribute this stuff. So they see themselves in this psychotic Malthusian Thanos scenario. Instead of bringing out the OG Tesla tech and doing the opposite, when you snap your fingers not to wipe people out, but to double the resources. And the only way you can do that is decentralization. But it takes all the power away from people at the top, and people don't trust our behavior, because we also have a mental health epidemic. So there's a lot of stuff going on.
But realistically, who do you think is going to
One at a
get?
time. Verse.
Realistically, who do you think is going to get the transhumanist technology first? It's the people who are the billionaires. That's
exactly.
That's fine, though. But as long as the communist scheme brings it down.
Okay, one at a time.
Okay, so think about cell phones. Think about cell phones, people. In the late 1980s, these huge, bulky bricks of cell phones used to be status symbols for multimillionaires, and only the very rich.
They give you radiation, and then they spy on you.
Right now, a subsistence farmer in sub-Saharan Africa can
be spied on by the NSA.
That's better cell phone than these multimillionaires had with their brick phones in the late 1980s.
Why is it?
Is that what life is about?
So
Gadgets? Is that what it's
I
about?
want to teach
For
Africans
luxury
how to program JavaScript.
But
yes.
Can I just respond
I
to the cell phone point
actually
real
know of efforts to teach Africans how to program in various languages.
I want to hear about that. I want to hear about that.
Yeah.
Wait,
So
before you move on from the cell phone point,
there's an individual named Kelvin Ogba Dafiagor, and my friend Steel Archer interviewed him. I had the occasion to attend a virtual conference with him in April. It's the Transdisciplinary Agora for Future Discussions, and he is known as the AI evangelist of Africa. He's one of the most passionate advocates of technological
Sounds like a
progress
great
in the world
man.
for me. And he runs a coding academy in Nigeria, even though sometimes his students don't have access to reliable internet connections. He still teaches them code. Sometimes he even teaches them programming languages using pen and paper, but they do learn, and he gets outstanding results. And
Wait,
this is an
before we-
example of an individual who lives in a country with inadequate infrastructure, who sees what we have in the West and who sees what they're missing over there in Nigeria. And he wants this technology. He wants the technological advancement. The people who are living in societies that are closer to the anarcho-primitivist ideal are realizing how destructive and how damaging and how
No, they
full of
aren't.
suffering
Andamanese
lifestyles
Islanders are living in the Sentinelese Islands and they're fine. There are uncontacted Amazonian tribes that are living just fine. I don't know what's the point.
Before we move on from
Do these people want cell phones? Do these people want to be subsistence farmers? Like, what do you think these people want to go ride spaceships and fucking mine asteroids? What's the end game? Why is this something that we want?
If they had the opportunity not to die of some horrid
They
tropical
do.
They
infection,
had the opportunity and they killed the guy that put
Yeah.
because they're superstitious and they believe the
That's
guy
the
who
way
went
to-
to
So they're
cure them is
dumb
a witch.
niggas. They're just
They're just
dumb
dumb.
little
Just
bros.
One at a time. Hold on,
I really
one at a time.
having a hard time hearing.
I want to address several other misconceptions here. First of all, this whole idea that the destruction of the earth will be caused by too much technological advancement. It's quite the opposite. The greatest sources of pollution are the most primitive forms of energy. In countries where they don't have an advanced Western-style energy infrastructure, they
What about
burn
the
dung,
sun?
they
What
burn
about the
wood,
sun?
and dung and wood are far greater pollutants than coal. And
No, they
even
aren't.
now, the only way
No,
to
they aren't.
resolve the problems of climate change is through further technological advancement. Solar power is
change isn't an
becoming
issue.
cheaper than coal.
Wait,
Nuclear power, hydroelectric power, geothermal power, all of these are options, but they need to be
We're never gonna
developed
solve
through the
cold
progress
fusion,
of
bro.
technology.
It's a
We
myth.
cannot go back, we must go forward.
Wait, okay, before we move on from this point about like the cell phones, because I think that is kind of a red herring for a second. We're talking not about just like trinkets, we're talking about like life extension technology such that billionaires could theoretically live indefinitely. If these people are like the malicious entities that you're making them out to be, why would they ever give you the opportunity to catch up?
I'm not by any chance. I'm not by any stretch of the imagination characterizing billionaires as a group as malicious
No,
entities.
I'm saying
I
like
reject
even two.
class
Let's say like
warfare.
even two. Let's say
Right.
like even two
So-
bad ones.
And so-
exist.
and
think
hold
about
on,
this.
Gennady.
They will be in a situation where they have unlimited leverage to do whatever they want. They will never catch up. It will never be the saving technology that you think it would be.
In Africa, they were able to leapfrog ahead because of their lack of infrastructure. So they never had like telephone cables going through connecting everyone.
Yeah, they did.
Sure,
They
but I'm
just
not
went
gonna
straight to cell
They
phones.
did. The British put telephone and cable lines.
You have
and
nine.
railways
You have about 1 billion people in Africa, and
Okay.
whatever infinitesimal percentage of them like had telephones, whether they were the kings over there or whatever they have,
Okay.
But we're not talking
basically
telephones,
everyone now has cell phones over there because they were able to leapfrog due to their lack of infrastructure.
Yeah, but listen, we're talking like
Where do they
power
leap from?
and exponential growth. If you have exponential growth and years of like an extended life, like it doesn't matter if I give it to everybody. If I have like 20 years or 100 years of like a head start, you're not catching up. There's none of this is like this like transhumanist power would never be evenly distributed.
You're assuming that previous accumulations of power are more lasting than new and disruptive innovations that allow for shifts in the social order. In fact,
maybe
if you
four
look at
people
who are the billionaires today, who are the billionaires
Jews.
today? They're people like
Jewish people.
Larry Page, Sergey Brin, Peter
Rothschilds.
Thiel, Elon Musk. Most of them were not billionaires in the year. Most
Jewish
billionaires
bankers.
today are self-made. And by the way, I completely reject anti-Semitism.
I'm not an anti-Semite. I'm a philo-Semite. I'm actually Jewish myself. I just noticed that all my peeps are in government, and I love my peeps. You know.
Well, hey, most
Rockefellers
billionaires
aren't
didn't go
Jews,
to
right?
college. Just throwing it out there.
It's
Most
not,
billionaires.
but here's the problem. The people who are alive today will likely be alive to see this extension technology. So like it doesn't matter. Like
so.
Wait. By the way, guys.
Let me point this out. I think this is really important. We are wealthier right now than John D. Rockefeller was, and we are wealthier right now than Steve Jobs was. Lest
By
you think
what?
I'm
Our
talking
currency
about
isn't based on anything.
No. I'm not
Based
talking
on
about
how convenient our lives are.
We are wealthier than John D. Rockefeller and Steve Jobs because we are alive and they are dead. The mere fact of being alive puts us on a qualitatively higher plane in terms of wealth than the people who are not alive. Because the people who are not alive, they can't do anything.
Okay, guys,
right now.
all right. Hold on one second.
They are just
Everybody.
Well, I have to disagree with a little bit here. I don't think that people who died can't do anything because they contribute a lot to history, and if we don't study history, we're doomed to repeat it. So we have a lot of lessons to learn from people who have died. I think just because they're dead doesn't mean that them as a lesson and their lifestyle ends right there. I think that's an unfair statement to make because of the fact of we need history. We need that.
Wait, by the way, for those who don't know, Kristan, sorry to cut you off, but I want to introduce you to everybody. Kristan T. Harris is joining us here. Kristan, tell us a little bit about yourself.
There's not a whole lot to know about me, but I'm here to have fun with you guys.
Rundown live. Infowars Light. Cited in censored government material. He sends me his little bibliographies. He's a very good journalist. He'll go down any rabbit hole, so he's very thorough.
And the guy with the Russian curse word as his username.
Some holes I just won't go down. I just want to make that.
And the guy with the Russian curse word in his username says, "Is Kristan based?" I think Kristan is very based. But by the way, Serpent Mound, you were raising your hand earlier. I want to get back to you.
Based on what?
So Serpent Mound?
Turkey?
Yeah, based on.
Yeah.
Serpent Mound, you had a point you wanted to make all this time.
I don't even know. I'd have to go back. It was forever ago. I don't know. I remember what it was. So you're talking about like burning coal. You said like the only way out of like energy crises is more technology. And I just want to ask, is the natural sunlight processing of a natural ecosystem with no technology whatsoever, is that more efficient than technology?
No, because it creates innumerable suffering. Keep in mind, first of all, 99.9% of all species that ever existed are now extinct. Second, among those species that do exist, it's a constant struggle on the barest edge of survival.
That's
Malthus,
what we brought that up.
And that's fulfilling.
So Malthus was wrong in his characterization of human civilization, but he was wrong precisely because he was accurate in his characterization of the unaltered natural world. So he was studying the reproductive patterns of various animals, and he realized, well, they outnumbered the carrying capacity of their environment because the growth of food resources is linear and the growth of populations is exponential. What he didn't recognize was that technology, one, could alter the ecosystem to provide for an exponential growth in various resources, including food, hence the green agricultural revolution of the mid-20th century. But also, he didn't realize that the human technological civilization also radically altered reproductive patterns. So has been shown. It has been shown.
The use of atrazine?
The use of what?
Atrazine? Do you support the use of pesticides, fertilizers, monoculture crop farming?
I think generally pesticides and fertilizers have been more beneficial than not. Obviously, they need to be used carefully with regard for human health, and genetically modified crops actually can be a solution to some of the deleterious side effects of pesticide use. If you create
technology
genetically modified
solves problems created by technology, basically.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
what
but
I'm saying. The technology creates these issues. It makes the need
Externalities.
Yeah.
Yes, they can't be
but
predicted and managed.
each iteration of technology brings about lesser and lesser problems. We go from the state of
I
By
nature
what metric? By what
where people
metric?
are
By what
struggling on the barest edge of survival to a situation where people are afraid of getting
People who
cancer
live
in their
survival
70s
to
because of
survival are
pesticides.
happier than people who don't have anything to do.
People who don't have anything to do are boring people. This goes back
That's
to the
not
old
what I'm
adage.
saying.
the only people
I'm
who
saying
get bored are boring
Andamanese
people.
Islanders and Amazonian like tribesmen. They're happy. They're very happy.
No,
they
they're
don't
not.
want. They don't want. What does that mean?
No, they're
They're not happy.
They're
How do you
content.
quantify
Hold
that?
on. You guys
They're
are
not
talking
happy
over
because
each
they don't
other.
They
have
don't kill
porn.
themselves.
They don't
They
have.
don't
They
have
can't gamble.
antidepressants.
They don't shoot themselves in the head. They don't kill themselves. They're very happy.
Neither do
They
most
live with
people in the
nature.
Western world.
A
Just because they
growing
don't
amount.
kill
A
themselves
growing
doesn't
amount.
mean they're not engaged in a life or death struggle all the time, and they don't
Yes, they
die
are.
of some horrific diseases in their teens or 20s. There have been stories of anthropologists visiting some of these remote tribes, say in the Amazon, who have never come into contact with Western technology, and they form some relations with the natives. They think, oh, these are good people, essentially. They're an interesting culture. Let me come back and visit in a few years. And they come back and visit in a few years, and virtually everyone they had met during their prior trip are now dead. So much for their happiness and contentment when they die within a few years.
But
So
why does death mean they're not happy? I mean,
Okay,
I guess
guys,
you don't
we're
believe in
going
God.
kind of in circles right now. I don't think we're going to be
Full
able to solve this. I think
No,
Gennady-
hold on. That's not that's the wrong thing to say. That's the wrong thing to say. We'll keep talking about
No,
it.
we'll keep talking about it, but I wanted to get to Drew Arnold. Drew, you've been silent all this time. I want to get to you. What do you think?
We need an outsider's perspective
Yeah.
here. What's going on?
I think fear of death is overrated. Look, I mean, we're this may be a little bit controversial, but when we talk about creating systems, we run into bloatware constantly. It's in our DNA. It's in every system that we create. There's no way around it because new iterations need to be created every single time. So look, I'm a transhumanist, but I'm a non-materialist transhumanist. In effect, when we start building new technologies in order to change or modify something, we run into the inherent, and by the way, this always happens. There is no question when there are improvements made to a system, it creates bloatware. We see this all the time. You know, everybody's familiar with bloatware here. We're not going, and we never will create a perfect system. It's not going to happen. So I reject the materialist transhumanist, this preposterous syndrome of the mind that is both fearful of death, which it shouldn't be because it is literally just the death of the human body. It is rejection of the higher state of consciousness, which we are all a part of, whether you believe in God or not. There is a force that runs through all consciousness here, whether it is these beautiful crystals that people talk about that grow out of the earth, or in a more complicated structure of the human mind. So, look, you know, I think we, you know, the bigger topic here has been about systems and which systems we prefer. Ultimately, I think, and I gravitate toward more of like understanding what I think some people would call samsara, which is the conditions that keep us reintegrating into cycles, whether our personal cycles or other cycles. And I think fear is taken advantage of, fear of death is taken advantage of by commercials, by people who want to sell us something, by people who create new technologies as a way to say that you can have a better existence. In fact, we have never seen a better existence. The life expectancy does not go up because with thousands of years ago, hundreds of thousands of years ago, people were living into their 70s and sometimes 120 years old. And you can look into biblical texts, you can look into Brahmic texts. People were living to be around 120 years old. And what, thousands of years and much modernization and trillions of dollars later, where have we gotten? We can live to 120 years old. The only thing that we have done is very, very basic. And this is in terms of pushing forward the average lifespan, which I think we're talking about when we talk about the lifespan in general, understanding basic medicine. And that's the only thing that has taken us to the average lifespan of 30 years old to 75 now. So look, and that's just basic knowledge, and we've had it. And it's only spread. So I think, like, look, technology is great. We're able to spread information between people, and I think we all have access to the basics. And I think that we can talk about getting back to the earth. And if people want to try to live forever, great, good on them. It's not going to happen. Good luck.
Well, I disagree with that because, first of all, we haven't had that much time for
Then do
scientific
it. Show me.
medicine.
That's all there is. Show me.
Okay.
Do it.
1,
2, 3,
it
go.
will happen. It will happen within the next 20 years. That this
They've said that. They
historical
said that
maximum
100 years
need
ago.
will be
I've seen
transcended.
documentaries from the 1920s that say that the lifespan of humanity is going to reach 200, 300 years old. I can send them to you. You hear it all the time. Good luck.
Yes, but they did not have the level of scientific advancement that we have now. Keep in mind, modern medicine is still in its infancy.
They'd jumped in light years of technology.
Right. So the
They
germ
saw
theory
more of
of
a
disease.
technological jump than we ever will.
Okay, the germ theory of disease is only 150 years old. The first artificial pharmaceutical, which was Bayer aspirin, was produced in 1910, so it's only 110 years old. The discovery of DNA occurred in 1953, so my friends, is 67 years old.
Okay,
so
Serpent
we
Man, let's go to Serpent Man right
we
now.
have made tremendous progress, but we still have a long way to go. What I am saying is we are on the cusp of a revolution in genetics, in nanotechnology, in biotechnology, in personal medicine, and in artificial intelligence. And the convergence of these advancements is going to result in an exponential improvement in the capabilities of the medical system to keep us alive longer. You're correct that a lot of the increases in life expectancy have been due to advances in basic sanitation, the understanding of the germ theory of disease, a reduction in conflicts occasioned by higher material standards of living.
Gennady, I'm sorry to cut you off, but Serpent Mound's been waiting. I wanna get Serpent Mound, and then we can keep going.
I just had 2 points right off the bat. One, why is this generation, my generation, the first one in a long time to have a lower life expectancy than any generation before it?
So first of all, that lower life expectancy.
Second of all, like aspirin is made from the bark of a willow tree. People have been using that for hundreds of thousands of years. There's no, like, you didn't invent aspirin. You didn't invent a lot of modern medicines. You just fucking trademarked them. Found a way to mass produce them and trademark them. And modern medicine isn't a good thing. Modern medicine is not a good thing. Modern medicine.
I completely disagree. It's life-saving. But let me answer your question. Let me answer your question about life expectancy first. So the decrease in life expectancy observed in the United States, in the US specifically, during the middle of the 2010s was a phenomenon that is confined to a particular demographic, which is middle-aged Caucasian male Americans primarily. And there were several causes to this. One is the opioid epidemic. Now, I would agree with you, opioids are a medication that has been abused and overprescribed to people who didn't need them. And then the addictions that created downward spirals. And that was also combined with the fallout from the Great Recession, which caused a lot of joblessness and disruption of the economic prospects of people in midlife who were very much invested in their occupations. So these are so-called deaths of despair. They're driven by drug abuse, alcoholism, suicides, various suboptimal social conditions, but it doesn't have to be the case. If you're not a middle-aged Caucasian male who suffered involuntary unemployment from the Great Recession in the United States, life expectancy did not decrease.
Do you
So
think?
that's my answer
Do
to
you
that
think
question.
that? Do you think that primitive people would kill themselves in the rates that we have now? And if not, why would they?
Well, animals in the animal kingdom do this. If you look at the runt,
They kill themselves.
Yeah,
Mostly
you do. If you
dolphins.
actually look at the runt in certain wild animal bands, they abuse and bully the runt to the point when, on many instances, it kills itself.
Well, that's like a Spartans type thing.
That
So-
actually is common.
Yes. There's a reason why so many religions throughout history developed very strict taboos against suicide. They didn't develop them out of the blue. They developed them because this behavior, unfortunately, is one of the evolutionary flaws within the human psyche, where under certain conditions, certain people who don't feel themselves to be optimally adapted to their environment experience these thoughts. And nobody said that evolution was optimizing any being for any environment. Evolution and natural selection essentially say what survives, survives. And you could be the healthiest, fittest, most intelligent creature of your kind, but then you're running around and there's a jagged rock, you trip on it, you fall, and you have a sufficiently severe injury and you die. That's evolution for you, and you don't get to pass on your genes. That is a cruel, it is a callous, it is an immoral system. And
How
we
is
need
that
to
immoral?
replace
That's how life is. That is
that
reality.
is
You are fighting against
horrendous.
reality.
Each individual, each intelligent individual is an irreplaceably precious internal universe. You lose that life, you lose that universe. And so evolution, by working to exterminate not just the overwhelming majority of individuals who ever existed, but the overwhelming majority of species that ever existed, is essentially a massive butcher. And we, as rational moral agents, need to replace this heinous, quote, natural order of things with something more humane, with something more ethical, with something more respectful of the individual universes.
Where do you
within
get
each
morals
of
and
us.
ethics from?
So something that caters to pussies, essentially.
Yes.
Morals and ethics are derived from life. So life is the standard of value. All
So God.
value is with respect. No, not God. The individual living rational being is the standard of moral value. So I am my standard of moral value. You are or should be your standard of moral value. And the ethical system we arrive at needs to be one that respects each of our rights to exist. We do not require an external justification to exist. As Ayn Rand said, I require no warrant and no sanction for my life. I am that warrant and
yes,
that
Ayn
sanction.
Rand.
The fact that we exist is sufficient justification for us to continue to pursue the perpetuation of our own existence. And the moral society is one that recognizes everyone's right to exist, because any principle has to be universalizable. So any social
can it be
order needs to
universal
set up
if there's-
rules and boundaries. We have systems of laws, we have systems of rights, we have systems of governance. Hence, I'm not an anarchist, because we need some sort of system of governance to make sure that people's right to
But
exist.
life is
and
already
to
the
pursue-
governance, isn't it?
I think morality does come from God, but I think that it doesn't necessarily come from dogmatism or like from biblical or old religious texts. If you look at vampire bats, what if they all go out, they feed, they come back. If one comes back and wasn't able to feed, the other bats will regurgitate to help it. Now, if that one in a different scenario doesn't contribute, where there's another bat that hasn't fed and for whatever reason it's not contributing, the bats will turn on it and let it starve to death, right? So they have an instinctual morality. If you look at how animals operate, like, I fully believe that animals have morality in thriving social environments. If you look at the most social animals like dolphins or peacock spiders, cats and dogs, they have moral systems. They're just not as intricate and complicated as ours, but their morality comes from God just the same.
By the way, guys, we have a comment from Moombaji. I feel sorry for the girls. They seem very bored. Let Serpent speak.
Ooh.
So
she seems to be.
There's
now
females,
before
on the show with us here. I didn't even know that, huh?
Before we get to Serpent Mound, I'm curious what Drew Arnold has to say about where his morality comes from.
What do you mean morality?
Well,
I would define morality as the aim to maximize the well-being of conscious creatures.
Nice.
Well, do you see it coming from a higher power, or do you see it coming from, as Gennady says, from your own person?
I mean, morality is, there's no such thing as morality because it's not universal. Nobody can agree on what morality is, so it's constructive.
I believe Genghis Khan was a moral man.
People do what they want.
Yeah, me too.
Morality is literally a code in order for you to do what you want. And not to say that people should always do what they want, but I think morality is a distraction for enjoying life. So
would it be like a form of socialization, would you say?
Well, I think it's just sort of a certain proceduralism that people create in order to dictate terms of engagement. So, look, I mean, I think the term morality is a little bit artificial. I just think it's literally just a system that people use of self-governance. So, I don't personally believe morality is a thing. Like I said, I've never been able to get two people to agree on morals. So,
well, isn't morality just the distinction between what is right and wrong and what is good and bad behavior? I mean, isn't that what it really is? Because that's a Webster dictionary, I believe, definition on that. If that's the case, I think morality should be very important, and it's really intertwined with religion and philosophy. I think those two things are really tied together, in morality and religion, whether it's Christian or non-Christian, or if you're atheist, even if you're Satanist, there's a level of morality written in your code, and there's societal morality, and then there's individual morality. So I guess it all comes down to what we picture the type of individual we want to be. Do we want to be a societal morality and have that, or do we want more of the independent freedom? And what's good for me is good for me.
So there's a lot that I agree with you on, Kristan, in terms of morality, and primarily the reference to good or bad behavior. Morality is primarily about what you do, not even what you espouse as your worldview. So I'll make a further bold claim. I think practical morals, everyone on this stream agrees with one another on about 99% of matters. It's just those aren't the 99% of matters that we're discussing.
I don't think
even the anarcho-primitivists, because you're not waging war.
I'm not an
You're not swinging
anarcho-primitivist.
battle axes. You're not swinging battle axes right now. So clearly, we've come to some sort of set of basic social norms that we're all adhering to, even if we strongly disagree on certain matters. It's just when we're talking, we emphasize the points of disagreement more so than the points of agreement, because the points of agreement are largely mundane. So to say that people don't agree about morality, they disagree about the 1% of morality, which is a bit more sophisticated to articulate. So different people form different mental frameworks for these concepts, and sometimes speak in different language, but you need to look at what people actually do in the real world.
Well,
there's more than one way
to towards transhumanism, though, when we're looking at things that are moral or not, because I think this discussion in the science community is lacking very heavily, because they believe that the ends justify the means, and the whole laws, none of the laws are catching up, and we're seeing a encroaching technological environment where technology is basically not good or bad. It's in the eye of the beholder, whoever holds the technology and wields it, and how we use it. So the question is how are we going to apply morality and be able to reel in these scientists who are doing things that might have been atrocious even in World War II, but yet they're okay just because CRISPR gene editing can make a centaur baby cute little animal. Should we do it? You know,
I don't think they need to be reeled in. I think they need to be liberated to innovate. If they had been liberated to innovate, COVID-19 would have been a blip on humanity's radar screen because we would have had vaccines. We would have had age
That wasn't the
reversal.
product of anything.
That wasn't a bioweapon or anything.
No, COVID-19 was a naturally occurring mutation. I'm
Prove it.
sorry.
You're sure about that?
All of
You're sure about
these
that?
conspiracies- All of the conspiracies about a lab-made origin are completely unfounded.
Why are you
without
calling it a
any sort of
conspiracy?
Founded?
How is it unfounded? Just prove it.
There's no evidence. No. I
What
am
do you
not
mean there's no
obligated
evidence?
to prove a negative.
You
Extraordinary
are
claims require
obligated to, because I'm telling you that you
evidence.
are. You have to do what I say because I'm telling you what to do.
No,
I'm telling you to prove it.
You don't have that. You don't have
We
that.
don't have the same morals. You were just saying that we have the same morals. I don't believe that we have the same morals. I'm telling you.
We don't have
prove
exactly the
that
same
Wuhan was not a virus made by the Chinese. Prove it.
morals. But the fact that we're not swinging battle axes with one another right now.
I would swing a battle axe with you. I
I
challenge you to a
I actually
duel.
have a battle axe.
I
actually have one.
Unsheath my katana.
It's literally because we're punished. Like I would swing a battle axe and chop.
Battle axes are out. Battle axes are out.
Hello.
So you mentioned punishment. You mentioned punishment.
I'm about to swing. I'm about to swing.
Okay. So you mentioned punishment. Punishment is part of the social order. It's part of that framework
Yeah,
of
but that's not what I
governance or
that's not what I
government that
believe.
anarchists don't like. So you're afraid of punishment, and
I'm
hence
not
you're
an
not
anarchist,
swinging a
bro.
battle axe.
He missed that whole part.
I'm a fascist.
You're okay. So that I think illuminates some of the reasons why we disagree. Of course, I disagree with fascists. Of course, I disagree
Tell
with
me what you
conspiracy
disagree with
theorists.
fascism.
You're letting
Tell
me
me
score
what
all
you think
sorts
the
of
fundamental basis of fascism is. Can you explain it?
Okay, the fundamental basis of fascism is an economic system where property is nominally privately owned, but de facto
Not
under
what I
the control
believe.
of government that also espouses some sort of racialist or nativist ideology.
Yeah, that's
that
just
is
a Webster dictionary definition. That's
would
not
you
like the
define it?
historical
Can I
or
ask-
political
Okay.
Okay, one at a time. All right. Vedic
Hold on, we're
Cyber
gonna get
God.
through this.
Vedic
How
Cyber
would you
God,
define
define it. Then we go to Serpent Mound.
Why serpent?
Fascism is the preservation of fire over the worship of ash, and I don't need to explain myself further.
Okay, transhumanist guy, what's your max deadlift?
My max deadlift?
Yeah.
I haven't checked in a large number of years. You know, I'm an endurance runner, so I can run 50 kilometers. In fact, I'm going to do that this week. But my focus is on activities that enhance longevity. And I found more evidence for endurance exercise as opposed to strength exercise for doing that. So that's my explanation. I wouldn't know my max deadlift right now because it's been years since I've done it.
Teams are made up of nerds and athletes, everybody. So everybody needs everybody, you know? Unless you're Walden or Kaczynski and you just want to live by yourself, I think that also is not a good longevity plan. You know, we were talking about some of these other threats.
What about having
like a strong community, like strong localism, like bottom up order, like is really strong. That it's really formidable. So
yeah, it's almost like it's easier to like live in technology and circumstances instead of like it's easier to live in technological primitive view, like a world where the complexity is so low that the human brain is very capable of understanding and interacting in that.
Don't we kind of do that already?
Well, it's a lot harder to live in a global world where the complexity increases every second, and the complexity, you know, I mean, what do humans evolve to do? You evolve to live in groups of people, 200 to 300 people. That's about how many social interactions you can keep track of. And technology brings us into, it forces us, it drags us kicking and screaming into a world where it has to solve the problems that it creates. if you eliminate all technology, all of these problems go away.
And life would be nasty, brutish, and short. But look, you're
Yes,
not wrong
exactly.
about
That is
human mind.
what we want.
No, we don't want that because that's
Why
terrible.
don't we
I mean,
want that?
it's simple.
That's
It's simple,
some
but
Viking
it's bad.
stuff over there.
You equate simplicity with something good or something desirable.
Yeah,
I say
technology with like complexity. Why does that have to be that?
A step backward. It's a step forward. So first of all, keep in mind,
spiritually
yes, the human mind
vacant,
is
but we
limited.
have
Human mind
technology.
evolved in a certain. I don't know what spiritually vacant means. Again, there's no rational evidence involved in that. I don't feel any sort of vacancy or any sort of void. The people
And I
who
don't
say
feel
that
any fear of
are
death.
erstwhile followers of a religion.
Any fear of death.
I think this is important. Allegations of spiritual vacancy are made by erstwhile followers of a religion who disillusioned in some way
I'm not a
by
religious
the
person, sorry.
ritualized expressions of that religion, and they're seeking something else. They're
follow
seeking
a
something
religion.
to fill that void. But people who didn't grow
It's
up
a nice
in
straw
religious
man, but I don't
settings-
believe any of that.
Okay,
All right,
you,
all right,
but
one at a time.
Did you grow up in a
After,
religious
bro.
setting? So people who don't grow up in religious settings don't feel that void because they never.
I didn't grow up in a
had
religious setting.
anything-
I was raised by atheists.
You were
That's
raised by
interesting.
atheists?
Yep.
That's interesting.
California, bro.
So
Atavism, esoteric atavism. What do you have to say?
Well, I would like to get back to that point you made, that technology creates more problems than it can solve, and we are still on this track of solving problems we created 100 years ago. You know, at the start of the Industrial Revolution.
It absolutely solved more problems than it created. I mean, think about infant mortality. Think about dung in the streets in 19th
Think about
century
the
cities.
automobile.
There was
Think about what that
so
does.
the
We still have not reined in carbon emissions. We still haven't
automobile-
reined in urban sprawl. We still haven't reined in population growth. These are all kinds of things, that, you know, problems that we're still solving.
First of all,
more
we
people
have
is
reined
better.
in.
That's just.
We have reined in population growth. Birth rates are massively declining everywhere in the world. It's just we don't see the obvious signs of that because in sub-Saharan Africa, they've declined from about 7 children per family to about 3 or 4 billion.
That's not racist.
Gennady,
No,
hold
no.
on. Gennady, let's change the pace. I just want to change the pace of conversation because I'm actually really enjoying this and I'm loving this clash. I haven't had like a nice clash like this in so long. And I have to say it gets my juices flowing. And I just think it's a lot of fun. But I want to just change the pace and give everyone a chance to sort of have the floor. They can express their pessimism or their criticisms or their cynicisms or their alternative varieties of optimism, because I think in some cases we're talking past each other, we're talking over each other. I think there are some Tower of Babel problems here. So let's just change the pace. Gennady, you can have the floor again later, but you speak in long strings, and I think everyone here can speak in long strings. I know I can talk till I'm blue in the face, but I just want to give everyone else a chance. And Steele, I haven't heard Steele talk at all. I haven't heard Michaela. I haven't heard Kristan enough, and Furs. I want to hear more from you too. I think there's a lot of and
I already said enough.
Huh?
I already said enough. I dropped the mic. We're good.
So you wait. Sorry, you want to hear more from me? Say what about what?
What do you see as some of the contentions here right now? So do you feel that technology causes more problems than it solves, or what's your feel on that?
So I'm generally technologically neutral like I think that there are positives and negatives from both, but I think that it is a massive to think that you can solve problems of technology with more technology is compounding errors. It doesn't actually make any sense, right? So either if you create a problem from technology and then you try to use another technology to solve it, you're only going to exacerbate some smaller intersection of the two problems, right? And it doesn't, and you're not going to solve, nothing's going to get better from that. At the same time, I do think that we are advancing in like length, and the possibility does exist to lengthen life and whatever, but I fundamentally think it's a bit naive to think that any of that is going to be this like life-saving planetary like optimist situation. I think it's mostly going to be enhanced levels of isolation and alienation, even with some fun trinkets, and like maybe you get VR or something.
You're looking at the Kafka-esque problem. So you're so there's you can have you can be pessimistic, you can be optimistic, and you can be recklessly optimistic. And I think some people like Verdict God over there, Sunny, I think he might see Gennady as a reckless optimist. I think he might see Gennady as someone with some blind spots to some like real tangible existential problems that a lot of them are old. And I think that's sort of what Unchained is touching on too. And I think some of their frustration comes from what might seem like overeducated glibness that's overlooking some of these more mundane yet very serious problems. Am I striking a chord?
I think the human animal, like we have to remember we're not going to be satisfied from like the novelty of industrial or like hyper industrial society. That's not gonna, we have to remember what at base that we will feel the most satisfaction from like creating something and having an end that like we can see the actual like fruits of our labor. That's gonna be like, and like localized like friendships and like relationships. That's what's gonna make us as humans feel the most satisfaction. So if we ignore that in the pursuit of blind technological progress, all we're gonna do is isolate ourselves further, and you're gonna have situations like, you know, the opioid crisis and suicide, etc. Like that's like to that point, like that's like a major illustration of like the divergence that occurred.
Domenica,
so like,
I saw Domenica raising her hand, so
well, let him
yeah, there's one last point.
I can
so
wait.
Like the opioids, like you can't really overdose on just like pure opium, but you can overdose fairly easily on like oxys and and like heroin, etc. So like that iatrogenic situation that occurred just from us like improving our painkillers is kind of the illustration, like a microcosm of what we're doing technologically, if that makes sense.
Over specialization, yeah, you can actually, there are some runoff problems with over specialization, especially if you're not scaling properly.
So
Okay,
Domenica.
Okay, finally, sorry, I want to jump on this, but the basic question said before about like being an optimist towards like technology, I see it as like, you know, it's the newest development in the span of our human history. So I think I'm cautiously optimistic. I like to think that this new technology, we're still, because I don't know, it's like developed so much over the past 100 years. So I have to think that maybe our current thing that we have to overcome is maybe like coming to terms with it, where it's like, sorry, I thought I had the point, but basically where it's like not being overindulgent in it, coming to like a, oh my god, I'm sorry, I got so tired that I lost the point. But I guess it's like I'm of the camp where I try and be an optimist, because I don't know, you can like say that maybe the Industrial Revolution maybe wasn't good. You can see it in that way.
Disaster for the human race.
I guess, but also it's here. I don't see the effects of it or going away. So I guess we have to come to terms with it, so to say. We have to learn how to use it in the most beneficial way possible. I'd like to see it. And I guess like I'm more, it's like, you know, I do see the positives of technology, but at the same time there are negatives that come with it. And I think it's like where we take it forward is to learn to use it to its most effectiveness, where it doesn't be a detriment to us, and then we have to learn how it isn't going to be a detriment to us, how the coexistence, I guess I was going with.
Yuval Noah Harari makes a similar argument to Kaczynski, I think, where he says, and I could be mistaken on this, I'm pretty sure it's him, he says that the biggest problem was agriculture. Like that the worst thing that happened to us was when we figured out agriculture. And I don't quite know how he justifies that argument. I think it has something to do with it made us vulnerable to also like mass starvation, where we had this population boom that is in a much more precarious position than a lot of people realize. And I think this is sort of what Superman was talking about in the beginning, where if you have an EMP go off and something wipes out our grid, once the supply chains go down, in 10 days, that's a pretty sticky situation. And this over-reliance on other nations seems really reckless and anti-localist. And I want to end world hunger, but I think the reason why we haven't fixed world hunger is not because we don't produce enough food, but it is because our systems are not efficient to transport enough food from A to B. And I don't think this one world government push that certain brands of progressives really advocate for is the way to do it. I actually think that's a really dark Malthusian situation that I just don't think it would scale properly. Like Unchained said, we have so many problems now from industrial society and the future that we're in, that if we don't address it, like Ted Kaczynski's pessimism is validated. Although I don't think his radical conclusion is the way to go. I really think what he missed, his blind spot, is the potential for decentralized systems, that you can have systems and technology that depends on multiple people to operate, that operates locally and through decentralization. And eventually, soon, we're going to have quantum encryption. That'll be perfect. That's supposed to be, in theory, perfect encryption, right? And so we don't have that yet.
We have it now, but it's not good.
Yeah, we do.
So
I used to write for a company that did it.
I think you make many valid points. I don't agree with everything you've said just now, but I do agree with the general thrust of decentralization and the need to achieve robustness in our infrastructure, particularly in our supply chains, so that we can be resilient against disruptions. I see problems in the just-in-time inventory and logistical systems that have emerged over the past 30 or 40 years in the Western world, precisely because they are not robust to disruptions. But again, the solution is more production, more technology, more output, more stockpiles. And yes, we need to figure out ways to localize certain aspects of production. Again, the answer is more technology, small scale local factories utilizing advanced machine tools, 3D printers. I've advocated for massive hospital construction throughout the United States and 3D printers in every hospital.
I want to hear from Sunny. I want to hear from Vedic Cyber God again, but I do think it's important to be careful to not over focus on technology, and we should be focusing much more on our systems. And I think when people talk about this spiritual deficiency, in a big way, they're talking about there's something wrong with our human system and our ability to connect with each other, right? And if people aren't able to communicate properly, if we suffer from these Tower of Babel problems, and if very basic things that we could solve without new bells and whistles and technology, like we can't really over focus on that stuff before we really build our base and figure out our basics. But I want to know what the chat is begging. The chat is begging for Sunny, and I don't want to deprive them. He has a lot to say. I cut him off earlier when we changed the pace.
Oh, hello. I don't know. I guess really, you said before, I guess you called me a realist, right? Or what did you ascribe to me that I'm I don't know, whoever.
Oh, I said you got pessimism, optimism, and reckless optimism.
And what did you classify me as? Because I think you name dropped me. I'm just trying
he
to
said
see if you were right.
He said you thought
I
that
think
Gennady
you saw Gennady as a reckless optimist. I didn't put you in any.
I guess it's not okay. It's not about optimism or pessimism. I think really the issue is that people focus much too much on either the past or the future, and we're living in these two simultaneous dichotomies of people, and that's what this whole show is about. It's about people living in the past, they want to return to the past, and people who look at the past and it's traumatizing, so they want to go to the future. And I think that both of these mentalities are unhealthy. They're spiritually vacant to some degree. And when I say spiritually vacant, I'm not using the Merriam-Webster definition of spiritual. I don't think I have to define what spirituality means. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. I'm not going to explain like spirituality.
Sam
But
Harris thing, or
no, just I believe in God. I guess you could say I believe I don't know what the host's name is, but his idea of that all of consciousness and life springs from like one fountain and well. I think that is definitely what I believe to some degree. I would consider a lot of my beliefs like Taoist. And when it goes back to Neolithic age and like how people live, I think one of the fundamental I said like a weird thing there. I think one of the fundamental ways that humans, and just not even humans, animals live is by it's a give and take. Everyone gives and everyone takes. The tiger can prey on gazelle because of the ecosystem that exists there. And when man conquered fire and when man conquered Neolithic, techniques, I think that it took humanity out of balance, and we're seeing the balance of that. This whole shift in the past 10,000 years is that balance. There was a study done, it was published by, I think, Harvard or Princeton. They found out that from looking at bones and DNA and everything, since the human genome was sequenced in 2014, they did all of the like how much the human genome is changing. And anatomically modern humans arguably have existed for 200 to 500,000 years. And in the past 10,000 years, we've seen more genetic diversity, mutations, changes than ever. And you can say this is a good thing or bad thing. I don't have an argument there. I don't believe in this like dichotomy of good or bad. I just think that we at a point in humanity, and when you look at islanders, when you look at natives, when you look at people who are living in harmony with nature even 200 years ago, they were much happier. They had, their teeth were better. They didn't have all these problems of modernity. I don't think that, the internet's bad necessarily. I don't think all these things of technology are bad necessarily. I think you can have some sort of obviously realism about them, and you can live in them without going the Ted Kaczynski route and blowing shit up, or going just going and living in the woods. You don't have to go the Thoreau route. But if you want to, you can mitigate some sort of, you can mitigate your life to take all of these toxins out of them. And I think we as a society, and it's never going to happen. And that's the thing, is that this whole conversation is pointless. It doesn't mean anything, because whatever happens is going to happen. And there's no point in focusing on it. All we know in our life is what we can experience ourselves in our conscious mind. There's nothing outside of the mind. Nothing exists outside of what we are experiencing. So we need to make our existence better. And I think people who try to cling to this transhumanism are just scared of death, frankly. I don't think you should be scared of death, because if you look all around you, you can see that death and rebirth is a natural cycle. It's how the world works. You cannot have good without bad. If good and bad really do exist, they're just the same thing. You can't have all of these dualistic concepts without them being conjoined into one. That's what Taoism is, the concept of the oneness. And I think that this whole argument, just people, what people need to do is just live their lives, mitigate the horribleness of modernity. Like drink raw milk. Don't drink pasteurized milk because it's bad for you. Don't use plastic for everything because it's hormone disruptors. We have all this technology to know what technology is bad. That's a good thing, I guess, but it doesn't matter. None of this matters. All that matters is that you are happy, the people around you are happy, and you're not poisoning yourself. That's all that matters. And the whole argument of, should we vote ourselves into transhumanism? Should we vote ourselves into anarcho-primitivism? Both of these are like utopian ideals that are never going to happen. They're never going to come up. Whatever happens, the average person like you and me is going to be killed. Probably. We're all going to die. But our souls, our spirits will remain in the human spirit. We're going to reincarnate. This age is going to end, and a new one will come. and that's just simply how it works. That's how everything works. It's like someone in winter being like, I don't think fall's ever going to happen again. You think fall's ever going to, no, it's not, you're crazy. Everything is bound by cycles. That's the nature of reality. And I don't know, that's all I got to say.
I think, Sonny, I think that was very well said. And I think that, I think to talk about fear of death, I think you can fear death without being afraid of death, or you can be afraid of death without fearing death. I think, I don't think there's anything to frown at or when you look at a Dylan Thomas perspective of raging against the dying of the light. I think if you don't take a Sartre or Sartre Sisyphus perspective or frame where life is just pushing this boulder up the hill. Like I think it was Paul Town said on Twitter, if he was Sisyphus, he would just walk away from the boulder and do something else, right? I think that, or you can imagine a scenario that's more like a gamified where you are enjoying progress. I think a big part of happiness is perceived sense of progress, but that's not the case for everyone. I don't think, you could say that anyone that's ambitious, fears stasis. You know what I mean? And therefore there's something really virtuous or noble or desirable in having no ambition at all. That doesn't mean that everyone should be ambitious or want to, and improve their circumstances. But I do think that some people could call that type of pessimism that maybe has been imposed and inflicted on us due to this system that's been baked in. Like we have a situation that the mainstream describes as late stage capitalism, right? And if you think about the rising inflation and this needless immiseration, like people are being crushed between these millstones, these grinding millstones, and land taxes keep going up. We are serfs. Like we're all serfs. I'm a serf right now, right? Like I think that these are products of our time, and I think that there's a lot of ways to try to overcome that, for people to work together. This isn't about voting in transhumanism or voting for anarcho-primitivism. This is about like what we're doing is actual democracy. Actually, like we're having a symposium, like we're having a conversation. This is elevating dialogue. This is sowing discourse. And I think that that's what's one of the great things about being in America. And hopefully YouTube doesn't take this down. I have no idea why Peter Thiel accuses Google of treason. Maybe it has something to do with how they're willing to work with China's government and not willing to work with our military, right? They're working with like Chinese military, not our military. Like I don't keep up with all this stuff, but I don't think this is a conversation about voting for one or the other. I think this is about having a clash, and I think we're doing a great job, actually. So I just want to say everyone's doing a great job, and I'm really proud of all of you, and I'm so glad we're able to do this at all. This is how we use this technology, right? And we can keep getting better.
So Jules, if I may contribute to the clash a bit, I'd like to respond to all of these fear of death.
Well, hold on. Well, yeah, hold on. Everyone hold on. I want you to. Does anyone else wanna, before Steele hasn't said anything, and the girls haven't said anything in a while, and Kristan hasn't said anything in a while, and then we can change the pace again. Has anyone have any thoughts? Or? Yeah, sure.
All right, yeah, no, this is a really good talk, and I'm having a lot of fun. I just see it like it's technological growth is just part of history, and for an anarcho-primitivist, someone who wants to go back in time, you're literally just picking a technological era you feel comfortable with within your own psyche. So it's just kind of me. That's just pick your age. So that's kind of weird. But the other thing is, on the other end of the spectrum, if you're a techno-optimist, I mean, techno-optimism can create you either through VR worlds or literally because the technology will become so supreme. It could create you your own like anarcho-primitivist environment or planet that you could go and live on and perpetually enjoy yourself because of technology. So, so if you have a fantasy of living with bows and arrows and running around hunting woolly mammoths and stuff, one day hyper advanced technology will build you those worlds, whether through VR, which we're seeing. And, you know, the other guy who came on before, he was talking about like simulation theory and all this sort of stuff. You know, every time we get a new technology, like computers, for example, you get a whole new buzz of theories. You know, every you know, religion is one of those buzz of theories when everyone starts going, oh, look, there could be different spiritual realms, and all these things start to unbox. And you know, I talked a lot about the VR simulation theory, and I get it, but I only see this as we're only opening the door up on the insurmountable amount of possibilities that exist as we go deeper into this world. I mean, the computer, you know, Turing, like Bletchley Park, all of that. This has only been around for a very small amount of time historically. So the simulation theory, you know, it's a buzz right now, but it's not really even like Elon Musk, and I think they're all jumping the gun because you know, we're discovering so much more stuff, and I think that there's going to be something even more amazing right around the corner, and that's the exciting thing about technology. But in saying, you know, we're talking about society and all that. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just see it as part of the grand game. You know, you know, again, going back to geopolitical focus. You know, religion is a technology. It's used to control people. It's used to control the psyche. It's used to calm people and put people into cultural enterprises to do a function. That's an interesting technology. I think that's a very interesting technology. Writing, a way of perpetuating information through time and customs through time. So, you know, technology is definitely a positive in almost every aspect. The reason that you can even debate you know, the bad elements of tech. So you know, people reflecting on the industrial era and saying, oh, it was a terrible thing that, you know, mass industrialization. Well, mass industrialization and stuff came about because of pre-technology, because people were flushed into a state of mind where they grew up their size and their numbers to a point where industrialization had to come about. And that because the demand for clothes and footwear and armies and guns and the demand for everything was so large from the Middle Ages and the High Middle Ages, and then, you know, we went exploring in the 1400s and we went around in ships and everything. So the demand, those were pre-industrial societies that demanded industrial goods. So the industrialization is a natural consequence of pre-industrial societies wanting to industrialize. So you get to post-industrial societies, and those post-industrial societies are trying to mend the wounds of industrial society, which itself is a consequence of the society before that. And you can go right back to the start. So it's kind of like, if going back to the very, very start, you know, someone said, you know, if a meteor came and smashed into the earth and sent people back in time, okay, but it only sends them back in time relative to a technological phase that's actually higher. You're already on a higher starting position, because, you know, even in like a dystopian movie like The Day After Tomorrow, I mean, they're sitting around burning books, right, using fire. Fire is a technology. So these people are already way ahead technologically, and no one says, wait, you're cheating, you're not allowed to use fire. That's, you know, so humans have this sort of natural ability and natural will to automatically start jumping up the technological scale almost immediately. So you can't really stop it, and you might as well just sort of understand for yourself where you would like to see society go with the tools that we have at hand, because, you know, what else is there to do? I mean, this is the real concern. And if you don't do that, then you're not really taking life seriously in a spiritual sense or in a physical sense, or in a political sense, or in a social sense.
There
or
may be
whatever
another
else.
way, and I'm curious what you guys think about this. And by the way, I like that anarcho-primitivism meme where like somebody shits out some seeds that spring into fruits and they get beaten up for starting agriculture. But what I want to get into here is having this spectral revolution that Jason Giorgiani talks about. And there is a book that this guy Jason Reza Giorgiani wrote called Prometheus and Atlas, where he talks about this Promethean tendency of ours. For those who don't know, Prometheus stole the fire of the gods, gave it to the human beings who he created. And the idea here is that this is the fire that allows us to innovate ourselves out of whatever animalistic situation we happen to be in. Now, we've been innovating so far with outer technology. But what Giorgiani brings up is having inner technology, is having the ability to, and some people may find it to be very woo, but if we're talking about something like reading somebody else's mind, or being able to be hooked up to an inner internet that I think Drew Arnold, for example, would be much more familiar with, I think that that may be something that has been very overlooked and something that can revolutionize things to a high degree once we discover that this is actually possible.
Can I just add one quick thing to this Prometheus argument, because I really, really enjoy Prometheus. It's one of my favorite stories. And remember that Prometheus was punished eternally. He was chained to a rock just for giving the humans fire, because that set the humans on the path to godhood. So that's what I'm saying to these anarcho-primitives. If you go back to fire, immediately you've already created the conditions that are just going to set forward everything else to godhood into motion. It's an eternal logic that you can't escape out of. Even these people out in the Indian Ocean are on their way to godhood because they have the base factors. You know, they just don't have. The outside world has come to them, but they don't embrace it. That's up to them. But that doesn't mean they don't have that potential. Prometheus was eternally damned for that. So you've got to understand that the gods are scared of fire and people's consciousness.
You don't need fire. Meat is better raw. Meat is better for you raw.
Oh wait! By the way,
Prometheus is a great hero, and if you try to eat raw meat, I'm sorry, your life expectancy is going to be cut quite a bit short. Though some people on this stream don't mind that necessarily, but in my view, the myth of Prometheus needs to be, in essence, reappropriated and retold as a great step forward in the human story and the advancement of humanity. Obviously, Prometheus was a fictional character, but the ancient Greeks didn't give deference to their imagined divine beings the way that monotheistic or Abrahamic religions did subsequently. The ancient Greeks saw gods as essentially very powerful entities with some degree of longevity, super longevity, some degree of, let's say, resilience against perils that would fell mere mortals. But nonetheless, humans had agency in that world, and some of the most compelling Greek mythological figures were the humans or demigods who kind of stood up against this cosmic order. And Prometheus was one of them, to be sure. So it's definitely a great proto-transhumanist story, in my view. But I think one key point that is essential to
Hold
make
on,
here.
Gennady, I'm sorry to cut off your flow. I saw Drew had a question, and then we can pivot right back.
Oh wait, and before Drew, I just want to say real quick, I think that the fire of the gods is Kundalini. But anyway, Drew.
I'm actually going to go into that, but Gennady, if you want to finish, please.
Yeah, I wanted to address the subject of fear, because I think fear is much maligned and is inherently bad. An emotion is bad when it's out of alignment with the objective reality. And unlike some of the people in this conversation, I do believe in an objective, external, material reality, and the fact that you can't just will certain problems away. You can't get into some optimal state of mind that would ignore the very real physical damage that the elements are doing to oneself and one's own existence. So the question with fear is, what does it do to you? What does it lead you to do in your life? And yes, Frank Herbert has a different perspective than I do. I would say fear properly channeled into constructive, life-enhancing action can be good. Because ultimately, what does fear stem from? One is afraid because one is afraid of losing something, but why does one not want to lose something? Because that may be something worth keeping. So fear of death is essentially just a pejorative way of referring to love of life. Because if you love your life and you want to keep living and you don't want to
love
lose
life
your life,
and I believe
then,
in reincarnation.
well, I don't. So perhaps we
Why?
have a metaphysical difference because
Well,
there's
he
no
loves
evidence.
life. He doesn't believe in
How is there no
reincarnation.
evidence of it?
Well, let's hold on.
Yeah, let's
Get around. We'll circle back.
You know, I'm glad Prometheus was brought up because I think inherently the Greeks were concerned because this is, you know, we're going from the Romans, but let's go to Hermes, which preceded Prometheus. Hermes, being the bringer of fire, which was the bringer of knowledge, not just fire, was a symbolic figure. And in it, because we know we it's not just the story of Prometheus, we have figures. He's been depicted holding the caduceus, and I think I'm going to point to what Lev was saying earlier. Is we understand the caduceus, which is a rod that is intertwined by serpents, parallels very much the Hindu belief in different polarities intertwined around a single pole. So
also DNA as well, double helix.
Well, I mean, it could be DNA, but this is specifically the Kundalini power, which is the bipolar system that governs reality and specifically consciousness. It runs through the spinal cord. So I think that, you know, when we talk about and we bring up these figures, we have to understand that the aspects and have a divine source. It's not just, we're not talking about just divinity is in God. Divinity is in our higher selves and our higher truths. So I think that you know, it's interesting because I think we are talking about metaphysicism. What's the word? Am I saying this right?
Metaphysics.
Yeah, metaphysics. Well, yeah, the aspects of metaphysics play deeper into this than we know when we bring up these figures. And so, you know, with this, the caduceus is about seeing the higher reality, not necessarily constructing a reality. And I think that even though Prometheus may have been punished, he may have been punished for his construct of physical reality versus him seeing his higher divinity. And I think that is the truth that's being portrayed in this.
That's a very interesting take. So he's kind of like a proto demiurge type figure. Although you could say that the demiurge was something that he was fighting against, but he was someone who, in your opinion, was keeping us in this physical reality as opposed to going beyond it. Would you say that's a fair statement?
No, I think what you're talking about is sort of the duality of a certain symbol, right? You have Hermes who plays the key aspect of understanding the higher construct of reality, which is, you know, you have energy centers coming into this planet from a divine source, versus and I think is directly related to our ability to create, because we have this higher consciousness running through us through the Ida and Pingala, that we actually are able to physically manipulate this world, and without those powers we would not be able to. And so with that, we are able to build constructs which both veil ourselves in reality. We have the ability to veil ourselves into this reality deeper and deeper by creating more constructs, superficial artifices, virtual reality, TV, radio, newspaper, print, fiction, whatever it is. we can dive deeper into this super physical reality, or we can climb out of it. And I think this is the dualistic, my dualistic view of the single symbol of Hermes versus Prometheus.
Sounds good. Well, Sonny, you are related to this whole thing, so curious what you think. Sonny, everybody's been asking for you. I'm not sure if your volume's not on.
Oh, hey, sorry, I was talking to someone. I wasn't really paying attention to most of that, so what was it about?
Kundalini. What's your thoughts on Kundalini?
Kundalini, like
well,
are you guys talking?
We were talking about self-transcendence.
I think that 5G is getting to him. I'm looking at that profile picture.
Yeah, the 5Gs are getting to me.
Self-transcendence.
So okay, so I heard someone say demiurge. Are you guys talking about like escaping this material world, sort of that sort of thing?
Yeah, I think that's
basically
related.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know. I don't believe in that. I think that life as it exists only as consciousness. We can only observe. I mean, we can't prove physical reality. There's no way to do it. You cannot prove anything outside of your mind. Everything, even just, what you see. Obviously, like, for instance, when you visualize something in your brain, you're using the exact same part of your brain that what part of your brain sees things. So when, light goes into your eyes and then the signals are sent to your brain, when you visualize something in your mind's eye, you're using the same part of your brain. In that sense, anything outside that we see is inside the mind. So you guys, I think, mentioned Hermes. I know you're talking about him in the god sense, but there is also, the emerald tabrets of Hermes and Thoth. Yeah, as is above, so is below. That concept applies precisely to this concept. I don't think, I'm not a Gnostic, so I don't think that there's this like demiurge keeping us in this cycle of horrible reincarnation. I don't think reincarnation is a bad thing. Well, I think that reincarnation is something that's always going to happen endlessly forever. I don't think life is going to go away forever or ever at all. I just think life is, and that's sort of the end of it.
Well, how about this? The Mormons, for example, have this idea that if you're a Mormon elder, you can reincarnate on your own planet, like a planet that you own. And that reminds me
That's
a lot
cool as fuck.
It is. Well, it reminds me a lot of the Lokas in the Advaita Vedanta, where you have these planets that you can reincarnate in depending on how you did in this life. If you had a pretty good life as far as being good to everyone, you can reincarnate on a higher loka, like a higher state of experience.
Yeah, and so with that, I agree with that completely. I think, especially with like the Norse tree of Yggdrasil, or the whole fuck, what the fuck is that called? I'm drawing a blank. The Kabbalistic
Tree of Life
chakras. Yeah, the Tree of Life and all the
Sephiroth.
chakras and all that. Yeah, exactly. That shit is in the Tree of Life in Yggdrasil, and you can rise higher levels, you can go down lower levels. I don't think you can escape the tree itself.
Mm-hmm.
You can go up the Tree of Life, you can go down the Tree of Life, but
you can hang yourself on it.
Yeah, but there's no escaping the Tree of Life.
But there is also, though, the state of samadhi where you merge with consciousness. I wouldn't say that's a permanent
We already
escape.
are merged with consciousness, though.
Sure, but I'm talking about in terms of having an experience that you normally wouldn't have in waking life. That would be pretty up there. Would you agree? With having this sense of there not being anything but one thing. Because most people in life, they don't have that.
What do you mean?
What I mean is, if these yogis go on in a cave somewhere and meditate for a long time, and they talk about getting into this state of samadhi, that would be, according to them, a different state than, let's say, right now I'm talking to you and looking at this monitor, and all kinds of other things are going on in my mind. Like, there is a progressive state that you can get to through meditation that would be different from just whatever we're experiencing right now.
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah. So when I'm talking about that, the merging with God, for lack of a better term, that you would have, let's say, at the Qatar.
I think that God is consciousness itself.
Sure, exactly. I believe the same thing. All I'm saying, I think the only difference, and honestly, I don't even think we have any difference here, but it's through various kinds of spiritual practices, not only would people be able to, let's say, reincarnate in a different loka, but eventually they would be able to get to such a point, you know, like, I don't know if there's a point that they can get to where nothing's going to be higher than it. Maybe not. But this idea of there not being any difference between me and whatever I'm experiencing, and being able to not just say it intellectually, but actually feel it. Like, I've always been curious about that, like what exactly that would be like.
I mean, I don't know. We don't really have any way of knowing, and I don't think there's really much point in obsessing over it. I guess I was just confused before because I didn't realize we agreed on the same. We basically agree with this point. So I don't know. I don't really spend too much time thinking about stuff like this. I think that if you're virtuous, your karma will be better. If you're not virtuous, your karma will be worse. And when you reincarnate, you'll either reincarnate here. Obviously, I don't think reincarnation is linear either. Wouldn't make sense that it was.
Well, we were talking about morality before. How would you differentiate virtue, like the kind of virtue that you're talking about, from when I remember someone was talking about morality being relative? I believe Drew, I think Drew was talking about morality being relative, but you would say that there are virtues that are not relative.
Well, it's the same thing with the tree and the idea of truth emanating from a single fountain. When it comes to morality, I think that there are many ways that you can arrive at that, but I don't think that just because there are so many different I'm sorry if it's loud, by the way. I'm just walking around.
I hear a dog.
Yeah, sorry. I don't think that just because there are multiple different ways to get to a single objective truth negates the fact that there's either a single truth. And I think that that's what most people make the argument of, is that, well, the Andamanese Islanders, maybe they cannibalize people, and so that's immoral. We think that's immoral. And I think that, obviously, I don't think in my society, in my family, in my tribe, in my people, that we should be eating people, obviously. But I am not an Andamanese Islander. I don't live near Andamanese Islanders. It's the same thing with, I don't know, I'm looking at these ants on the ground right now. There's fire ants and these other types of ants. They all have different systems in which they thrive in. And spirituality is the same thing. I think ethno-religions are the way for people to go. And so when it comes to morality in that regard, I make a faith decision by looking at my ancestors', I guess, religion. I wouldn't really call it a religion, though. It's just more following the way of my ancestors' traditions, like I said. For the sake of it, I'll call it a religion, I guess. But I don't know. Like I said, there's so many different ways to the truth, and I think that we, as especially humans on this plane of existence, can't really know these things, and I think it's just kind of pointless to think about them. I think that really it's not even about optimism, it's about realism, and realism doesn't mean being cynical, doesn't mean thinking that life is suffering. We can be happy, we can be nice to each other, and we can be virtuous and moral without wanting transhumanism or wanting to go back to a more virtuous time. I think I kind of subscribe to, oh, it's loud here, I won't walk into the barn. I don't
barn.
really, yeah, yeah,
Wow.
on that side. I don't really subscribe to the idea of history as something that we can essentially change. I think that we as individuals act within history, and I think history is sort of a locomotion. It's something that goes, and we can't really change it as individuals. Even as mass groups, we can't really change it, because the mass groups that would have arisen in these situations probably would have come regardless. I still think that, very important people can change the course of history, but it generally makes sense within the confines of archetypes. I think that World War II would have happened in a similar fashion, whether or not, the Nazis were voted in. I think just the cycles of history are something that we can't escape. And
well, we've had people like Nikola Tesla, for example. We talk about him a lot, where in his biography, his friend wrote that whenever Nikola Tesla breathed in, it felt to him like what you would interpret as being Kundalini flowing through his back. Like he felt a pressure that was going on in his back whenever he breathed in slowly. So I think that there are people out there with these abilities who, whether they're aware of what it is or not, are able to change history. I think Jack Parsons, one of the founding fathers of modern rocketry, was also one of those people, and he was very aware of that. You know, like he was practicing magic with Aleister Crowley and all that. So there are going to be these people who end up making great strides in history. But I also think that what I don't want people to do, though, is that I see a lot of people going to these gurus and just giving themselves over to this single person who they treat as a god.
Idol worship and worship of cults and people is one of the most, I don't know, it's one of the most disgusting things, I think, of modernity. Just one of the worst things about the internet. I mean, it's obviously like it's balanced, I guess, because on one side you have the worst of humanity, but on the other side you have the best. But one of the worst things I think about it is that exactly I go on Twitter all the time. There's just so many people that they want things from you. They want you to submit to their ideologies. They want you to submit money to them. They want power over you in some sort of ideological way. And I think that, especially with the gurus, I think that it's really insane how, I forget what that guy's name was. There was this
Osho?
one Christian. No. There was this Christian guy, not really a Christian, but he had the idea that God is consciousness too. And his whole point was that you need to find your own way. And it was very similar, obviously, to the European idea of like Dharma, Zartus, whatever you want to call it, of just finding your own path. And
wait, hold on.
What?
Drew says something.
Was that Swedenborg?
No, it's I forget what he was in, like he's an American. He was 1960s, 70s. He wrote a book. He's someone in Kaliak posts him like all the time.
Casey?
No, it wasn't Edward Casey, but I'll mention it later. I don't fucking remember his name. It doesn't really matter though, because who cares? It doesn't matter what the person is. That's the point, is that it doesn't matter who says these ideas. You can make up quotes for anything. I think that everything that we do is derived from the collective unconsciousness. I don't really think we have any base ownership of anything, even ideas. I don't really believe in the idea of intellectual property or anything. I think it's mostly inhuman, the idea of putting stuff like that on thoughts, on culture, on anything. It's just it's spirituality. It's putting a price on spirituality and the human spirit. I know I'm rambling. I'm sorry. I'm just walking around the forest.
In the waiting room too, Lev. Yeah, check the waiting room.
I am going to check the waiting room, and I want to ask everybody who's watching this to subscribe and go to our Patreon, patreon.com/11joules. We love all of you for being on this stream, and this is just an amazing experience bringing all these people together. And we have Gennady back on. Hey, Gennady.
Yeah, hold on.
Yes.
Please subscribe. Please become a Patreon. Like, this is not as sustainable as it looks. We've really gone all in. So if you like this type of discourse, if you look in our archives and you see how much we've developed, we have a lot of exciting things in store. And once we reach 1,000 patrons, we're going to start contributing 2.5% of our contributions to charities that promote literacy, reading, like the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and empowering youth. We're trying to elevate the culture here.
Indeed.
Guys, I have to slip out. I love you all.
Drew, thank you so much. This was so fun.
Yes. 11 Jules, I enjoyed speaking with you. My apologies that I experienced a sudden internet outage about 15 minutes ago. This is why we need more technological progress so that these kinds of suboptimal
5G,
happen.
more 5G, more 5G.
Yes, more 5G.
More
I
5G, more 5G.
6G, 6G.
6G,
Yeah, why stop at 5?
6G,
We lost
6G.
Kristan too. I was gonna ask Kristan to contribute. I think he bowed out. Leonella, how are you feeling so far in the conversation? What have you been observing? Do you have anything to just?
Is it okay? Is my audio okay?
Sounds good.
Well, I have some points, I guess, from what we've been talking about. I agree in terms of technology causes more problems, and if we didn't have technology, we wouldn't have those problems. Yeah, we also wouldn't be here either, because we'd probably be dead from bacteria or some virus, or not even be able to go on the Zoom call and talk about anything. So if like that's what you want to experience, it's just going to be a permanent sense of I just need to survive, and that's where all my energy is going to. We wouldn't even be able to fathom these ideas at all. In terms of technology, like we have medicine right now. I think we can all see from example that we're living in a pandemic right now, and it's because we haven't been taking technology seriously. So now we're stuck at home, and it's like really hard for people to understand how important technology is, and it's not something that should be taken lightly.
Leonella, I think you may be a transhumanist, whether or not you use that term to refer to yourself. The concepts you expressed are transhumanist. By the way, that speaks to a larger point. A lot of people are implicit transhumanists without using that terminology because of the pivotal role that technology plays in their lives and the fact that de facto they do utilize new emerging technologies when they become available and affordable. But there's nothing in what you said that a transhumanist would disagree with.
Well, I think it's easy to put a label on something, but I think that I'm just saying what makes sense. Not really about what my beliefs are or what group I'm part of. And I have some thoughts about religion. I think that from what we know, really, based on what we've been able to test and probe, is that we've come from single-celled organisms all the way to complex multicellular organisms. And we went from primitive basic survival skills of eat and not starve and defend yourself and not get eaten by something else to these more conscious beings where we can self-reflect on ourselves. And I think that's where things got really weird, because we have these primitive instincts that are violent and very specific. And then we have our consciousness, which is thoughts about how we're feeling and being part of a society and having ideas. And they conflict with how the world works. We're all very comfortable in our home with all the things that we need, plus more. Being able to shop online and get whatever you want and feel comfortable, which is not something you'd be able to do without technology. And it's easy to say that and to be able to even have the privilege to talk about it when you have so much technology.
Yes.
But when it comes to consciousness, it's just all problems come from the fact that you're trying to make sense out of something which was never meant to make any sense. This world is not supposed to make sense to you. It's just what it is, and you're living on it, and you've developed this ability to reflect on what's happening, and trying to make sense out of it is the problem itself. You just have to, you don't know enough. That's why science was born to begin with, is because we just accepted the fact that we don't know, whatever we decide we want to believe in, that's on you. But you have to understand that there's a difference between what you believe and what's actually the truth, or what the evidence is showing. And you can't fight evidence, because when you have a substantial amount of information that only leads to certain conclusions, everybody agrees to it. And so beliefs is a different source of what you think is true versus what is actually happening based on what we have. And that's why scientists agree with each other when it comes to things. And that's why things happen. This is why we have Zoom, why we are live right now, because scientists agree that, yes, these are the results that we keep getting over and over again. And so we're able to.
Well said. Well said.
Mhm. Yes, indeed. And it
No,
does seem.
I'm curious what Unchained's response
Yeah,
is.
I'm terribly sorry, my phone fell over. But I had a good point I wanted to make about technology. And you talk a lot about centralization. I think that technology is a centralizing force. If you look at development of technology and centralization, they've gone hand in hand for the past 250 years. And when you have a centralized global system, as we do, it is more vulnerable to something like a pandemic. Right?
100%.
And I think, I don't know what else to add, but I think that you can't have technology without mass infrastructure. You can't have local, whatever you imagine, rewilding and still have electricity or electric cars, because electric cars rely on rare earth metals to be mined, from all over the world. And there's just so many complications when you get to that. But technology is a centralizing force. That's a point I want to make.
So I think you are spot on with something, but I would add that part of the reason why I think technology is such an overwhelming centralizing force in our lives, I think has a lot to do with the regulations in place, right? I think, for example, we've baked in Thomas Edison's direct current, and we've ignored Nikola Tesla's alternating current alternative. Now,
And
Tesla invented a wireless electricity tower, right? And there are off-the-shelf technologies, energy alternatives that could be used locally that I think would be very game-changing. There was this kid who was 14 years old who enriched his own uranium and then created like a nuclear cell that could power a small city for 10,000 years, right? And then they basically swarmed them and confiscated it. But the thing is, this is part of the Pandora's box that we're in. And if people are if people are devoid of morality, that makes everything a lot more precarious, right? Especially when you have the population booming. You really do need a spiritual enlightenment, because you don't want these, what Gio was saying earlier, these sort of like technology cops who are basically saying, like we don't trust everyone's behavior, so we need centralization and totalitarianism to control people. But I do think that we can create a rising tide to raise all ships. I think we need to find ways to crush prices and to accelerate progress. And I think that Tesla's technology would be extremely decentralizing.
Yes, and you make a good point, Jules. Technology can lead to progressively more decentralized infrastructure. A great example is the medium that we're using. We are creating decentralized media content right now, whereas, say, in the 1950s and the 1960s, well, in the 1950s and the 1960s, you couldn't create content and broadcast it, period. There were 3 television stations in the United States and fewer in other countries.
Well, the Nazis already had television.
You had a choice.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Unchained,
Right.
why would you say this is more centralized and not decentralized?
Because you cut the power line on this, or and it all goes down. It all goes down.
Yes. So you are pointing out Ted Kaczynski's observation of our severe vulnerabilities, that people underestimate how vulnerable a lot of our systems are. But I think both you and Gennady, I think, are correct. What Gennady was saying, I think, is mutually exclusive in a sense to what you were saying. I think you're both right. As in, this is centralized in terms of we depend on a grid that if it goes down, it's kaput, where Gennady's saying this is a decentralizing technology very similarly to the Gutenberg press. So it's not exactly like the Gutenberg press, it's its own animal, but it's bringing us all together. This is a lot of cross-pollination. This is decentralization. Like we're all over the place, and we're talking here simultaneously. So we need redundancies to and more decentralization, right? As in the fact that you said this is a very decentralized technology, to me, is a signal that we need redundancies that make our systems more robust, maybe even anti-fragile.
I
agree.
The system isn't that vulnerable. I mean, unless it has to be a hyper event. I mean, like what's going to take out the internet and the power and the backup generators, and if somebody's recording this on a local hard drive and the local hard drive, I mean, and what, like we're all going to, like, it doesn't, there's not much actual vulnerability. Even if I go down, I'm only one component. Let's say Australia is a whole internet, and I don't know, we get hit by a meteor. You guys in America and North America will be fine, and the majority of this will continue. I do not understand the notion that this is any way controlled or centralized. There's no like Politburo or like national committee telling me what to say or something like that. I don't understand this at all.
By the way, I think Verse Laloon, you've got something to say. No.
Not on this topic.
No. Okay. Just wanted to see.
I do have something to answer in response to that. That it's a more subtle force than that. If you look at any point in history, geographically, people's lives were very different depending on what stage of development they were in. And technology, it's a force that when it comes in, today the life of somebody in America, North America, is not very different than someone in that same situation I'm trying to find a way to explain this, anywhere else in the world, because technology, it forces a one best way. There's an optimal way, and sort of in a natural selection kind of way, like you talked about earlier, you have no choice but to adopt the most efficient method.
Technology is simply a tool, and no one says that you can't innovate. Like technology is neutral and it's a tool. Nobody's saying that you can't learn something and innovate and do your own technology or create your own technology or do your own means.
You're fully integrated into it.
Insert yourself into national discourse, or if you can't do it in national discourse, change your country and find a way to adapt technology to suit your needs and the needs of your local community or your greater community or humanity as a whole. This whole "I'm a victim" mentality is just disturbing.
Yes. It's not a victim ideology. It's you cannot get by without an automobile. That's happened because of our dependence on it. You cannot get by.
27, and I've never.
It depends on where you live. If you live in a city center. If you live in a city center, an automobile.
Of course, there's nuance to it, but the point is that we are fully dependent on it. You cannot exist without it because it's the most efficient.
Connected. Australia as a country is one of the least connected countries on the planet in terms of transportation. Our trains are very horrible. We only have 2 airlines. We have the reliance on cars here in this country is very, very high. I'm 27, never owned a car, never had a problem. I never had a problem. The train is an amazing invention. I do not want them to take the train away. It's absolutely an amazing invention, and it's very efficient. Taxis were a very cool invention. This outsourcing model, so you don't have to own a car. Now we have Uber, which is more decentralized. So we're moving away from centralization. each technological innovation. You want to make money, find a way to decentralize a lot of the tech, especially in medical tech right now.
Well,
Decentralization is the key.
Ivan Ivanovich has a comment about decentralization. A new technology creates a small period of decentralization simply because of a new area pops up. Then the old powers that be take it up, and it gets concentrated once again over time. Would you guys agree with that?
That is a new power.
Democracy.
But yeah.
That's not the right one.
That the old powers that be retain their monolithic dominance. In fact, the identities of the people in power change and rotate in and out. So right now, the people who are, quote, powerful are not the same people as they were in the 1990s. And likewise, the composition of the elite is a lot more fluid than people think. And there are more opportunities for mobility into and out of that elite than people think.
This is the thing that you have.
Yeah, that's the thing. If they were all immortal, that's not.
Not necessarily.
This is the thing you have to understand. Like political technology is a technology. So democracy is a technology. Free speech is a technology. And if you want to go back to anarcho-primitives, you have to set up some sort of society. And usually that society has a chieftain at the top. It's authoritarian. So you're going back to a time where unless you're going to be an individual, then you can't have a wife or a breeding partner or whatever. But the thing is, democracy and freedom and liberty, the French Revolution principles, along with the American revolutionary principles and the Magna Carta, these are amazing technologies that are decentralizing and liberating from very, very primitive ideas of overlord centralization because they had nothing else. And why do you think monotheism, like God as a technology, is so powerful at the beginning of history when they had nothing to really control the mechanisms of society that they were slowly bringing to life, commerce and exploration and building armies and private property and working out currencies and so many medicine. So they thought, all right, hang on, we got a way to build society. All right, we'll make it monotheistic, and that will control people in a more forward manner. And people like Augustus would grab it and say, now I'm God, and we would play around with the idea or something. But this is God, democracy, Magna Carta, all these revolutionary rights, free speech. It's all decentralizing. It's all moving away from a centralized system.
Yeah. People are more controlled easily under democracy than they are under monarchism.
Well, you haven't lived under an authoritarian regime to assert that
America's an authoritarian regime.
No, it is not an authoritarian regime.
It's
I have lived
effectively
in an
a plutocracy. It's effectively.
You have the right to criticize the government here. In fact, all you hear on the media these days sometimes is criticism of the government. Try criticizing the government even in communist China or Putin's Russia or Lukashenko's Belarus, where I was born today. See what happens.
Lukashenko is a good man.
So you get with the free speech thing, all you get is like the illusion of freedom, just because you could speak out.
No,
like,
it is one of the most real freedoms. It is one of the most real freedoms for people who have lived in places that didn't have it.
So you can say things. What is that? So what?
Well, no, I think
if you can say things, you can influence public opinion, and you can bring about change, at least in some respects. Now, it may be difficult in some circumstances than others. I'm certainly frustrated by the U.S. political system as well, in multiple respects. It is arcane. In some ways, it is structured to favor a certain political elite, but not the elite that the anarcho-primitivists are worried about. It's quite a different elite, in my view. But the fact is, you can at least try to make a difference.
Yeah, well, I wonder who the elite is.
There's no ethnicity. They're called the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. They are political.
The Republicans and
they're a two-party duopoly.
All right, now, I was born in Russia. From the experiences that I've heard of people who are living there, it is quite a shithole. the people who run businesses there get like 90% of the money that's being given through taxes for these businesses, and the people who own most of these good businesses are people who are friends of the government, and the government owns a lot of them. So relatively speaking, it is quite a bigger shithole than America is, and America's got a lot of things to work on, but it's all relative. It's like
I have a 7% shit sandwich.
Exactly.
It's still shit in my sandwich.
But it's like, what do you want? You know, it's like we're always gonna have to make like the best of the worst choice. And right now, I see America as being this best of the worst choice, unless you want to live in Norway with the with the oil that they have there, and I'm sure they have a very cushy life. You know, there's that. They're way less corrupt than we are. But it's like
there's fewer people in Norway than
that's
like
true.
Manhattan.
That's true.
Like it's not like
and lower diversity.
Yeah, it's like not that. I'm not that impressed.
And
by
I still live in a monarchy. I live in Australia, so I'm still under a monarchy. So I know exactly how that feels. And I mean, I'm not shocked if I say something against the Queen. I don't like the Queen. You know what? I'm not dead. Like that's a great feeling, as opposed to being somewhere like Saudi Arabia. Do any of you agree with how they treat women in Saudi Arabia? Because that's a centralized control mechanism. I mean, that's awful.
I don't know why I'm arguing for a centralized control mechanism now.
Well, guys, I think we got to wrap it up now. This discussion has been going on for a very long time, but I'm so grateful for
5 hours. 5 hours.
5 hours. Oh my god. Okay, I'm grateful for everybody.
I just want to say I support Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Sonny with this.
All right. Any final thoughts? Anybody? Verse. Any final thoughts?
I think that being too optimistic about technological progress is how you find yourself with issues like Nagasaki and
3 Mile
and other situations of this sort. Like, just don't get too excited.
Wait, somebody's talking about a Drake album. You have a Drake album theory. What's going on here, Verse?
Who, me?
Somebody's talking about your Drake album theory.
Oh, I don't know. I have to see the chat. I don't have the chat up.
It's from Crank God. Crank God is talking about you having
What's the Drake album theory?
I have a lot of theories, so I'm not exactly sure, but I'd have to comment later.
Okay, we'll get back to the Drake album theory.
So let me make my closing remarks, if I would, because they're essentially the opposite side of that argument. I say we need a lot more techno-optimism. The reason why we're in this predicament right now, why there is a raging pandemic and the governments of the world are helpless against it, is because there hasn't been enough progress. There hasn't been enough production. There hasn't been enough investment in infrastructure. We haven't built enough, in the words of Mark Andreessen. Look up his article. So we had a system that was dominated by people with a status quo bias. That's the real power elite that I'm concerned about. And to overcome it, we need to dramatically accelerate the advancement of technology. Now, I do have libertarian free market sympathies, but I am in a position right now where I would advocate an active role for government in advancing technological progress beyond what the free market would do, so that we could build our way out of this mess that the world has found itself in. Invest in radical life extension, invest in medicine, invest in hospital construction, invest in infrastructure, and let's overcome these nasty, brutish, and short living conditions that unfortunately still too often plague human beings.
Unfortunately, I think that's a mistake. I think that's why you have Bloomberg wants to live in China. I think that's a big problem. And I think we just have to fix our systems. People need to get literate with this stuff. Idiocracy is a horror film about intelligent design. So we need to stop raising kids on Teletubbies because we're super young. And if we get everyone talking and we just elevate conversation, there are so many of us. Like, you want productive people creating value. And then you want to fix these systems. You want to get rid of these FDAs and this nonsense. And yeah, that doesn't mean just mindless anarchy. It means people are better codifiers of each other's behavior than the government. You can't legislate morality. right? And a lot of these things, like Google will just do things and take into account the fine they're supposed to pay. Like a lot of these regulations that Facebook and Netflix and they all support, it hurts innovators like us, right? Because then suddenly we have to jump through the same hoops that they do. Only if they break a rule, they're like, we'll just pay the fine. Like, we'll just like write that off as like one of our expenses. And like, this is what we have to fix. We got to fix the systems. It's like a Chinese finger trap. You know what I mean? If you just try to pull out of it, you make it worse. And I think that is the problem with Gennadi's impulse to just like use government to just start investing in this stuff. When we have underserved communities, we have broken systems, like we have to do a lot of housework. We have to do a lot of healing. Okay. And this is like the movie Dunkirk. Okay. Christopher Nolan's Dunkirk is like a sequel to Inception. Okay. We need everyone in the fishing boats to go help. Okay. We can do this. Seriously.
Okay.
That's the move.
Sounds good. Well, my final point, I'm going to make it short. I think that people have always had some pressure that they had to fight against. Like, look at the Japanese, you know, like they had a very tiny, relatively speaking, a relatively tiny area that they inhabited, yet they were able to come up with such amazing things like sushi. You know, everybody loves sushi. I want sushi. Anyway.
No, I'm hungry for sushi.
Wow,
Exactly.
you chose sushi over anime.
Thank
bro?
you. I'm hungry.
Yes, I'm choosing sushi over anime because I could always have anime.
Can I make
Why
a
can't you
couple
have both?
closing points?
Why can't you have
Completely
both?
unacceptable.
Okay, that was my closing point. I want sushi.
Can I make a closing point real quick?
Go
Sorry.
for it.
Okay, I think you guys have, you've moved me a little bit in the right direction. I think we'll be much better off when we have faster computers, when everybody's living in a pod, when you're eating the bugs, when you're, I don't know, when you're a cog in a giant social machine, when you're reincarnated as a cockroach, or maybe you already are, maybe you already have been. But read Bronze Age Mindset, actually read Tent Kaczynski, and read Linkola.
I agree with all those, actually. Even as someone who thinks that transhumanism is an inevitability, I still do think that you should read all three of those books.
Same.
They're great books.
Wrong.
Read Harassment Architecture as well.
That too, Mike Ma.
I'm currently reading that, and if anyone knows Mike Ma's send him to me because I'm trying to get him on.
He's not
Dude,
on
I
Twitter,
can.
but...
No, but I talked to him on Instagram, man. I'll get him in contact with you.
Domenica,
appreciate it.
You have a final point.
Oh boy.
Here we
no.
go.
Oh boy, me?
Yes,
I guess
you're on the spot.
Oh my god, now yeah, save the best for last. I guess with everything we've talked about, and I guess I didn't really delve into much of transhumanism myself, I think I'm for it because I think it's a bit of an inevitability. Like, it's to advance us to betterment, if anything. Like, whether you are a religious person or a spiritual person or you don't believe in any of that stuff, I think it's for the better. And I think in regards to technology, oh goodness, I can't believe it lasted this long. I think it's like the necessary, because if we have it now, like, are we ever going to get rid of it? And I think in regards to what Jules was saying, I wanted to ask, or like say, like, is there a way to like deregulate or to make more freedoms for us? Like, like it seems like so many of our freedoms are being imposed upon. Like imposed. See, I'm tired. Sorry. Like, I want to believe that we can get those freedoms back, but wouldn't that be a challenge, or is it a possibility even?
Absolutely. We need conversations like this. People got to talk. I think there's been a psyop. Like, if you look at the film Birdman, when they're just saying, nothing matters, you're meaningless, you're insignificant, you can never do anything. It's like, it's almost as if people want you to believe you have less potential than you do. And if people woke up to their potential and became better at cooperating, if people could kind of get past this accidental divide and conquer, let's say, that like kind of pushes people apart and like keeps everyone clashing.
Supreme unity.
You need people communicating. You got to elevate dialogue. That's how democracy works. The mainstream media is a dinosaur. It's falling apart. There's a paradigm shift going on. right now. We're living through it. This is Gutenberg Press 2 right now. That's what this is.
So we would see its death within maybe the next decade or so?
What?
Like the death of mainstream media. You're saying it's a dinosaur.
I think it's all people are so disillusioned. People don't know who to trust. And I think that's great. People should be a skeptic of the world and of themselves. And to this point about cults we were talking about earlier, the big problem with cults is if you have good cults and bad cults, is a bad cult depends on an infallible leader. You're not allowed to challenge or contradict. Right. But if you join Soul Cycle and they're like, this is our vibe, you know, come and join our class and do Soul Cycle. That's kind of cultish, you know. Every single family I've ever met is like a little cult, right? Like there's a lot of cults and it's really up to people to distinguish between good ones and bad ones.
That's where culture comes from, is because
exactly
all culture is downstream from cults. Like that's what there is no Roman religion. There was Roman cults. Like that, there were family cults, blood cults. Like that's what culture comes from. It's all just a series of cults. You have your Christ cult, you have your, Ted cult, you have your, Kaliak cult, whatever it
Mia
is.
cult.
Yeah, Mia
Mia
cult.
cult.
Let's go.
Or cult followings.
Yeah,
Sub to
Vedic
Mia.
Cybergod has-
BPD God.
BPD God on Twitter. Follow her.
All
Vedic
right,
Cybergod
and
has a little cult.
before we wrap it up, because I've been standing this whole time, by the way, I have a standing desk. I've been standing this whole time for 5 hours.
Wow, powerful. I respect it.
Thank you.
Sick.
So, Leonella, your final points, and then I don't know who's left. Did anybody not say a final point yet?
I didn't do a final point.
Okay, Serpent
I
Mound.
didn't do a final point.
Okay, Serpent Mound, then Vedic Cyber God, but first Leonella and Steel. Did you do a final point? I don't remember.
No, he didn't.
Okay, Leonella, Steel, Serpent, Vedic, go.
Well, this definitely was fun. I think everybody makes a lot of good points. I guess the last thing I wanted to talk about was that I think technology needed centralization to start something, but the goal was to always become more individualized and more separate from the government, from the collective, and be able to be sustainable on our own. And that's pretty much where we've gotten. I mean, like we have Zoom, we can have conversations, we can grow a business from your home, from the internet. You could ship things, everything you can do for the most part is sustainable. You can have your own money, and I mean that's one of the great things of America is that your business is your own, and that's what we kind of need to hold on to. But technology is always moving forward to being able to make your life easier so that you can go and do what you want to do and not have to rely on other people. And we should continue to focus on that because that way we are more able to have our own rights and keep our own rights. It's not just something that can be taken away by a larger collective that's overseeing us. Like we don't need to be overseen by anyone. It's about outgrowing your parents and your parent being the government.
Cool. Steel.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. And I really, really want to thank Lev and Jules for putting this on. I want to encourage more conversations like this. And if you can participate in more conversations like this, I would encourage it greatly. Also, because this is the sort of conversations that we have to have at this point in time. Also, I want to encourage everyone to go and subscribe to Detonation, which is my show. If you want to learn more and have a look, and Lev and Jules are on there as well. You can watch those interviews. Just a little plug. Now, the story of humanity is a story of advancing technology, whether you like that or not. I just would encourage people not to glorify the past and the problems of the past, but learn from the problems of the past. If you don't like the way technology is going, I think the power is now in your hands. The power has been distributed into your hands to manage the shift that we're in globally. And it's actually our responsibility as individuals and collectively to get the shift right. And, sitting around, lamenting, certain events is not helpful. It's actually harmful. And you actually have to be an active participant. And I think everybody in this room here is being an active participant. So I want to say That's really good. So thanks, Lev and Jules. Thanks, everybody. Really, really awesome points. Detonation, if you want to go and sub. And we'll see you all in more chats like this in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Steel. Serpent Mound.
Yeah, I just have a few like closing points. The first one is that you should be dipping Zyn Wintergreen, 6 milligrams. I cannot recommend this highly enough.
Can they become our sponsor, you think?
I don't know if you use them. You don't look as attractive as clients ever since you cut your hair.
No, I can't be in main gang anymore.
No, I won't kick you. Don't worry.
Oh, thank you.
Second thing, I think that what we've said here is very true, and that I think it was Steele that said, you know, you choose your time to live in technological progress. If you think of it as a spectrum, you choose a point where you say, this is where I prefer to be, whether that's in the future or if that's in the past. And it is my estimation that the point that you choose to live in is decided by what you believe that you're capable of doing. And it is also my opinion, corollary to that it has to do with your self-reliance and your strength. If you are a strong, centralized, self-reliant person, you don't feel like you need technology in your life or to make decisions for you. If you are confident and strong, you know that you would be able to survive without it. And you know that it's stifling. Technology allows a surveillance state that's never been seen on Earth before. It is a tool that can be used for good and evil, but I have only ever seen it be used for evil for the most part. And even when it's used for good, it still has disastrous consequences. I would rather take my chances on the material plane with natural, right? But I'd rather take my chances with the natural world than take my chances with people armed with technology, whether with good intentions or bad intentions. And next thing, just last little bit, you should buy and read Bronze Age Mindset.
Yes.
This is the best book ever written. You should check it out.
Lev read this. I didn't read
it.
this.
And like I said, Serpent
strongly
before,
recommend you read it.
I like the sentiments in there, but again, the people who were living back there, they had to be marauders and they had to raid the nerds that were living in the villages. So,
that's fine, but
that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's a good thing. I'm looking to raid some nerds.
That's a terrible thing. And you know, we nerds have built a technological civilization to protect ourselves.
All you've built is slavery.
Yeah,
you're just slavers.
You've built a technological.
That we nerds will crack down on all the would-be raiders if
because you have little authoritarian, power-hungry fantasies.
That's
slave people.
Sorry, sir.
That is actually the plot of the book.
That's exactly what I just said. Weak people are weak, so they need technology to support.
Yes.
You need technology to protect yourself from people like me, and I don't like.
But I believe moral value is not measured by strength. It is measured by the virtue of one's character. And the goal of civilization is precisely to protect innocence and intelligence. And
no, because if you're strong and innocent,
I agree.
You don't need it. If you're weak and innocent, you do.
Civilization is for pussies, so to speak. So to speak.
As Bill Gates, one of your alleged
Bill Gates.
Be nice to nerds because chances are you'll end up working for one.
And that's a good quote.
I just don't want to mess with Bill Gates because I'm.
What's his address? I'm Googling it right now.
I have a package I got to send him.
Yeah, just a few letters.
No.
I know the only thing that I would say against that would be if there is this virtue that would lead people into different lokas. If you're talking about the blue-skinned Krishna dancing around with his animal friends and shit like on Krishna Loka, like I'd still imagine that there would have to be a certain level you'd get to where not even you would be abusing the nerds. You know, you would be able to transcend that shit.
That's the thing. Everything is a hierarchy, and humans may be at the top of that hierarchy or within that hierarchy, but then there's hierarchy within that. So even like Hafthor Bjornsson would get fucked up by a polar bear. Like that's it's not to say that the polar bear is like less moral than he is.
That's not the hierarchy we want. We don't want people being savage.
That's the one that
Who is we, bro? because that's
Why
exactly
not?
the
Who's
hierarchy
we?
I want.
The
Yeah,
polar
I want
bear-
bears on top.
The polar bear is just like a finger that's moved by a hand of like an entity that can control other animals. Anyway, I'm rambling
If
now
you have a
about
metric
metaphysical
ton
shit.
deadlift,
All right, I
mean-
gotta piss really bad, so I'm gonna head out of here.
Well,
I'll
this
see-
is already
Yeah,
pretty much over.
Awesome.
Let's hold on.
A lot of
Let's
fun.
get Sunny. Sunny, you got the last word for tonight. Go for it.
All right. I mean, I just want to say that I think, conversations like this are fun, but they're mostly just jerking off about either the past or the future. I've already said it like 10 times, but I don't know. It's just, I think that you should just be virtuous. Everything is a give or take. So is death and so is life. So I don't know. You shouldn't worry about things like this. Topics like this are masturbatory, honestly. To both ends. I think that all that really people should do, again, you should read Bronze Age Mindset. Honestly, you should. It is a good book. You should also follow Mia, BPD God, or really anyone in Kaliak. I mean, if any of the spirituality stuff here has interested you, you should definitely search those avenues out, because your ethno-religious spirituality, the tradition of your ancestors, is going to make you feel whole. If you're depressed, if you're suicidal, if you're, a broken person by modernity, find what your ancestors believe, not your Abrahamized ancestors, your
Isn't there a Cali
Bronze Age ancestors. What?
Isn't there a Cali cast too they could listen to?
There is. We're gonna, when definitely legit, if you follow him, when he's at 700, almost 800 followers, when he gets 1,000, him and I and Mia, we're gonna do a podcast.
Also,
can't wait.
In the meantime, you could listen to my podcast with the Kaliak people.
And you should also follow Vares. He's awesome. I love Vares.
Oh,
Follow him.
also
followed Serpent.
one last thing. So for me, I also have a YouTube channel, Barbell Outdoors on YouTube. If you search Little Miami River Fishing, Barbell Outdoors, that's me. So if you want to watch some fishing videos,
I'd love to put your channels on our featured channels on the side.
Cool. Yeah, for sure.
Awesome.
All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. Please don't forget to subscribe. You guys have been amazing. This has been quite a live stream. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Here come the graphics. Subscribe on
Hell yeah.
YouTube.
Google
Don't forget-
Rothschild Banks. Rothschild Bank.
Don't forget to go on our Patreon. And yeah, thank you, everybody. You guys are amazing. And
all right,
take
I'll
care.
see you later, Lev.